them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, just when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fate making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the faith, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grinding, girl, I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision. Keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress upon the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I won't come in last place in life, no. this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
In the arena of ideas, intellect is the ultimate weapon. Welcome to Titans Debate League. This is Majority Rules, hosted by Humble Mystic. 5 panelists enter, only one survives. This is a free-for-all where your downfall is only one mistake away. Do you have the engagement, the energy? Are your sources bulletproof? Is your conduct elite? If you slip, you fall. Every 30 minutes, the topic changes. The heat rises, then the host calls the vote. The audience is the judge, and the majority is final. Comment by comment, the weak are dropped. One by one, the ranks stand until only a single Titan remains standing in the fire. The winner takes it all. Here on Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Round 3 is here.
And this Saturday, prime time, make sure you're here for this one.
Round 3 is here. Only one walks away, only one advances, and only one gets closer to that $500 prize. It's the clash you've been waiting for. Suave Boss versus Honey Clark. This isn't just a debate. This is a battle of logic, loyalty, and truth. The topic: can you be patriotic and treasonous at the same damn time? Taking the affirmative, Suave Boss stepping into dangerous territory, arguing that loyalty and betrayal might live in the same space. And you already know, Honey Clark is coming to tear that argument apart. No dodging, no filters, no mercy. This is round 3. This is elimination. This is where reputations are built or broken. Who moves on and who gets left behind. Pull up, tune in, don't blink, because when that bell rings, only one survives. Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes, yes. That is this Saturday, prime time. Don't miss it. That one is a free debate. Everybody will be able to get to see that one for free. If you are part of the members only, you will be able to join us for Issa Queen versus Gideon on the 16th.
Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's a queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Israel, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question: does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes, yes. And you will have to be a $3.99 member to get that one. How y'all feeling today? We got Humble Mystic and OTK up here on the panel. That link is in the chat if anybody wants to join us. Pull up, Sadiq.
What it did?
How you feeling? How you feeling?
What's happening?
Not much today. Not much today.
Hey, yo, bro. So hold on, Humble. My bad. 1,000 part, man. Peace to you and the family. A1, peace to you and the family, too. A1, I've been calling you. What's up with your phone? Your
I'm gonna
phone
get
been sending me the voicemail all day. Today is Tuesday, dog. It's supposed to be my show. I've been done had a guest
yeah.
coming up and
I didn't know if you
everything.
was coming because last Tuesday you no call
I
no showed
sent
on
you
me.
a text. I sent you a
I
text
never got a message
earlier,
from
and
you.
when you ain't get that text, that's when I started
Oh, I was
calling.
talking about last week when you no call no showed. I didn't know what happened, so I
Yeah,
assumed
remember I
because you
told
never
you though. I
contacted
said,
me.
man, my
I
fault.
saw
I
you
said my
last week, but
fault.
you never let me know.
Oh well,
But let's
during the
switch it though.
week.
It's
Oh
just an open
yeah,
panel
doing
because we didn't have nothing planned. So if you already had somebody
no,
coming up
no.
though,
We can do it tomorrow. If you
no,
want to,
tell them
we can
pull
do
up.
it tomorrow.
Your background right here. Tell them pull up because we literally had nothing planned. I didn't know if you was pulling up. I'm like, well, he never contacted me to say anything about the last show.
Yeah, but
So
I would like if we do it tomorrow. That way,
okay,
I can put the post out and the link out ahead of time,
yes sir, yes sir.
so it can hit the algorithm, man. You know what I mean? Then we go back to Tuesday. My bad, you wasn't here last week when Humble was having the show, and I was like, "Yo, my fault, y'all. I missed this Tuesday, but I had some shit going on, but I ain't
Oh yeah, I
missing no
missed that.
more." Yeah, my
Okay,
bad, man.
my
Thousand
bad
part.
then. That's my
But
fault.
what's up with your
Miscommunication.
phone though?
My phone
What's
messed
up with
up
your
right
phone?
now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We gonna get
Okay,
that right.
I bet. Say no more.
Why I blocked you? We'll figure it out. Shout out Michigan's Natural Living. Pull up, Sadiq.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he said he about to pull up. Okay, bet. Yeah, the topic today we got started is God responsible for the evil of the world? Talk to me. Let's start with you, OTK. How you feel about it?
No, he's not responsible for the evil of the world. He's only responsible for the evil that's in the Bible and for what those religious folks going through,
Mm,
not the world.
mm. Humble.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In the Bible, it even tell you he's responsible. It say, I create darkness. It say, I create light and darkness. I create good and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So can't nobody else be responsible but the Lord.
You don't
That's one
believe in the
take.
Bible though, Humble, do you?
I don't believe in the Bible, but that don't change what it say.
Oh, well, if we going off that aspect, yeah, he did say that, but I don't believe that that's true because that, you know what I mean? We don't believe in the Bible. But go ahead.
Shout out Jose to the panel. Jose, you want to tackle the prompt? Is God responsible for the evil of the world?
That's what the book says. And as a matter of fact, to the point where he say the devil is God's hitman. He will send the devil to do his dirty work according to the book. So yes, definitely.
Shout out Dulcinea. She said she about to pull up.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And I let her know, man. But she's still gonna come and build with us, man. Let me leave off real quick. Let me call her and let her know that we're gonna go on tomorrow, 9 o'clock, and then we're
Mhm.
gonna come right back up, bro.
Okay, bet.
I bet.
Yeah, we can still do yeah, just pull back up. I ain't gonna switch the topic. We'll start here and see where it go. Wherever it evolves to though. Shout out King Herc in the building, gave an amazing presentation the other day. If you missed it, make sure you go check that out. Comedic quantum physics is one that you're going to want to make sure you check out. And you know what? Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors before we pass it. If you're not a member, you're going to want to become a member so that way you can get access to all the free debates. Well, not free debates. For $3.99, you get access. Let's talk about it.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yes, yes. And $3.99 will get you access to all the exhibition debates. So go ahead and subscribe today. Back to you, Humble. And Jose. I think everybody up here is in agreement, though. I don't think any of us disagree with what the scripture says. What is it, Isaiah? Let me look it up real quick. I think it's Isaiah. Let's share the screen and get this on the screen for everybody. Am I muted? Oh, no, my mic working. Okay. Everybody else on mute. Y'all all right over there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, I'm just making sure y'all can hear me. Sometimes I'll double mute. Yeah, let's pull up the verse and go over this and see if we're actually interpreting it wrong or, you know, are we eisegeting it? Eisegesis, exegesis. Dang, what verse is that actually? I don't know what verse that is. What verse were you reading from, Humble?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can get it from you.
You definitely quoted it like you was doing. I
don't know the verses like
I
that
was
no more.
right.
Listen,
Okay.
I gotta sharpen up on.
I didn't know
verses
the
off the
numbers,
top
but
of
I
my
knew it
head.
was
I
in
just know
Isaiah.
what it
I
say.
found it. It's Isaiah 45:7.
Isaiah,
So,
look, it's too
I
many
wasn't
books for
too
me, man.
far
It's
off.
66 books. That's too many to be
Yeah, I
remembered.
can't quote all them scriptures like some of the best of them can. But yeah, Isaiah 45:7. I'm about to share it on the screen so everybody can follow along. 45:7. Did you oh yeah, we got OTK to tackle the prompt.
Yeah. I did. I just answered it to keep going around, but you know what I mean. I got a reason why I say that too.
Yeah,
It
why
wasn't
do you
just
say that?
that little
Because you were the
small
only one who had
information.
a different answer than anybody else so
Mm-hmm.
far.
So the reason why I say God didn't, because in order for God to do these things, and you have to place God responsible, you have to believe in a God first of all. So that's one of the reasons why I said. Two is because when we read the Bible, because both of these brothers say that's what the book says, the book has contradiction. It's a problem when people believe in the book more than they believe in a God or whatever like that, or a deity. You see what I'm saying? So now when we dealing with this book, this is man saying and what man is saying, and man can be putting these bad things on a God because God ain't write none of this. Or their God didn't write none of this. So therefore it's man written. And within that book, it also said, beware, because some people might write things that I did not say. Beware of false prophets, per se.
Mm. Let's get into it. Isaiah 45:7 reads, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So it definitely evil was created by the Lord. Now I'm not sure. It's funny because it says the Lord. Now it makes me want to look up what word they're using for that. But yeah, go ahead while I look this up.
What you think, Humble? Jose, what y'all think about what I said about man writing this book and putting the blame on God when they're the ones who carrying out these actions? So that's not self accountability.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what I get out of it.
Yeah, I
Go
mean,
ahead.
so here's my thing about that. We know the whole thing is, man-made. And so it's it's basically, for me, it is finding somebody else to put the responsibility of life on. You see what I'm saying? Excuse me. Because we got the right, because the
That's what I.
Bible say, yeah, because the Bible say, oh, God did all of these things and God is responsible. Well, shoot, you can, as a believing person, you can go out here and do anything now, because you believe that Jesus got your best interests at heart. You see what I'm saying? Think Jesus ain't gonna let nothing happen to you. But now think about that though. A lot of people that commit crime are religious. You see what I'm saying? And if this religious stuff was really the truth and really what people said it was, right? Then how could a Christian have the same motive to harm as a person who's not a Christian? You see what I'm saying? Why would a person who's not religious have the same amount of responsibility, so to speak, or feel the same responsibility, so to speak, to help a person, just as the Christian,
Excuse me. Sorry about
right?
that.
And so that right there, our own choices in life, that right there lets us know that when it comes to this religious stuff, it started off as being controlling, and then over time it evolved to now people got a scapegoat. You see what I'm saying? Hey, who gotta worry about now think about this though, OTK. The
Go ahead,
people in
bro.
our community go through some crazy stuff, right? Now, who have time to think about that, right? When nobody else understands. It's much, much easier to say, well, God got a plan for me. You see what I'm saying? God got a plan for. It's way easier to say that than to realize, there's something wrong in your life right now, and you gotta fix it, or something gotta be fixed, or something ain't being realized. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I see this whole religion thing, man. It's just a big operation of corporation of control.
Okay,
Hold
I
on.
respect that, and I got something to say about that. But I want Jose to go ahead and answer too. Jose, what you think about that? About what I said, bro? About the Bible? We can't per se say God ordained these things because this man written with the book and man saying God ordained it.
Mm.
Go ahead.
And shout out Cicerere. She says, "What God?" I agree. This is definitely a loaded question. It makes a lot of assumptions. It
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
definitely gets the conversation started, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a good question about what God, because that's why I say, man, because they was blaming things on different gods in the book.
Yes.
So go ahead,
Shout out
Jose.
to her for catching the fallacy in that. Go ahead, though, gentlemen.
Jose, you still with us?
You were saying something when I cut you off, OTK.
Yeah, yeah, that's all I was saying. I was asking Francis, Jose, what he thought about what I said about the reason why I say that God is not the root of evil, that it's really just man, because man wrote the Bible and then they found the scapegoat, which Humble said, you know what I mean? At first it started out real, but then it turned into where now we got something to blame this shit on. And this is why we see different deities fighting against each other, because in the book, because they was trying to prove themselves to the peoples who was following them, because they was
Hey,
fighting against each other, so say the book. So
I definitely I agree with that in a sense.
mhm.
Because I don't agree with the text. So
Right, right. I believe in self accountability, man. That's no different than right
I got
now.
a question. I can ask a
I
question real
leave out
quick.
my house. I leave out my house humble, right?
Uh-huh.
A1. I leave out my house. I go to the store and I decide to do some harm to somebody at the store, and then I come back and be like, "Oh God, why did you make me do that?" And I blame it on God rather than blaming it on myself, knowing that all I had to do was get what I need to get and get the hell out that store, or either just jump in my whip and leave and not even let it escalate. You understand what I'm saying? So I blame all this on man. Man wrote the Bible.
Yeah, we in agreement on that in that sense. If we're talking about
I
it,
got a,
go ahead from that
I got
angle
a
though.
question.
Yeah.
So, did man invent God or did God invent man?
Man invented God, bro.
Mm.
Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Who wants to debate
If
that?
God invented man, if God invented man, we would have had writings or something that shows that. Remember, this is why science started splitting up within themselves. Most of the first scientists was theologian type people. So when they couldn't prove God, bro, that's when the science really started splitting up. The science world, you know what I mean, at its preconception. But what we call today modern science, my bad, modern science, not old science. Damn, I had to correct myself before I get caught out there slipping. What you think, Humble? You think God created man or you think man created God?
Most definitely God created man. I mean, I'm sorry. Most definitely man created God. I'm away playing a game right now, y'all. My bad. But most definitely, man created God. Uh, Man have had to have created God because it's too much that God don't know. It's too much that God don't know about man.
Mm.
How do we know about?
Omnipresent,
How do we know
omnipotent.
about? It's so crazy because we know more about the Creator than the Creator know about us. But the belief is that the Creator's thoughts are not our thoughts, and that He know more than us. But then when we see
Mm.
His work, or supposedly His work, then we see, well, we have far exceeded upon that centuries ago.
Mm-hmm,
See
mm-hmm,
what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? Like, I don't even understand how it's crazy.
Um. Oh, hey, brother Nashir, you got to come over to this side. I'm screaming off my side, but you got to come in on this side. My big brother Nasir want to come up too, man, and this a good brother of mine. I'm gonna do a show with him because he was at the beginning of hip hop. Like he rolled with some of the first DJs ever, like that type shit. So I'm gonna do a show with him because all of that is American history and some things we don't know about. So I'm gonna bring a whole lot of enlightenment and a whole lot of stuff that we was doing over here that was getting classified underneath different things. But when we do the lineage of these people, we find out that their lineage always been here. So all right, but back to the question. So let me ask you this, Humble. With African spirituality or Comedicism, do they did the man create the deity or did the deity create men?
The men deified principles. So men understood that there were natural forces about this existence, and
Uh-huh.
they basically manifested into reality through architecture. You see what I'm saying? So the buildings
Okay.
that you see, so the buildings that you see and the statues you see, that's them putting into practice the things that that basically their lifestyle. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay. But don't the Kemetic say that they came from Ra?
No, that's speaking about elemental things. You see what I'm saying? And in that sense, everything comes from Asar, right? And
Assad, yeah, Assad, my
even if
bad.
you want to get
Assad,
a little more primordial, right? Like
mm-hmm.
a lot of things come from
Amun and all that.
a
Yeah.
moon. Yeah, the hitting one. You see
Yeah.
what I'm
I
saying?
got you. I got
But
you. I got you. I
when
got you.
right, but here's the thing about that too, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. When you really get down to it and you study what a moon is, you realize a moon is just what we in today's society and science call dark matter and dark energy.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it lets us know that the ancient people also knew that there was something of substance in this reality that our physical presence couldn't sense. You see what I'm saying? And so this is the importance of spirituality that we call it today, because those tap into our other faculties that can sense this stuff. You feel me? And when people see it on the outside looking in and they don't understand it, they think it's magic or they think it's woo-woo, and they don't
Mm-hmm.
understand that it's science of the body. I land my plane
Mm-hmm.
with that, y'all.
So in other words, you saying that they was dealing in the knowing and not dealing with a belief. Because they
Exactly.
knew it was something. They knew it was something. Okay, okay. So that's like they was in tune with nature. That's why it's
Yeah.
spirituality and not religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's
All
not
right.
belief. And the reason it's not belief is because these things were experimental, right? Like these were practices. These wasn't things that you couldn't ask questions about. These wasn't things that you couldn't observe. You couldn't do experiments on, right? They did experiments on these things. So this is why they know these things. They didn't have to believe in them.
Okay, okay. I got you. I got you. I got you. Hey, Sister Dosey, what's going on with you, man? Peace and love. A1, Sister
Peace.
Dosey just pulled up.
Peace, OTK. Peace, everyone. Peace, A1.
Peace, Dustin. How you feeling?
Peace, sis.
Good. How are you?
Amazing. Thanks for asking. Appreciate you pulling up.
You're
I'll switch the
welcome.
background,
Yeah.
OTK. I like this one better, man. The other one too busy. I don't know.
But it ain't a bit, hey, Dosey. So you gotta get my text, sis?
Yeah, that it's tomorrow. That's cool.
Yep. Tomorrow 9 o'clock, but I still told you to come up today because you know we universal. We know we universal with information. So shout out to the
Yeah.
study group.
And I like that background.
Appreciate you.
That's good.
What you been building on this
Yeah.
week, Dustin? What topics y'all been touching on over there?
Oh, if you're talking about on smokes, they talk about any and everything. But yeah,
Shout out Smoke Six.
anything good government, and that's been a hot topic, especially with everything that's going on. But yeah, shout out to Smoke.
Your
Yeah, my
brother,
dog.
General
Smoke.
Brother Nasir, is trying to pull up, but it's saying, oh, he finally connected. Okay. There you go. It was saying your devices wouldn't connect.
Salute, Brother Nasir.
Shout out to my brother Nasir, man.
Salute.
Yeah, General.
Y'all definitely have to
Brother
check
Nasir.
out his music. It's really good. Like, no
Real,
lie.
real
People say, oh, check
aboriginal.
out the music. No, Brother Nasir has very good music.
Oh yeah, got to
Yeah.
interview you. If you I'm trying to interview more musicians, so get at me.
Mhm.
You got positive music?
Yeah. Yeah, so he was with the first creators of the DJ system. A1. I'm interviewing him next Tuesday. He's gonna bring out his times with the first people, the pioneers of DJ and hip hop.
Okay.
Hip hop, period. He go back that far. You know what I mean? Not to throw it out there like that, but he was there at the beginning of hip hop in America. So
Is your
yeah,
microphone
so
working, brother?
definitely. That's gonna be
Nasir?
a good show, A1 too.
Peace.
Yeah, let's get a mic
Can
check
you hear
from
me?
you. It's a little choppy. Try to give a shout out to somebody and see how it go.
Salute. You hear me now?
Yeah, you're there. It might come together a little bit better. It's still cutting a little bit, but
Says that on screen, is currently experiencing some issues with the API that may be the problem.
Yeah, that's what YouTube told me too. They're experiencing problems and stuff right now on the server. Yeah,
okay,
they
I didn't
told
know
me
that.
that too.
Because I in
Just
the
go
in my
out and come right back in.
I
I said, just go out, make sure all your links close, brother Nasir, and come right back in. Just make sure your YouTube not open. Put your YouTube on pause when you hit
Can you
the
hear me?
link.
Can you hear me better now?
Nope.
No, you still a little in the matrix.
Or I go back. I go out. Come back in.
Okay, all right, yeah, definitely do that because A1 will set up something with you too.
But
Mhm.
tomorrow will be exciting. I'm sure a lot of y'all feel some type of way about DNA, so it should be a good conversation. I know we've talked a little bit about DNA A1.
We have. That was a fun conversation. That was a fun conversation.
Yes. So that's what the show is gonna be
I don't get
tomorrow.
to have fun like that often. So yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, wait, A1, you gonna be up here with me tomorrow, you and Humble and Dosey. We're gonna do a bill on DNA.
Hey, that's what's up. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
excited
gonna
to
do a
see the
bill on DNA.
scholarship.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't debate on my channel though, so I'm gonna just watch and kick it and make sure it's a safe playing ground for everybody. That's all.
Mm-hmm. But you got questions, and we don't fear nothing. So after we finish, you know what I mean. We can open the panel. We can open the panel up for questions or whatever like that. Cause we ain't scared of nothing that we stand on.
Hey. Okay, let's see if we can get the brother back up here. Mic check. Let's get a mic
Mic
check.
check. Mic check. Mic check.
That's better. That's definitely better.
Okay.
Much better.
Way better. Let's hope it keeps up.
Indeed. How everybody doing?
I'm doing amazing today. I'm
That's
gonna
good.
throw
That's
some topics out there. Anybody familiar with the Dawes Act?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just looking up topics for
It's usually the roles everybody talks about when it comes to
Yeah.
ending roles, but it's most famously because of the Europeans that were able to, and others that were able to pay $5 to get on those roles.
$5
Not
Indian.
people where you get the term $5 Indians and going on the Dawes roles. But actually, there's a plethora of roles. There's different roles for the different five civilized tribes and for different
Yep.
regions.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
yes. It says I just typed in the role of the Dawes Act in racial reclassification. Let's bring up
Mm-hmm.
this map. I like maps.
Hold right there. Right there
Let's see
should
what's on
raise
here.
your
Can you guys see
eyebrows.
that?
Yeah, we can see it right
Yeah, we
there.
can
That
see the
should raise
map,
your
not really
eyebrow.
the words.
Yeah.
Trying to zoom in.
Why
But
is it
it's making
saying
it
racial
smaller.
classification? That should raise your eyebrow right there. Like it's a racial
automatically.
classification going on.
Why is that as big as I can make it? Damn, that's trash.
Go on the top of the. Oh, you can't. Do you got a plus and a negative button at the very top?
No, I'm about to download it and pull it up.
Yeah, or just hit your three keys over there. You might can go down and then zoom in bigger.
When I zoom in, it's getting smaller. I don't know why.
Oh,
It's doing something weird. Of course.
what does that say on the
Okay,
left
yeah.
and what does it say on the right?
I'm about to show
Oh,
you right
okay.
now.
It's saying,
I'm switching it right now. I got you.
before and after the Dawes Act.
Okay, this is the map. Let me see what you guys see. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's zoomed in. So let me go back over there
Yeah.
so I can move it around. What were you looking at on the map that you were saying that you saw? I like
No,
how they
I
got
was
it
looking
split
at
up
the
in.
title.
So they do
Yeah, I
have
was
the
looking at the
territory
title.
split up. How come I've never seen this map of all the ancient? I say ancient. It's not ancient.
Yeah.
Of all the, I'm mad. I just used the word ancient. Of all the old, where all the old tribal lands were. Okay, what does it
Well,
say?
I think
all
because
right.
that
So now
basically
it's a
is
big picture.
generating, yeah,
Right,
depiction,
sis.
but you
I'm
have
about
to
to say
go
this
and
is
put
this is
together.
on the other side of the Appalachians also. So this right here became the what? The Mason Dixon line.
Yeah, I'm mad they don't got
This
the East
map
Coast.
directly split in half with the West Coast, half of the West, Midwest, and the West Coast. All these places at this time would have just been Indian territory because they just had started exploring these territories. Well, some of these territories, as far as like, but Gulf and Canada area, they already knew about that. But inland, they did not know about all of these territories. Shout out to you two explorers, man, who had an Indian guide to help them go, Lewis and Clark, who helped them go. And because of Lewis and Clark, that's the reason why they was able to come in and be like, okay, we only need 1,000 troops to go over here to get this American Indian chieftain. Because what they was doing like a reconnaissance mission. Like they was acting like they was coming in peace, but they was documenting everything they was seeing. So they was going back with the information saying like, yo, it's only 100 people inside this tribe. It's this in this chieftain. It's 100 people in this chieftain. This is exactly where they're located at. And after that, that's when you start seeing uh different things start happening on the other side of the Appalachians.
Okay, it says the Dawes Act wasn't just about land. It quietly reshaped identity, race, and belonging in the United States. If you're building a panel, yeah, I typed in panel questions because I didn't know. I've never even heard of this before today. So, what was the Dawes Act about?
Oh, you never heard of the Dawes Rolls?
I've never heard of this before. I just looked it up right now.
Oh shit.
For the people who've never heard of this, go ahead. Where do we start?
Dosey, you still here too? So man, it's deep. It's deeper than just a
Yes,
simple
I am.
explanation. Um, I told
Let's
them
go
this
over the
shit.
time.
Yeah, the
Let's go
dog
over the
rolls and the
time.
dog back.
So
Yeah, what was that
give me a
first sheet
second. I want to
presentation
bring
was?
up a certain act that's going to go into this.
Okay,
Okay.
sweet. She about to share a screen. And while you're doing that, I'll go to a word from our sponsors.
Yeah.
In the arena of ideas, intellect is the ultimate weapon. Welcome to Titans Debate League. This is Majority Rules, hosted by Humble Mystic. 5 panelists enter, only one survives. This is a free-for-all where your downfall is only one mistake away. Do you have the engagement, the energy? Are your sources bulletproof? Is your conduct elite? If you slip, you fall. Every 30 minutes, the topic changes. The heat rises, then the host calls the vote. The audience is the judge, and the majority is final. Comment by comment, the weak are dropped. One by one, the ranks stand until only a single Titan remains standing in the fire. The winner takes it all. Here on Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes. Make sure to check that out. April 23rd. Prime time, baby. Let me know when you share your screen, though, son.
Oh, please like.
Okay, I
share,
will. Give me
subscribe,
1 second.
man. It's free.
Amazing news. At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the site.
And it is
Okay,
an open panel right now, y'all. It is an open panel right now. You know what I mean? Yeah. Go ahead, Dosey.
Okay, so the Dawes Act is in 1881, but I want to go back to 1871 so we can take the framework of what's happening before they do the Dawes Act. So in 1871, and I'm going to pull up the act, but right now I'm just going to pull up the law. And it talks about no Indian nation or tribe within the territory of the United States shall be acknowledged or recognized as an independent nation, tribe, or power with whom the United States may contract by treaty, but no obligation of any treaty lawfully made and ratified with any such Indian nation or tribe prior to March 3rd, 1871, shall be hereby invalidated or impaired. Such treaties and any executive orders and acts of Congress under the rights of any Indian tribe to fish are secured and shall be construed to prohibit to any other prohibition. The imposition under any law of a state or political subdivision thereof any tax on any income derived from the exercise of rights to fish secured by such treaty, executive order, or act of Congress in section 7873 of Title 26. So basically, this is going and imposing that here on out, they would be making no treaties with Indians, any tribes, or any such nations or powers. And they would be saying, as far as if you live under the United States, you're under the United States jurisdiction and not an independent nation. As well with saying that before 1871, they would keep those treaties that were in place, but no new treaties would be made.
Oh wow, that's deep. So this is when they said, "Hey, y'all cut off.
Let's be for real. No
We've given you all you're
treaties
gonna get."
ever was withheld. Let's make that clear. No treaties that they made ever was held. It was only in system for a little while, but it never stood ground. They did not abide by any treaty. And later on, they treated when Andrew came in, he took the treaty name out of it and started calling it agreements. But then even that got wiped out. So yeah. You know what I mean? So what Dosey is bringing up right now is key because y'all got to know these things, man. That y'all didn't know. Because
And it's why I brought it up with the Dawes Act is because this is the groundwork. This is where they're coming in and saying, okay, we're not seeing you guys as separate anymore. You guys are under the United States. So then we come to like the Dawes Act. What are they saying with it as far as the enumerations and the allotment of the Indian tribes?
Right. And you also got an allotment act.
Right, exactly. This is an allotment act. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's so important to understand the difference between a treaty and an act because of the fact this is why they push forward, okay, no more treaties because treaties are between sovereign nations, but acts means that you're in subject to. This is a law passed in jurisdiction. So approved on February 8th, 1887, an act to provide for the allotment of lands in severalty to Indians on various reservations, known as the Dawes Act, emphasized severalty, the treatment of Native Americans as individuals rather than members of tribes. So it says the federal Indian policy during the period 1870. Hold on, I think it went back up. Sorry. Oh, can y'all see it? Yeah. 1870 to 1900 marked a departure from the earlier policies that were dominated by removal, treaties, reservations, and war. The new policy focused specifically on breaking up reservations and tribal lands by granting land allotments to individual Native Americans and encouraging them to take up agriculture. It was reasoned that if a person adopted white clothing and ways and was responsible for their own farm, they would gradually drop their Indianness and be assimilated into white American culture. Then it would no longer be necessary for the government to oversee Indian welfare in the paternalistic ways it had previously done, including providing meager and unities, with American Indians treated as dependents. So on February 8th, 1887, Congress passed the Dawes Act, named for its author, Senator Henry Dawes of Massachusetts, also known as the General Allotment Act. The law authorized the president to break up reservation land, which was held in common by members of a tribe, into small allotments to be parceled out to individuals. Thus, Native Americans registering on a tribal roll were granted allotments of reservation land. To each head of family, 1/4 of a section; to each single person over 18 years of age, 1/8 of a section; to each orphan child under 18 years of age, 1/8 of a section; and to each other single person under 18 years of age now living or who may have been born prior to the date of the order of the president directing an allotment of lands embraced any reservation, 1/16 of a section. So you see, they're saying they're taking reservation land, but we know that this is Indian territory. This is just the land
territory.
they're taking,
Right.
and then they're dividing it amongst the individuals that are on this roll. And that's why it's important to understand the $5 aspect. But go ahead,
Right.
take it to OTK, and then I can bring up that
Yeah.
$5.
So this is the $5 Act, and the Pretendians has a real name. You know, they really got their own group, y'all. We not Pretendians, and we not $5 Indians, yo. We can prove that. Like, they divided up our lands and gave it to individuals. Now, what we did is we start going into who are these individuals that's getting this allotment lands. We find out that a lot of them are people that was coming to help the Union fight inside the war. Huh? Where my brother Cosmon at? You know what I mean? Shout out to the Creator Gang. But this is something me and him built on, man. We did an extensive bill on it. With these allotment lands after the Allotment Act, with these allotment lands, like, who are y'all giving these lands to? Why are y'all giving the Native American lands and telling them they need to take up agriculture? If they was already here and they was the American Indian, they already know the land. They don't need to take up agriculture. So right there, that throws up a red flag. So y'all got to know what we reading right now. Y'all got to understand the literature. Now, everybody can take it a different way. That is true. But we go a little farther, and we start digging, because we research freaks, we junkies. You know what I mean? Is always proving something. Like, me and Dosey probably done forget more than we remember from where we started from. Know what I mean? 4 years, almost 5 years ago. 4 years, I know, probably 4 years ago. So with these acts, what they was doing is that they was either saying, yo, either you become part of the United States or you are outcast also. So this was starting to force American Indians to become citizens. and get rid of your American Indianness and start becoming citizens. And once you become a citizen, now your classification can get changed. And with that being said, that's why I said at the beginning that your classification, it was more than lands, it was also a classification thing. So now this is when you start seeing American Indians getting classified as all kind of things to take them off the lands. That was the whole play. To get them off the land, because they colonies, y'all, what we call today Virginia, what they call Virginia as their colony was not the whole state what we call Virginia today. Let's be for real. All of their colonies was on the water, where they could get a fast exit route and get the hell on the water to get away from these American Indians who was warring with them for 400 years. See, we had 400 years of wars over here. We was up underneath American Indian slavery for 400 years over here. I don't know no African that was enslaved for 400 years over here. So, you know what I mean? We just coming to bring out the information that we all know now, that we finding out now because we have access to these things. Now, some people already know this information because they was in Indian territory. They got taught this in school. But me coming from South Carolina, we was always taught a slave narrative once school started.
Mm-hmm.
So my grandmama, great grandmama, was an American Indian. My grandmama was an Indian. My mama came home from school because during her era, that's when school started. She came home saying that she was colored and a Negro. I came home saying, yo, I learned that we African Americans, y'all. We Africans. We came from Africa. We came from kings. We came from queens. Man, how the hell everybody over here that came from Africa came from kings and queens? So y'all mean to tell me this was an incest thing? Like the king and the queen just bred everybody? Everybody came from kings and queens? It ain't no way. And then once we started digging into African history and seeing that these kings and queens was conquering their own people and selling their own people, oh no, that's not us. You had a couple of rogue American Indian groups, but we know who they is. But they got wiped out too because they was going against the culture of America.
Hit the link, Cosman.
You know
Don't
what
you
I
think
mean?
that'd be easier to say on the panel than to
Yeah.
type in the chat?
We're gonna bring all that out, man. A1, I appreciate you for having me to come through to open the door for American Indians on your channel, bro. You know what I mean? Because other brothers, they studied their state. So my whole mission was to get people to start studying their state. Don't worry about the whole American Indian thing right now. Worry about your state and find out what was going on in your state or where your peoples them come from in your genealogical tree. Once you know that, now you got something to stand on. When we all come together, we are formed like Voltron. That's why I'm a IMS committee, bro. You know what I mean? That's your boy who is an African
Yeah, Cosman
that
asks,
came and
oh, you're
fought
at
in the
work.
Civil War.
I understand.
Yeah,
Cosman's at work, but he said break it down. Break down Nicholas Said for us.
yeah.
OTK.
So Nicholas Said was an African that was brought over here to help fight in the Union. You know what I mean? And he got registered as an Indian. And the crazy thing about it, I think when they found him and they was looking for him, he wasn't inside the colored troops. He was like in the white section or some shit like that. I be getting Nicholas Said and your other boy, Muhammad, who brought the Muhammadism Bible over here to America. I be getting them, but they roll neck to neck. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Said is really like a Persian African or what you want to call it or like that, or a Muslim Islamic African. But yeah, they brought them over here to fight inside to help the Union out. So they was bringing people from other countries to help the Union out because they was losing against the South, the Confederates. These are some of the people that started getting allotted lands. They was allotting them lands that they took over or whatever from the war. Yeah, I think they call them land patents, petition lands, and land patents that the military was doing. Yeah, yeah. So Nicholas Said, yeah, one of the first Muslims to fight in the war. Yeah, I did. Me and Cosmo, we did a couple of bills on Nicholas Said. And these brothers was practicing Mohammedism too, not Islam per se. What Islam is today, they was practicing Mohammedism.
Yeah, see, I wasn't hip to him either.
Yeah, that old Garveyite stuff. So Garvey was a Mohammedan, and Garvey underneath Garvey, you got Master Farad, you got Noble Jew Ali, you got uh uh William Boy Elijah Muhammad. All of these boys was up underneath Malcolm X daddy, Little. All these people was up underneath Garvey. So a lot of them boys already knew who Malcolm was when he was a child because all of them been rocking with Garvey. They was pretty much in the temple together, the Garveyites. They was what you would call Masons. At the time, they would be like Masons, and they all was in these things together. And Garvey was their leader. Big fact. So
Yep, absolutely.
so one thing we got to understand, the Nation of Islam up underneath Elijah Muhammad, after he started following Masfarad. Masfarad was up underneath Garvey too. But let's not get it wrong. All of them boys was chilling together. What he did, it was actually called the Nation of Muslim. Or it was the Muslim with an O, not with a U.
Muslim.
Yeah, or Muslim, however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, yeah, definitely. My bad, my brother. Matter of fact, I got one of the great brothers who been in it and roll with some of the greats. That's still great today. Farrakhan, brother Nasir. Yeah, go ahead, brother Nasir.
I'm just, building on what you were saying. I mean, I don't know
Mhm.
where you want me to go. I don't know where you want me to go with this.
I mean, if I was wrong in anything, go ahead, correct me, bro, because you was on the inside. You know what I mean? Or go ahead and elaborate more. But yeah, you definitely got way more. You was in it. You was in the rebirth of it at that.
Yeah, I was in the rebirth in the late '70s, early '80s. I'm only 60, so I'm not, back when those brothers were soldiering. I
Yeah,
came
I
in
hope
and
not.
I
Shit, I
I
wish
got
you
no,
was.
yeah.
Hey, I wish you
Nah.
was though. That would be a great
Well,
story. I wish you was.
what I rolled with Abdul Kareem and Dr. Khalid. Those are the brothers I rolled with. Dr. Khalid and Abdul Kareem.
Uh-huh.
You know, the two the one who was, helping rebuild on the East Coast and one who helped rebuild on the West Coast. That's who I rolled with. Khalid, Abdul Kareem.
Yeah. I see my brother GDN Capone, man. The link in the chat. He asked me, so Masons, Muslims, NOI, Garveyites. Uh Gariite is the progenitor. I'm not gonna say the progenitor because they started their own. They started their own thing, but Gariite was definitely an influencer. Garvey, I would definitely
I
say
mean,
he was an
yeah,
influencer.
he influenced a lot of the brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Noble Drew Ali, Master Farad,
Mm-hmm.
um, Elijah Muhammad. He
Mm-hmm.
influenced them.
And the crazy thing is, some of the people who started the Hebrew Israelites came from up underneath these brothers. Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah, they did.
Uh,
They
uh-oh.
did.
Uh-oh.
They did.
Uh-oh. Huh?
Marcus
Huh?
Garvey was Marcus Garvey was 1887. Master Farad was like 1891 in that range. 1891. Those brothers was born at that time.
Mhm. Disappeared like in the 1900s.
I think
He
Master Farad
disappeared on
Muhammad left.
everybody.
Master Farad Muhammad left in I think 33. He left 30. He left in 33, and that's actually the year the minister was born in 33.
Salute, smoke signal. Always looking for a fight. A1, you see, he not too far. He sees what's going on. But salute to you, smoke signal. And I'll have to take this down for a second. I'll be right back.
A lot of those brothers were on the fringe. They called it the fringe of on Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, I'm not hip. School me when you school me. You teaching tonight, Nasir?
No, I'm not. I'm not teaching. I'm not teaching tonight, brother. I'm not teaching tonight. But I'll answer some questions. If somebody, it's not real. That's not what I really, came up here for. I was listening to the conversation about um, did God create man or did man create God? And I agree. I agree with everybody with their stance on that because man did create God, but they have us. Well, they had those of us who subscribe to that looking for a savior outside of ourselves. That's the crazy part. I always tell people to look in the mirror and behold your savior. That's your savior right there.
I like
Where the
that.
And,
book
and,
come
and,
into play at. And that's
Shout
where
and
the
out
book
nobody
come
DJ
into play.
Genesis. Shout out DJ Genesis Detroit to the panel. How you feeling today, sis?
Hey, how's it
nobody's
going?
going.
I'm doing amazing.
Nobody's
Thanks for
coming.
asking.
Nobody's coming to
Hey
save us.
Genesis, how you doing, Genesis?
Hey, how are you?
Did you want to
Peace,
respond
sis.
to
Peace, sis.
anything you've heard so far?
You know what? I kind of came up here when I saw the topic. I'm not sure what has been said so far.
Mhm. Go ahead.
But I would say that God is within. So if we have evil and good within, then God is responsible because God is good and evil. So therefore, yeah.
Go ahead.
But
Enemies public.
wouldn't that per se?
I could agree with the sister. I could agree with
Okay,
the
go ahead,
sister.
go ahead,
Um,
go ahead. Oda.
because again, like I said, look in the mirror and behold your savior. Nobody outside of us can do anything for us. When they said God help those who help themselves, take that literally. If you're doing something about your condition, you are that God helping yourself.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
So that's what we have to look to. You have to look inward.
So are both of y'all pretty much saying that we are the gods?
Yes, we are. I said, look in the mirror and behold your Savior. How many of our
Right.
people went to their grave waiting for somebody to come? Nobody's coming to
Okay.
save you.
Okay.
Your God is
What you
within
say,
you.
DJ
So you
Jenna?
gotta look in. You gotta look inward to get rid of that inward. If you know what I mean.
Right, right, right. What you think,
I think
DJ
I think that, that,
Genesis?
that
Do
when
you
people think
think
about
that we
God,
are gods?
I think that when we think about the force of God, like the creator, I believe that we separate ourselves from the creator, and that's a big, huge misunderstanding of what the created the energy of
Exactly.
creation is. I believe that we
I agree.
are one with God, and everything that's happening is God.
Mm.
Everything on this earth is God. Everything that we see is God. Everything that God is God. There is creation, and there is like our existence that we know from our eyes. So when we take it outside of the frame of just what we only can understand based on what we see,
Hmm.
we take it outside of that and look from a higher perspective that we are a part of the creation, and we are part of the creator. So yes, everything that's happening is a part of our creation. Like if you can actually change, like if you actually change this, you know what the biggest thing they say, change the way that you look at things, and the things you look at will change.
Mm.
Why did they come up with that statement? Because you can change your perspective, and everything around you can like shift. So that tells me that I am the creator of my reality. So
Absolutely. And when we talk about
Shout
above,
out to the
that's
creator
that's that's
gang,
that's
man.
that's a
Shout out
that's
to
a
the
state of
creator
that's a state
gang.
of mind. That's actually a state of mind when you start talking about looking above. That's a state of mind.
and they always tell you look
None of
above
us.
when, not, when all the UFOs are coming out the water.
Yeah. and and,
That's
and they all and they always have us looking outside of ourselves. They want us to look to the sky for saying when they say it to the promised land to get us off the land. The land that's promised is the land that we're on. And if we will understand that.
So
But
y'all
we have
agree
to,
with that
but God,
saying
God is
that
force.
that
God is
famous
also
writer?
force and power. My brother OTK and I always, when we speak on the phone, we always talk about, we have these same conversations, and we have to understand that the change that have to be affected, we're going to have to make the change. God is force and power also, so therefore you have to inhabit the land and take the land. We can't expect our enemies to do anything for us. That's entirely up to us. God is also
Big
force
facts.
and
Big
power.
facts.
And all of us in the collective, as the gods, we will be intervening in our affairs as the God that we're looking for in a collective if we
Big
would do
facts.
that.
Big facts. So
No,
now, with
nobody's
that
going to
being
come and
said,
save us.
right. So with that being said, in the Republic, let's go to the question. Is God responsible for the evil? So now what you're telling me is that we have the right to create that deity. So therefore we can create that deity to be all good. But
That
yet
deity will come
we
from
got
our
to
women,
have
out of our
some
woman's
evil in
womb.
us, right? Go ahead.
That
it wouldn't
deity
be
will
all
come
good
out of our
because we
woman's
are
womb.
we are
Go
dual
ahead.
creatures. So anything coming from us will have a dual nature. So when
No,
you
I
talk
don't
about
think so. I don't think so, DJ Genesis. I don't think we are a doomed creature. I think that's what was taught to us and
dual,
said
like
to us that we are
not saying
doomed.
duality. You're saying that you don't believe
Oh,
that human beings dual have
Oh, okay.
a
Yes,
dual
yes.
nature, dual
I agree.
meaning we are
Oh,
good,
yes,
we
yes,
have good
yes,
and
love.
bad sides, right? And then someone
Yeah, I
asked me about
definitely
the
agree with
agile
that.
goon. So there is a thing in Ifa called the agile goon, and those are like the energies of disease and financial loss, health issues, relationship problems, feeling blocked, stuck, sudden setbacks, all those different things, right? So all these things
Mhm.
are in the mind. That is why in
Yeah.
Ifa, it's always talk about your Ori, your higher self, and having control of your mind. And if you are in
Exactly.
your
Uh-huh.
mind, I'm gonna give you an example. Right now, there's all this stuff
Right.
happening with
Right.
Trump. There's certain people that don't even watch the internet. Are they being affected by this? No, they're living their lives. They're doing other stuff. They're
Right.
not watching what's happening on the internet and on the TV with Trump. So to them, all this stuff is not even existing. But then you have certain people that's
Mhm.
watching this, gobbling it up, having thoughts about it. It might stress them out, this, that, the other. And so the Ori in your eyes see, and it goes into your mind, and all this, and it causes like a reaction. So that's why, even I would say
I like that. I like that. I like that, DJ Jimmy.
Sorry,
one
that was
thing
a
that
little
the
loud.
Jehovah Witnesses used to do is that they would say, "Well, I don't watch scary movies. I don't involve myself in politics. I don't do this. I don't do that." And not to be giving props to the
Mhm.
Jehovah Witness, but I believe that that is one thing that they did get right is that they don't bring things into their aura that they don't want to be involved with, and therefore they're not affected by it. There's people living right
Mhm.
now in the woods, right next to India. It's called the Sentinel Islands. Do you think that they're worried about Trump bombing Iran right now? They're living their life.
Right, right. So DJ Genesis. So you say we got a duality intellect. I agree with that as far as duality, but not on the aspect as far as good or bad. Because is good or bad a learned behavior?
I would say good and bad is really based on it's subjective. What's good and
It's
bad for me.
subjective, right?
What's good for the goose
Right,
might not
It
be
is
good for the
subjective.
gander, right? So in
right,
your tradition, it might be okay to
right,
skin a person and eat them. You know what I'm saying? But in another
right,
culture,
right.
it might
Correct,
not be so accepted, right? So as
correct,
cultures
correct.
begin to form and we have begin to make laws and rules and whatever based
Mm-hmm.
on whatever reason, they come up with these rules and laws, and then those things dictate society, and then therefore we determine based on a community
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
council what's good and what's evil, right? As we come together as
Mm-hmm.
people, but at the end of the day, there's certain civilizations that's acceptable. So do we say that they're good or they're evil? That's just their culture. We can't like throw a
Right,
label on them. So I
It
would
is,
say
right.
that's
I
balance
that's what
respect
makes
that.
that's what makes it
I
subjective.
respect that. I respect that,
That's what
man.
makes it
I respect
subjective,
that
and that's
too.
what makes it a perspective also, because a
Right.
perspective is only how one person sees something. So
Yeah, it's to the eyes of the beholder.
subjective and a perspective.
Yeah, it's to the eyes of the beholder.
if all you
Yeah.
have
We
to
got
do, if,
another
if
person
you
just
can't eat
came up.
nothing else but meat and you're in Antarctica, you can't be mad at
Hmm.
me because I'm not a vegetarian. You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, well, why you eating them
Right,
seals? Well, I'm in Antarctica. There's no vegetation out here.
right,
I'm in
right.
Alaska. I
Definitely.
can only eat seal.
Exactly.
So you can't be like, oh,
Right.
and put your that's evil, that's mean, that's this, is that. Well, you know what? Hey, you know what I'm saying? If you're stuck in Alaska and the only thing you could do to survive is eat another human being, you got to do what you got to do.
Right.
So is that
And
evil? Or
see,
is
that's
that now that
dealing with
person's evil?
natural law, correct? That's dealing with nature
Yeah.
and natural
What
law,
make
right?
what make this what make yeah? I mean,
There's
the law of
adaptation in dealing with natural law.
yes, exactly.
Co- Correct.
But
So nature.
when you when you in a position where you do things that somebody would deem like uncalled for in a
Yeah,
circumstance,
extreme. Right.
that's what
Extreme.
make it evil. That's what make it evil. Now
Okay.
when you have circumstances like the sisters described, that
Mm-hmm.
it'd be only about a perspective, or
Mm-hmm.
definitely make it subjective. If you see something evil that, oh, the sister, she live in the Antarctic, but you expect her, okay, she should be only eating fruits and vegetables. That's a non-reality. That's a
Right.
non-reality.
Correct. 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 Correct.
From when you have
Correct. So
people snatching children off, we have people snatching children off the streets, and then we never see them again. And then what they harvesting their damn organs. That's some evil stuff. That's evil. That's evil as hell
right, right, right.
by
That is
anybody's
And see, I
standards.
agree.
I,
I agree with that because now that goes back to the title: is God responsible? Because a lot of these people who was doing unsanctuary things to other people, and they was putting it on their God, like God told me to do this. This is where we can say God is responsible for evil, because people who did these things say my God sent me to do these things.
but hold on.
That's
Perhaps
My
it
only
is
thing is,
their.
what about
Perhaps
what
it
if
is
not?
their God. Perhaps it
Mhm.
is their God that sent them to do it. It doesn't
It
mean
is
that
their
their God is
God,
a good one.
right? So they
The
thinking they
problem is
right,
that is
but
that
we
you guys are
calling them
talking about
wrong.
God outside of yourself. That's the biggest mistake that you're making. You think that
Yeah,
God is
I
something
never.
outside of you when it's within you. And so when you talk
I
about
Right,
God,
but
never refer
we was
to a
just
God
no,
outside
no,
of
no. We
myself.
was talking about the book. We was talking about the book, the people of the book, right? Just
oh,
now,
okay, my
DJ
bad. I'm
Genesis,
sorry.
not us.
Yeah, I
DJ
got
Genesis. I'm a spiritual person. I'm American Indian. We don't believe in gods. We got deities, but we don't believe that they was real people. You know what I mean? We
I
don't
always
worship them.
say
No, we don't.
I been
No,
I,
we don't.
I began the conversation by saying, "Look in the mirror and behold your Savior." That's your Savior. It's the
Right,
only. That's
right,
the person that you can really depend on to save you if you would do it. Nobody
right.
outside yourself can do that.
And I
Man, we
want to say
got
this
two
is that
other
what about
brothers
like the
to the
thing the
panel.
biggest thing
Oh,
that
go ahead, TJ.
the biggest thing that they come into thing is like there's this thing called narcissism, right? But what if narcissism was a
Narcissist.
natural thing that was created for people for survival for a certain group of people? So in order for
Big
them to
facts.
be able to get through or make it, they had to be manipulative a certain way and had to like be tricksters, you know. So so I
Big
believe that every
facts.
even personality that exists, psychopathy, sociopathy, all these things, there is probably a birth of it and a reason why this whole personality type exists, right? So
Big facts.
now to you it might feel evil when you are subjected to that, but it might also be a matter of like that might be the survival tactic of a certain thing,
Correct.
you know.
Correct. Correct.
I can
Correct.
get with that because if you look at the behavior of certain people, they are a people who will see that somebody's prospering is their failure, and that's a survival tactic that certain people use. I can get with that statement because that's the way
Mm.
a lot of people act. A lot of people behave like
Facts.
that.
Facts. Facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
I
And I
mean,
think
if
Caucasian people behave like that.
the problem in the divide comes in at is when we don't respect each other's point of view.
See,
It's either
me,
my
I
way or the
honestly think
die
that
way, dog.
I
Well, not
honestly, I
us
mean,
per se,
but
but I you know what I mean? Today, yes, I think we have a lack of communication right now with the youth. And I think that's why we see this spiral effect with the youth because of the communication. You know what I mean? And that leads back to our people them being uh 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 indoctrinated with religion and getting out of spirituality. Now,
yeah,
some
and I
people know how
also
to
think
use
that
religion
my,
with spirituality and put both of them together and then become a better person. But some people don't know how to separate their spirituality from religion. And that right there can cause a problem, especially when you got a following of people. You understand what I'm saying, man? And I think that caused a real
I
rift
understand it.
with religion.
what
It wasn't per se the religion, it was the people that was inside of the religion. You know what I'm saying? So That's my point of view. That's my subjective thought, which I got the right to give. I got the right to give. You know what I mean? That's
Everybody
so
I know,
that's what I
everybody
believe.
I think religion is the undoing. The undoing of spirituality is religion.
Yeah,
Big fact.
religion was never meant to be a spiritual thing, right? It was only meant to look
Mm,
like to be a spiritual thing. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
mm,
And so,
uh,
Religion is rule. That's what
mhm.
religion is. It's
okay,
rule. That's what religion
okay.
is.
Can I actually? You guys are not gonna like me very much for this. Religion is the masculine side of understanding God. Spirituality is the feminine.
I'm not mad at that. I think
I ain't
I
mad at
think
that neither.
I would say,
I
if I
I ain't
can,
mad at that neither.
I think religion is it's actually evil towards women.
Because it's
I
That's what I
masculine.
think
So I
religion is.
well,
agree. Right. So
I
I
wouldn't
But
even
agree.
it's
say
actually that you had
I agree.
spirituality, and then what happened is that
I
what
favor
men
I
did was
favor
on
the
a
woman. I'm just gonna say that.
they want a structure, and then
Yeah.
I favor the woman.
made religion. They made religion
my,
based on
my
the
thing,
structure of what
right.
they.
So my thing about it is it's not natural. So that's my whole thing about religion. Religion can't be of God because it's not natural. Right? Spirituality, or this thing we call spirituality, is a natural thing, right? Breathing,
Right.
Yes,
focusing,
yes, indeed.
living
Yep.
Right.
peaceful, living
Right.
that's natural, right? Going
Right.
around
Right.
talking to people, raping their children because some God, that ain't natural. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I personally don't say that anything of religion is of God, because it don't pertain the qualities that we see of holiness, this thing we call holiness, harmony, right? Wholeness, nature. What these people are saying God is don't pertain nothing to that. Every time we read a
Shout out to
story,
Jesus,
he's
man.
slaying somebody, he condemning somebody, he killing somebody, he cutting
Hmm.
somebody off, he doing all these things. But yet when we look out here in the world, we clearly see what peace looks like. If you've ever
Right.
walked through a field of sunflowers, right, on a
That's
sunny
because of
day,
Jesus.
you know what
That's
these
because of
things.
Jesus.
Hey, that's what they'll tell you. That's what they'll tell you.
Right. Hey, what's up? What's up, y'all?
What it do? What it do? Oh man, we got
Peace.
we got we got King Hercules. We got Hercules in the building. What it do, Hercules?
Hey,
Shout
what's
out
going
to
on?
King Hurt, man. We got also Epic Studies in here too, man.
Epic
Shout out to them
Studies. What's up?
brothers.
What's up
Epic
with y'all?
studies.
Peace,
Epic
peace.
studies. Salute,
I
my
just wanted to
brother.
weigh in. Just wanted to
Salute to
weigh
you,
in
brother.
real quick on this on the topic. I sit back listening to you guys, and I just wanted to weigh in. A couple of points. I would like to make is that like the question coming from an African point of view, because a lot of answers y'all give is coming from a Western perspective of
Mm-hmm.
this quote unquote God. It's a Western perspective, but coming from an African point of view, um, y'all was somebody. The first thing was the creator create evil, and so from an African perspective, the answer would be no. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's like then the man create the creator. You know what I'm saying? And again, the answer is no,
Mm-hmm.
because from our perspective, like it's like asking, did the physicist create gravity, or did he
Mm-hmm.
just
Mm-hmm.
label it as gravity? You know what I'm saying? Did a mathematician create number two and number three, or did they just give them labels? Because in African spirituality, is based on actual events or actual things that's laws of nature. So it's
Mm-hmm.
not based on something that's just made up. So even though some things are unseen in the universe, you have to explain them to people. They gave them attributes.
Yep.
So they gave them names. Yeah, it's what Humble was saying earlier. They gave them names, gave them attributes. It didn't mean it wasn't real. You know what I'm saying? So we know that what they were talking about in the stories, depending not depending on, but no matter which one you talk about, Kemet, Ifa, Airway, House of Voodoo, all this stuff it's actual attributes that you're looking at in nature, in reality. So it's not, so it wasn't anything that they you can say that they created themselves, because it was already in existence. They just gave it a name and gave it a label to understand it and to explain it. And so the whole concept of evil, you understand it as evil is something that was already in existence in noon. You saw in that primordial water, where things it was something that it's like something that's constantly trying to change and trying to change. You're doing something, you're trying to achieve something, but you always have somebody who's coming along trying to stop you from doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's a principle that already that's in existence, like being in a boat and you got a leak and you're trying to fix that leak. You know what I'm saying? It's just a principle that's already out there, but you have to stop it yourself from keep it from occurring and stuff like that. And so it's an energy in the universe. It's an energy in the universe of force that's in existence. I said this the other night. I think it was Sunday night when the Dogon, they talk about Ogo, that energy that broke away from Ama, and try to create his own world and stuff. That's that evil energy, that negative energy in the universe. Isfat is being combated. They talk about that negative energy in the universe that's out there, and they always, in Mayat is to maintain balance and order, and Mayat is trying to stop Isfat from becoming dominant. And so in order for that to happen, you have to maintain that positive, you have to maintain the positive side of it. You have to maintain that positive energy, so disorder and entropy doesn't happen. Exactly. So I guess I'm like just saying, like, it's not, I wouldn't, you couldn't, it's hard to explain. It wouldn't be, you just can't explain it. Like
those deities, Humble? Yeah, was those deities?
Those elements were deified. I don't like to call them deities. I would like to say that they were deified, but they're not deities.
Then they deities, bro. If they deified, then they deities.
Well, no, because you can deify a person. That doesn't mean that person is a god. He's just deified.
No, he could be a deity though, but that don't mean deity. Don't mean God.
So God is not a deity?
I didn't say he wasn't a deity. I'm telling you, deity don't necessarily mean a god.
But a deity is something that is placed on a high stature, such as like a god-like level.
Well, we have to understand also when you're using
Humble. I like how you put that.
But hold on, but when we
dude, Humble.
but when you use when you use comparing to thee, it's different. A deity means that there's another one. When you say the, that's the definite article. There's nothing above the.
That's big facts.
Right, but the is the.
And y'all that's on the other sides, y'all that's tuning in on other sides, that's screaming. Y'all got to come to the debate Coliseum channel in order to get on the panel. Y'all can't hit the link from other channels that's screaming. Y'all got to come over on this side to the main panel. Sorry, Humble. My bad.
No, you good. So when we speaking about the anything, right? We're speaking about something in a collective or the totality of something, right? When we're speaking about like things, so let's stick with the deification, right? Like I was saying earlier, humans can be deified, right? We seen it with Julius Caesar. We seen it with anybody they make a statue of. Basically, that's a deification. Right, but now that doesn't make the being themselves a deity. You see what I'm saying? Because depending on what it is, whether it's Bo Jackson or Tom Brady or Michael Jordan, these are human beings. Right now, they were deified, or what we like to say in sports is they reached the iconic moment, or they had an iconic career that put them on that Mount Rushmore or that deified pedestal. But when we
Yeah.
look at the ramifications of things, then we understand that these are just mere mortals, right? Now, let's take this to the realms of, like Brother Hercules was saying, to the eastern realm of things like Kemet, things of that nature, right? These things are forces of nature, so to speak, right? And so they're no different than what we say the air is, what we say the water is, what we say the sun is, what we say helium is, what we say oxygen is, what we say, they're no different than those things. Now, when I say they're deified, it's because those people, those ancient people who were studying this stuff, right? They then brought it to a physicality to where people can understand these things, right? This is why the Temple of Ma'at is important. The Temple of Ma'at is not a place where just a place for people to go pray to Ma'at and say, oh, but this is Ma'at, we worship her. No, the very temple itself is Ma'at. The very way that is built, the very structure, the very shape, even the way it's faced, all of that is dedicated to something called balance and order. Not some goddess, not something that alien that came down to earth and what. No. All of that thing that have to do with my art has to do with balance and order. This is why oftentimes when you see the scales, where we see the scales at in America, in a courthouse. Why
The
is
Libra
that?
scales. Yeah, the
Why
Libra
is that,
scales. The
though?
Libra scales.
No,
Yeah,
the
the Libra
reason we
scales.
see the scales in the courthouse is because of
Mhm.
my art. My art is the very embodiment of justice. It's the very embodiment of order. It's the very embodiment of balance. So
So it's
anytime you
nature.
see balance out here, then you see my art. You said nature. See, nature, right? It's so funny because you can't even say the word nature without saying the word nectar, because that's where the word comes from. So even, and this is another thing that the Egyptologists, that's why y'all gotta watch these people, because they'll tell y'all that the word netter means God. But literally, when you break down the word netter, it literally goes back to nature, which lets you know that the forces that they're dealing with are natural forces. These aren't man-made things. These was things that was always here. The men back then just so happened to discover these things. That's the difference between that and religion. With religion, they got a fundamental deity at the center of everything, creating everything. In a tradition such as Kemet, right? They understand elemental forces. They know for you to have life, you need water. For you to have life, you need oxygen. For you to have life, you need electricity. They know these things. And that's not just human life, that's all life. And so they don't say, oh, well, Ra is in the sky and he created electricity. No. They break down their concept of how they understand electricity to come into being. That's the important. That's why when people come and cause I try to do this a lot, right? When people come with these motifs, these late I don't even like to call them Cometian motifs, the late Egyptian motifs, right? When you got the semen on the salad and the crowns, that's late stuff. You don't find none of that in the early kingdoms and things of that nature.
That's
And the
after the
reason you don't,
Ptolemaic era.
right?
Yeah, that's
And
after
the
the
reason you
Ptolemaic
don't
era.
is
Yeah.
because they always understood that it took a man and a woman to reproduce.
Right. Big facts.
Always.
We didn't need no creator to tell us. We didn't need no creation with that. We already knew that. We already knew that. I see, hey, Humble, I see we got two other people on the panel, man. New other people, man.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
what's up with it, y'all? What's up with it?
Shout out Smokey the Saint. Smokey's not new. He's been around for a couple months. And we got Scam Chan. I'm not hip to Scam Chan. No, Scam Chan is new. How you doing, gentlemen?
He's
Good
from
to
my
see
channel.
everyone.
Also,
Thanks
Oculus
for
was trying to
having
get
me.
up here from my channel too.
My panel might be full. Yep, we
Yeah,
got
but
10
I got
people
like
up
some
there.
people that was trying to come up from
Yep.
my
Hey,
side.
well, I could drop down so some other people can come up to the panel.
If you wanted to chop it and
No,
kick
is Oculus in the
keep it
back?
there,
If
bro.
he's not in the back, you don't need to like drop down.
Yeah, when somebody's ready to drop down, and he's not back there. Smokey, did you want to respond to anything you've heard so far?
Matter of fact, I'll drop down and let some of these new brothers who ain't speak yet. I'll drop down so somebody can get up. I'll come back up. I'm part of Titans. I'm part of it. I'll come back up. A1.
And I just emailed you some graphics, brother. Check them out.
Okay, bro.
Okay.
I bet. Love. Hey, peace to y'all on the panel too. Great build. Keep it going.
Somebody else just dropped on, and it wasn't you.
All
So
right.
you didn't have to go nowhere.
So yeah, the only thing I really kind of heard that kind of struck my ear a little bit was about like deification and how deification happens. And like the idea that a person or a non-deity entity can be deified, these are two different ontological categories. Like one is by identity and one is by predication. When you deify someone, that's attributing them an attribute, but it's from an external source. It doesn't have to do with their identity, nature, or what they actually are. So that's basically an identity via predication. It's not really what they are. However, a deity that is a deity by its nature, this is a different ontological category. And I just wanted to mention that because I feel like maybe in the conversation I heard something where that was kind of maybe being muddled a little bit. Just because someone from an exterior source can deify or predicate deity upon something doesn't mean it has the actual nature of the ultimate or a deity itself. So that was just one thing that came in my mind.
Yeah, that doesn't equate in African spirituality, but yeah, whatever.
I don't know how it doesn't, but okay.
Okay. I came a little late. I ain't even gonna lie, but I see the prompt, and I mean, anybody that believes in the God of the Bible or the Torah or the Quran is going to say yes. I mean, well, not anybody that some people are ignorant, more ignorant people are going to say no, but it's going to say yes, because it literally talks about how God created evil for the good of man. I don't know how that works, or like free will or whatever, all that other good stuff. Like, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, you answering the question on the screen. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I came a little late in something because I heard something about African deities and stuff like that, and I was like, I believe that was Herc that said that. But I mean, I missed out because I was doing my thing.
Well, I look at it like this. I mean, before you can put blame on something, you have to nail down that what you're trying to blame actually exists to do anything. And so far, all we doing is making claims. We have
So my initial statement, I came in, I said, if you believe in the God of the Torah, the Bible, or the Quran, you would say yes. That's what my initial thing.
I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about the whole conversation.
Okay.
You can't put blame on something if you haven't proven it can do anything in the first place.
I think the idea is like almost an internal critique, though.
So my thing is, okay, and I'm going to step. I'm going to step out of the literal Abrahamic religion for 1 second. I'm still. I mean, what I'm going to say is, whoever created everything is the one who created evil. That's just that simple.
Do you have to do it? Does it have to be a created thing to create evil? Can evil stand on its own?
No.
Really?
It has to, evil came into existence.
So hear me out. So when you go and smack somebody in the face, it's not you doing it, it's somebody else doing it.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. Evil comes into existence. So if okay, let's say there was nothing before the beginning. Let's say this. Okay, there was nothing before the beginning. And then the beginning came. There was no evil at that time.
I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure it was.
So you're saying evil was what created the universe? That's exactly.
I didn't say that. Let's be clear here.
So you're saying that evil simultaneously came with the universe.
What I'm saying is this.
Hold on. You're saying one or the other. You're either saying
you're not letting me explain.
You made a statement, and I'm asking you, is that what you're saying or not?
I'm trying to validate the statement, but you want to sidetrack.
What? Go ahead. Make your delusional conclusion.
You're trying to say that evil and good are being created, right? So how can you start one and not the other? How come they both don't exist at the same time?
Okay, I said that evil came into existence. If whoever created everything created evil because he brought it into existence. Or at this time.
So you have to create good and evil. They just can't just exist and stand on their own. It had to be something to create both or one or the other.
I'm going to go to another, I'm going to call it a religious concept, but yeah, religious concept. Do you know anything about Taoism?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you I do or not.
Yeah, because a lot of people know only about the Bible and the Torah and the Quran because they want to chastise the Abrahamic religion. But still, in Taoism, you have yin, you have yang. One cannot exist without the other, and then you have the Bagua. Hold on, let me finish. Let me explain to you.
Why do they got both want to be created before the other? How come they can't both exist at the same time without a thing creating them?
So can I say something? Since it sounds like y'all both talking past each other when y'all basically talking about the same thing. Kind of from how I'm looking at it. As I said earlier, from an African perspective, the concept of evil would be is a primordial force. It's already in existence. It started from the beginning before the universe existed. It's like when in Kemet when they talk about Nu, that primordial water. The potential of everything to exist in the universe was already in Nu. So evil would be already in Nu. It would already be there, that potential, that force. So it's not like well, it's like you said, you know what I'm saying? It's coming into existence because, you know what I'm saying, the good and evil concepts have to, you can't have one without the other.
Exactly.
You gotta think of it like
well,
it's not like
actually,
it's not like code.
That's
if you have code, you know what I'm saying? It's not like you creating code. Well, code is just the absence of heat. So with the absence of Mayat, you're gonna have this concept, you're gonna have Isfet, this chaotic, this disorder that's going on. So it's not like the creator created it. It's just that it comes about when Mayat is not there. You know what I'm saying? When Nomo is not there to keep the order around. It's just something that comes about.
I think there's a problem with that you're kind of giving evil and good kind of ontological equivalency, and they clearly don't have that in reality. Like, this isn't like a yin and yang situation as to how it relates to reality. And the reason you know that is because you can define something as good just by on merit of it being good. However, you cannot define something as evil without referencing something good. This means good is ontologically primary. This means that good by itself can rest independent, while evil requires good to define itself. So there's not an equivalent ontology here. One is reliant upon the other. You can absolutely have good without evil. You cannot have evil without good.
So good
Prove
is
it.
primary for who?
Wait, hold up. Prove it.
I mean, prove it. Like, define anything that is good. Do you have to reference evil to define it as good, or can you just name something that's good?
You have to, as well, you have to reference evil to define something that's good.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You can just say something that's good. You don't need to reference any kind of evil. Like helping people is good, right? Do I need to
But
reference?
hurting people is bad.
Exactly. But the only way I can say hurting people is bad is because I understand what good is. If I didn't understand what good was, I wouldn't be able to say it's bad. I, however, can say any number of
And if
things
you don't
are good
understand what bad is,
without
you
any
can't
reference to
understand what
evil.
good is.
Yeah, that means you had to have something to tell you what good is. You just ain't coming
That
up
is
with
true.
shit on your
That's
own.
why we need transcendental categories, or else there is no such thing as good.
Okay. So from, and I'm going to go back to the monotheistic religion. In the Garden of Eden, the knowledge of good and evil was there. Therefore, it existed. It was created.
You're saying it was created. It could be a transcendental property. That's just coexistent with reality in its nature, just like good and evil are. There's transcendental characteristics to these things that are beyond just our own subjective personal opinion. If it's just all our own subjective personal opinion, there's nothing really that's good or bad.
Well, if and like I said, I'm going back to the monotheistic belief.
If we're saying something is good or bad, and we don't have an objective reference point, and that's just an opinion, it doesn't mean anything.
If you really want to get technical, that and people can't deny this. Most people can't deny this. I'm not going to say everybody can't deny this because not everybody grew up in a monotheistic whatever. But most people can't even say that their morals aren't brought up from especially people who were born into the Abrahamic religions. They can claim to leave 50 years later, 10 years later, 7, it doesn't really matter. But their origins, their morals, everything that they have been brought up on have been brought up by what God said was right.
Oh my goodness! Stop it.
I can get into those things, but
I don't know why anecdotal instances of people's own personal volition as to what they choose to believe means anything at all to this conversation.
Hold on. No. Hear me out. God say, don't kill people.
God says beat slaves. How about that?
Why is it that evil has to be a category that needs to be created and not just a byproduct of something that was created? Why does it have this essence to you guys where it has its own kind of independent existence when it clearly is reliant upon the existence of good to even define itself?
It's not even about like a separation.
They exist together because in order for and I go back to the Taoism, and it makes sense because it makes sense with the monotheistic belief that God gave us free will. If
free will is bunk.
Okay, you can say that. All right, you can believe that. And I'm not telling you not to believe what you think you know. But what I'm saying is based off of the monotheistic religion, which I'm going by, and can you please stop cutting me off because this disrespectful as shit.
You cut me off before I even got finished.
I'm just asking you to stop cutting me off because it's disrespectful as shit and let me finish.
Let him finish.
Yeah, you do be cutting people off with your back, but go ahead and finish because it's still not rude for other people to cut you off just because you did it. But You do be doing it, just so you know. But go ahead.
All right. I don't. But I don't know. Okay. Okay. Free will. If God, if all things, if we were only programmed to do good, or if all things were only good, then we would not have the option to do wrong, to do evil. I'm not saying it's right to do evil. I'm just saying free will gives you the choice to do good or evil.
Say you land your plane when you do.
I'm like.
I'm not rushing you. I would just sometimes you take long pauses and it's hard to tell. Even I was about to.
No. I landed. I'm right in my ass face. I landed right in my there.
So
BWR right here.
I'm gonna say this.
I just want to say how you doing, DJ. That's
Hey,
all
hold
I
on.
want to say.
And before you go, DJ Genesis, everybody listening, please do me a favor and share this live so everybody can get a bite of this. And we are going to hold the bat to the rules that he asked for. He asked that nobody cut him off. So now we're going to make sure that he doesn't get to do it either.
Right?
Okay.
All right.
Because I was letting you go, but that's how you've been dominating the conversation a little bit, but it's because you do cut people off. That's how you end up getting the mic a lot.
Is it all right if I say something?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, my name is Oculus. Peace to everybody that's on the panel. DJ, what's up, baby? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Long time no see.
Exactly. I've been really, really busy. I'll say this: the gentleman who was just talking, I think that he's absolutely right. I just think his delivery mechanism and the way he's articulating what he's trying to get out, he's trying to force feed it. I think he got a lot to say at one time, and he's trying to get it all out. But he's absolutely right about the way of the Tao, 100% right. And I don't want to go into a whole soliloquy about, how I can prove this, because I don't want to hog the platform. But I do agree with him 100%. That's what I will say. And DJ, what's up, baby? I just want to say that again. How you doing? How you feeling? I miss you.
I miss you too. So that you don't want to go into it anymore, brother? That was it? Okay.
Yeah, but you know how I get, DJ, so I don't want to.
Like you should expound, because you're saying the Tao. Like, so what exactly about that? Because when we talk about Taoism, we talk about yin and yang, and it's like a thing where at one point, each thing exists at any different point and simultaneously. So the problem I'm having with is that people want to define things as separate when they all are a part of this one whole.
100%. Agree with that. 100%. There's never been a time in this universe, this multiverse, this omniverse, where good has existed without evil. There's never been a time in this omniverse, this multiverse, this universe, where evil has existed without good. You cannot have one without the other. I will say that. And I don't want to hog, because I know how I am. DJ, you know how I am.
But I'm gonna say this: is that what if we just take the word evil out the word and see balance versus imbalance, structure versus non-structure? Like, I think that what's happening is that because it's the word evil, there's a certain kind of, when we hear evil, it goes into our mind, and then there's this picture that we see of what evil is. But the bottom line is, if we take out the word evil, we say balance versus imbalance, structure versus non-structure, ease versus dis-ease. The bottom line is that when we do it like that, then it makes more sense to say that, yes, of course, that there is a dual nature to things, to say, okay, when either you're in a state of dis-ease or you're in a state of ease, you're balanced or you're unbalanced. And then you'll be able to see that there are times in everything where both of these, where you feel either or, and one does not exist without the other, because there is a balance to everything. There is a other side. Everything has a nature, dual, even quadruple of a nature. So yeah.
Right, to expound on DJ 100%, I agree with it. That in this lifetime, in this reality that we exist in, I like to call it actuality. Most people might call it reality, but there is a dualistic nature to everything. So even in oneself, if I kicked in your door right now and I'll hit an AK in my hand, You're not gonna pull from no positive perspective and say, hey, Mr. Robber Man, please don't rob me and my family. Please don't shoot nobody in here. You're gonna pull from that negative energy or that evil, right? We'll call it evil. And you're gonna say, hey man, what the fuck is you doing in my motherfucking house? And you're gonna open up fire. Right? Cool. The idea behind it is that we all trying to reach a state of nirvana in this reality, and that's a balanced state. So in this reality, we got forces that diametrically oppose one another. I hate to hear somebody try to say like peace, namaste, everything is, great. You eat the prana, you live in the pranayama, all this stuff. Those type of people I got to keep a watchful eye on. And then I hate the people who where, everything is about negative energy. Because what I'm saying is that we all pull from both sides of the fence. We pull from both forces. And what I try to reach in this reality is a state of balance. I'm not this positive church going, oh, I love the world. Everything needs to be great in the world. If I could change the world, I'll make everything positive. No, we need this imbalance and we need this balance in this reality. So I'm trying to stay at a neutral point, a neuter point. The same thing that people will reference they Jesus, or what the Helio-Biblios call a Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, a God is Jesus Christ, a God, or whatever you call it, it's a dynamo. It would be a neuter. It wouldn't have a gender, because that would be what? Imbalance. The whole concept of this deity is to be what? Balance. So when you're speaking about the alpha and you're speaking about the omega, you're talking about masculine and feminine energy. When you're talking about the devil, when you're talking about Jesus, you're talking about the same entity. Just like God call himself the Alpha and Omega, God is also God or Jesus and the devil, or God and the devil, however you want to look at it. It's the same energy. It's the same force. It's the same force that's pulling inside of your body right now that compel you to do something positive, or something that compel you to do something what? Negative.
All right. Can I expand on what the Tao is?
Could I just ask that guy, what's his name? The dude who was talking about the Eastern philosophy. Could I ask who the guy is?
I was talking about Taoism.
Before you go to bat, we got 10 people up here. Let's see if anybody else wants to touch the topic. Anybody else want to touch?
No, I agree. Because I agree. Because
Mm-hmm.
it's the same thing I was just saying. You can't have one without the other. They both exist at the same time. It's just, you're just not going to have pure. Mayat doesn't exist by herself. Isfet has to be there. It's the other side of the coin. It's like having light, but you don't have darkness. Having light, but without any shadows at all. So definitely. It's I definitely
it's the same reason why in your Bible they call God a hateful God or a spiteful God. It's the same reason.
No, it's not, my brother. Hey, first of all, I just want to say all praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua. What's going on, A1? What's going on, everybody?
Gideon in it.
And real quick, since we have Gideon to the panel, let me go ahead and run this ad on April 16th. That's a Thursday. You can go ahead and catch this one. Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's the queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Yisrael, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
I like that right there. That sounds like a movie intro
Right,
right
that was
there.
good. That was nice.
I like that shit. That is my first time here, but that's hard right there.
Appreciate you. That was me on the voiceover. I do all my own stunts.
Majority view is that
Catch me
all
next week.
messengers bringing law were men.
I'm joking.
Some scholars, like
Somebody, what's that?
I'm gonna need you to do some of my stuff, like get my stuff cracking like that. God damn.
Nah, you got
divine revelation.
The bat. You got
you got
in the
mute up, bro.
background. I don't know if you're watching a movie, Batman or something.
But does the Quran say that Deborah, Sarah, Miriam, Hannah, Abigail, Huldah, or Esther are not prophets or were not prophets? Like
Gideon, it was on you.
Yeah, nah, I mean, just real quick, man. I'm just listening.
The Quran does not
Yeah,
explicitly list those women.
it's definitely a good topic. I mean,
my bad.
I'm hearing a lot of I'm hearing a lot of people say things, and a lot of it is making sense. But what's crazy to me is, but when it comes to the Bible, the antennas just turn completely off and just ascribe it to God, like God is just some maniacal, character. But when they remove God from it, now they can get intellectual and get a little more deeper into it and see that the creator of all things is not responsible for evil. So like I say, man, they just like to pick and prod at the Bible for some reason. I don't know, but yeah, when just like how we're listening now, we hear what they think about evil, and they're not ascribing it to no quote unquote God. You know what I'm saying? So it's just funny how they like to lose all type of intellect when it comes to the Bible. That's all.
All right, can I comment on that real quick?
Hey, hold up. Earlier,
wait, real quick.
I just want to say this. They quoted the Bible. I don't know who did. I think it was Humble. He not up here though, but they did quote it. It was like the quote in the Bible with it. It said like the God said, "I created everything good," and he was something like that.
Oh yeah, I was reading Isaiah 45:7. It's right
here.
Yeah,
that's what
it
they quoted.
says, hold on. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Quote unquote.
Yeah. Can I say
KJV.
something real quick?
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. In regards to the gentleman who just actually spoke,
that was Gideon.
Gideon. I do believe there is some misrepresentation on. Could we all on the panel agree to say we all come from different walks of life and we all have different understandings, right? Will we all agree on that? Would everybody that agree on that just say just so I can use this as a
you're right. You're right.
Okay, cool. So Gideon, your notion when you use the word God is a different notion, right? Because if I ask you this question that I'm gonna ask, give me like 2 seconds, it's gonna be a different reference point of what I know. Not what I think, not what I believe, but what I know, right? So I'm gonna ask you this question. Define God. Because when you use the word God, right, you got a different understanding or belief system. I'm not gonna say because I don't know if you know. But when I use the word God, my reference point of what I know, knowing is facts. We know the sun coming up tomorrow, right? Believing is something different. In the word belief, it's a lie, right? So what I'm gonna say is define God. Because when they're using that coded science book, that Heliobiblios that you referencing, They're talking about something totally different than probably what your notion of what the word God is. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So
So I
what is
would agree.
God? Define God. That's what I need you
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah, so I would agree. Everybody have different walks of life, come from different backgrounds, but still in all, we have a body of knowledge and words that we all use, and they all have the same meaning. So when I'm
No.
talking
I'm
about,
not talking
so
about.
hold on.
I'm not talking about words in this colloquial sense of what we all just piggyback and bounce off each other. Oh yeah, you know what God. No, when I'm talking about science, and not only am I talking about science because that Bible, again, going back to that Heliobiblios, that's Greek for holy Bible, referencing Helios dealing with the sun, Biblios, right? Also dealing with what? Time. Chronos, Biblios. You see what I'm saying? The inception of time predicated on the what? The sun. So can you define God? See, DJ, they don't know they talking to a scientist over here. DJ, I don't know if you still on the chat, but can you just define God so we can break down and we can meticulously break down who knows what based off what they're saying, and then see if people are even qualified to speak on what they're talking about. Because we're going to dig deep on everybody that's on this panel, and I'm not the end all be all. We're going to dig deep on everybody on this panel to see if they know what they actually talking about
Mm.
versus just talking. Define God.
I like this guy. I like this guy right here.
Yeah, I said I don't
Shout
want
out
to take
Oculus
over.
Oculus.
I don't want to take
Yeah,
over, but can you define God for me? Not
yeah,
for
no,
what you think it
it's
is, not for what
yeah,
somebody told you a sky daddy, not for what that Bible say.
right,
Define God.
right,
Why you got
very
so
simple.
much ill regard towards the Bible?
Yeah, he about to burn
No. We
fast.
not
He
gonna
about
get
he about
lost
to
in
come crazy,
conversation.
right?
We not gonna hold on. We not gonna get lost in conversation. We
Ain't
not gonna
nobody
get
say
lost
nothing
inside.
about the Bible,
Hold on,
but I'm saying,
listen to me, sir. We not gonna get
hold on,
lost.
bro,
We gonna
hold on,
let
bro.
Gideon define God. This was
Let him define
specifically
it.
for Gideon. Thank
You
you.
haven't let him
Yeah.
define it though.
That's
You
where the
keep
confusion
interrupting
Yeah,
him.
come
but you
in, where
got a
people
lot of,
give
well, you got
interruption.
a lot
You
of
That
keep
you
interrupting.
animosity
Let him
listen. I don't
define
got
it.
for no
animosity. You
reason.
don't know me to tell me I got
Yo,
animosity.
can he define
No,
it
I
with
hear
the
it in your
Bible?
voice. I
He
hear the
need, hey,
You
hatred in your
don't know
voice.
me to know what
phone,
my
hold up,
voice
phone,
sound like with animosity.
phone,
Let him
hold
define
up.
it.
Brother, let him define it. Stop interrupting him. Let him define it.
Yeah, man, it's very simple, and that's what get me about these, proclaim astute minds. They like God is very simple, creator of all things. See, the problem is that people walk around doing these definist fallacies, and what that means is they take a word that already has an established definition and they change it. So whatever you're trying to change God to being or whatever that is, no, it's just very simple, creator of all things.
Okay, no
So,
problem, no
well,
problem.
okay.
Let me get it. Let me get it. No problem, you guys. I want everybody to hear his answer. I want everybody to hear his response. Right? That is not what God means. Right? Now, what he just did was he told me is that
So tell
oh,
us what God means. I gave you
God,
mine. Give
I
us
go
yours.
straight to it. God is anyone and anybody that's in control of a specific aspect of creation. You can find it in Black's Law Dictionary,
See,
17th
that's
edition
that's
in
a
your court.
defining
Stop,
fallacy, my brother.
slow down, please. When you spoke, I didn't say nothing. Let me finish. What is God? How do we define God? In Black's Law Dictionary, everything trumps your standard Oxford definition or your Webster Merriam definition.
See
That's
your
the best.
problem? I'm
Hold
dealing with the
on,
ancestors. You dealing with some guy
can you
named
hear me?
Strong. We're not
Can
dealing
you
with the
hear me?
Strong's law.
Can you
That's been
hear
out of
me?
style
Let
since
him let
Can
him
you
land his
hear
982,
me?
plane,
brother.
Can
Gideon.
you
Let him
come
land his
on,
plane.
please? I ain't interrupt you. It's about respect. So what I'm trying to say is defining God. Now, when we look at what God is, we can identify Gideon. What are you in control of? That's a specific aspect of creation. Maybe the spinal cerebral fluid that produces a child. What is a woman in control of? The colostrum fluid that balances the child's social skills, IQ, and immune system. So when we look at or the 9 months gestation that holds inside the dang on apartment, aka the stomach or the womb that allows life. So when we looking at these words, remember what I'm saying. Don't just hear what I'm saying. Remember what I'm saying. I told you that Bible is a coded science book. On the surface, it's a dude that created the stars and the moon and woo woo. But the individuals, the masons, the brothers, the travelers like myself who actually helped create this, it's cold. And if you're not
Right,
eligible to decode the information, then you maybe shouldn't be speaking on the information because you're not
right,
qualified to decode it because you haven't traveled. You hear
right.
me?
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. So this the problem with what you're saying. is that you think there's some type of invincible episode where there's like 100,000 different invincibles. That's what you're trying to do to the creator. So what you're saying is everybody is a creator. That's fanciful, bro.
Again, that's
That
not
makes to me
that's
that
not
makes no sense, bro. Because when I'm saying a creator, I'm talking about the one all be all. You're talking about different people and different
no, I'm not.
like
No, I'm
nah,
not.
that's just what you're doing, bro. So I mean, instead
You
of getting
telling me
lost
what
in the
I'm doing
sauce,
versus
right?
asking me what I'm
No,
doing. See,
I'm hearing
you,
what you're
me,
doing. I
listen,
hear
listen,
it.
listen. You
You're you're
hearing
you're,
and
you're
you're
making these
responding, but you're
you're
not
making these
listening.
vague definitions of a
We all
concrete
heard you,
thing.
man. We
You
all
asked
heard
me
you.
what
Hey,
God. Hold on, my brother. You asked me what God is. I gave you 4 words. When you said what God is, you just went off onto a mini soliloquy talking about
no,
women
I
as
no,
gods.
no,
I'm a
no,
god,
no, no,
bro.
no,
That
no, no,
makes
I
no
don't. I
coherent sense, my
oversimplify.
brother.
Listen, yes, it does. I oversimplified it so a child can understand what I just said. It don't take no complexities.
Okay,
Oh,
repeat it over. Who is
hear me
God?
out.
Who is
God
God?
is
Start right there. Who
anybody.
is God?
Anybody can look this up.
Who is
The
God?
word God, it's not
We're not
who. It's
talking
not.
about looking
Listen,
up stuff.
listen,
We're
listen,
talking about
listen, listen. You asked the question. How you keep asking the question and compounding more questions on top of questions to make you sound like you right. Let me answer one question in totality. You'll get my understanding. Then you can respond. That's how conversation go, right? But you don't hear me though. All
You did the
right,
same
God
thing
is.
though.
Now, God is anybody in control of a specific aspect of creation. Facts. That's it.
that's a
Then respond.
problem. That's where your fault at. You say anybody. God is not no anybody, bro.
It is.
Not when you're reading the Bible. So if you want to
God is
say
not
who
an
you think
anybody.
your God is, that's fine. But you can't go in and out of the Bible grabbing verses trying to validate it. Because the Bible gonna give you all type of stop signs for you to stop because it makes no sense.
So, are you aware that that Bible is a coded science book?
Where did you get that from?
It's definitely a science book. But what's the point behind that? What's the point?
So you heard the person who just said where you get that from, right?
Yeah,
And you
yeah.
said
Where
it's
did you get that
hold
from?
on, slow down. You said it's definitely a science book. Describe how it's a science book.
Well, you have all type of sciences in there. Remember, that's Moses is
I
telling the nation how to establish itself. So you have to have sciences in that.
I asked you specifically to tell me how that book is a science book. What defines that as a science book? You didn't. You told me it's many
Challenge
different sciences. I
accepted.
ain't asked about many different sciences. I asked about that book that's a science book. Decode it and tell me how it's a science book.
Challenge
Okay,
accepted.
let me
Challenge
explain to you so
accepted.
you know so you won't be lost, right? So the science that we see in the Bible, you have biological sciences when it comes to hygiene. You have behavioral sciences. You have literally applications where you see agricultural science. So we have a lot of sciences in the book, my brother. We're not going to get we're
Now
not
have
going to
you
get
got hold on,
we're
slow
not
down
going
real
to
quick.
get
Just let me
mystic and
compliment you. Can I
dubious
give a compliment? When you
and
write,
speak of
you hold
some.
on.
Go
When
ahead.
you write, listen, when you write, you're right. I'm gonna get compliments. I'm not here to tear down. I'm here to rebuild or build up. Right? Now, I know he's right about what he just said, but the reason why he's right, I don't think he know why he right. Now, can you answer this last question? I'll let you ask me any question. Why are you right about what you just said?
Again, because it's very simple, my brother. When I look in the Bible and I see that they say, you work the land for 6 years and you let it fallow for the seventh. That's how I know it's science. Simple.
Yeah, nah, you right, but you don't know why you right. And then see, so when you don't, let me explain this to you. You're not wrong about what you said. You right. There's a lot of different science in the Bible, right? You broke down all the different adjectives that describe it, right? But as a traveler, right, you're right, but you don't know why you right. So if you don't know why you right, that still makes you what? Wrong. The why is the most important part.
Okay,
Now,
can I?
go ahead,
Mm.
go ahead, because I hog this shit.
Yeah,
No
if
lie,
that's
until you
GD
kick
and
me off.
Capone, I was being nice to you. I think GD and Capone gonna rip you off the shelf, but that's just what I think.
And
Look.
let me preface everything. I done been in the different schools of thought. I done been in the traveling school of thought. I done been in the dang on the Hebrew school of thought. I'm well versed in different schools of thought. I done been in the Jehovah Witness. I done been over to the Eastern philosophy. I'm
So
traveled.
why you
I'm
ain't
well
stick? Why
seasoned.
you ain't stick to one?
Okay, so I
Wait,
was
hold on.
going to
What's
say,
your degree?
Why
You
you
said you're a
bouncing? Why you
scientist. What's your
bouncing?
degree?
Hold on. We talking about discipline. Why you bouncing around from everything? Why you not sticking to one school of thought?
Because in
You
order to have
unstable.
things, in order to have things in totality, you need to understand that science book that you call it, that I call a science book. You
It's
have to
not a
have
science
things
book.
in.
That's
It
not
is
what
a
I. That's
science
not
book.
what
Hold on,
I
hold
asked
on. You
you.
have to
Absolutely
have
not a
things
science
in
book.
totality, so you should be able to pull from different schools of thought. Because all these different schools of thought. Now, some people might have a negative connotation about, let's say, who could I think of? Malachi Z. York. In order to have that good offense that you have to have a good defense. So you have to study every school of thought. So don't ask me why I'm
And you
bouncing
see what they
around.
did to
Hold on.
him, right?
Because this science has been coded in different philosophies. This science has also been decoded, put into different religions for you to go out and seek knowledge or enlightenment so you can put it all together. But you know what people do is they get stuck in one school of thought and think that school of thought is the end all be all. It is not. That's
And
all I'm
with
saying.
all of that, you know that there's a creator outside of yourself or anybody that's on this earth.
No. Slow down, ice cream Chuck. It ain't no creator outside of myself. Myself is the
Who
creator.
created the
Yourself.
sun?
Hold on. Hear
You
me out,
created
ice
the
cream
sun.
Chuck. Ice cream,
You
can you hear
create?
me? Listen to me.
Did you create the sun?
Yes, and I'm gonna tell
You
you why.
created the stars.
I want
How?
everybody to hear what I'm
How?
saying. He's gonna
No,
keep
explain. No, no,
compounding
no, no.
questions. Listen, I
Explain
want
us
him
how
to
you
keep
created the
compounding
sun
questions.
and the stars.
Want him
Explain
to
that.
keep compounding questions because that's how confusion set up. When a person asks you a
You the
question,
one that's
don't let me
confused.
finish. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not. When a person keep compounding questions, it's setting up a level of confusion where the audience, the viewing audience,
So I
listen to
can.
like, well, he don't know what he talking about. No, you won't let me answer one question and you don't got the time to receive the answer. You want some ready, quick made shit like some
Oh
McDonald's
man,
shit. You
Man, you
talking about the
ego.
circling the
start.
block, man. You circling the block, yo.
Man,
Yeah, see, it's not fast enough for you. See, some of this information is not no dang on
I asked
McDonald's
one
food you
question.
blast through the
He
drive through.
still
Listen
he
to me.
still ain't
Are you
got to
That's
it
what the
yet.
drive.
are you gonna hog the
Listen,
mic all night? Or you just gonna keep hogging the mic,
that's why I
bro?
said. That's why I said I ain't want to hog the mic. I said that from the
Because
beginning.
you
I
don't know
came
how
on the
to
So
This
platform
was
to
his
so
say,
last
explain. So
question. I
hold
thought
on.
he said. Go
He
ahead.
ain't answer
Let
the
him finish.
question. Everybody saw that he dodged that question, right?
I didn't
So
dodge. Y'all
explain it.
keep compounding questions, and you want to tell me
So
how
if you
fast
a
it is for
God,
you to be to
hold on,
respond.
bro. Hold
It
on,
don't
bro.
work
If
like
you a
that.
God, why you have to die?
Say that again. What was this question?
I
One more
If
heard it. It
time.
you
was
a
clear.
God, why do you have to die?
What you talking about death? What death, dying, and what? As a guy, I'm confused with you. What's the question? Why do you have to
Got him.
die?
I'm done,
What
Yo,
the
we
bro.
gotta
hell?
move on,
Nah,
y'all.
it ain't even no damn
Okay.
death. Like, what is this motherfucker talking about? It is not
I'm
no
done,
death.
bro.
All these
There
guys
is
with
no
doctor
death.
appointments, but they be killing me, bro.
Yeah, this science complex.
Can,
These
okay,
people
this is
be
what I say, and I'll move myself off the platform off of this. I say it off this. First off, there is no death. Second off, this the next part. People want to ask questions. They want to tell you, we're talking about some shit. This motherfucker just asked me about the stars and the sun. Or death, stars, sun. Okay, cool. He want to give me 5 seconds to answer, and I'm supposed to have a ready-made answer for him. This shit is not McDonald's. You cannot run through the drive-through, get your food. Hold on. Get your food and slide through and you get off. That's trash.
But
Some of
you
this
could
shit
be
like
answering it right
and
now,
listen
though.
to me.
That's how I know you're not a
See how they
God.
keep cutting me off? Some of this shit like grandma cooking. It gotta take a couple days, a couple minutes, a couple seconds, a couple hours to
Nah,
get this shit out in
nah.
totality.
Hey,
They
one
want to
thing I
give you a
can say is
time
he ain't
limit.
cut nobody else off though at all.
Thank you. That's
So,
what I'm
because
saying.
That
I'm
is
just
not
That's
here to be
it.
the
true.
referee. So I'm
That's
just
not
I'm
true.
saying I ain't threw a flag on him yet.
You feel
Yet
me? I don't do that. I let them talk.
he
And then
keeps
guess what
getting
they do?
fouled every time he
Man,
touched the ball though.
come on, cuz. And they want to compound
You
questions to
getting
create
ripped up.
confusion as if they right and they not right. That's a fact though.
You sound like you had this conversation before, but you cannot
I
answer a
just
question directly.
because you keep compounding questions to make you sound like you know what you're talking about. When I'm answering
I
the
didn't
question,
ask
you asking the question.
ask
Or
him
you
one
not doing
question.
it. You not doing it, but
Answer
other
his
people are doing
question.
it. I'm battling 4 motherfuckers on the
Okay,
stage. Think
no, we
about
just
it.
want you to answer the one question. You never answered it.
So I'm gonna try to do this as simple as possible. Go ahead. What's the question?
I think he asked. Oh, ask him again, Capone.
I said, if you a God, I said, how do you create the sun?
And let him answer. Let him answer. Nobody say nothing. Let him answer.
Oh, okay. The sun. Okay, creating the sun. First, let me get this out. The conscious mind of God, right, is all and all to be. There is nothing outside of the conscious mind of the creator. That's what I want y'all to hear.
The only thing that the conscious mind of the creator doesn't know is itself. The experience that we're experiencing inside of this reality, and it's going to go right into the sun. The experience that we're experiencing inside of this reality is the conscious mind of the creator trying to become more forever aware of itself as itself. Anything in this reality that reaches the apex of perfection in this reality dies in that perfection. Listen to what I just said again. Don't let it slide over your head like a landslide. Anything in this reality that reaches the apex of perfection dies in that perfection. This is where you get the story. Hold on, please.
Which Jonathan?
Let him. I don't know who the hell is that. Somebody screaming in the mic. I can't hear, bro.
If somebody need to mute out.
Somebody screaming in the mic. Facts. That's a fact.
That's hey. That's debate.
I know y'all cannot. Y'all lying if y'all
You
see y'all
gotta
don't
mute
hear
him.
that.
He walked away from the phone. Y'all gotta mute him.
Who is that? All right.
Somebody screaming in the mic.
Go ahead.
So this is what I'm trying to say, and I give it up. Let me finish. Anything in this reality that reaches the apex of perfection dies in that perfection. Where there is perfection, there is death. Listen to what I'm saying. Where there is perfection, there is death. This is where you get your story of Adam and Eve in the garden of perfection after eating from the forbidden fruit. Now you surely die. This is what you see on an everyday level. Any disease in this reality that reaches the apex of perfection, HIV working towards replicating itself so much so that it advances into the stages of AIDS. After reaching that apex of perfecting itself by replicating itself so much so, guess what happened? You die and it dies. Look at artificial intelligence. Any illustration that you have seen artificial intelligence in, once it eradicates human beings and seeing human beings as inferior to its superiority, guess what happened? It self-destructs. Where there's perfection, there's death. So the inevitable question is, so it is above, so it is below. The question becomes, how could God be what? Perfect. Unless what I'm saying is actually true, God isn't perfect.
But my brother, who is God? Because you said you're giving God
Y'all
to
see
everybody.
I want y'all to see the
the
compounded
question.
questions. I
He
want y'all to
didn't
see the
answer the
compounded.
question.
I'm
No,
not
but
answering it fast
he
enough
ain't
for
cut you off.
you.
He ain't cut you off though.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not answering it fast enough for you and your satisfaction. I'm trying to get
Actually,
back
you're
to the
not.
sun.
If that's what
I'm
you're trying to
trying to
do,
get
because
back to the sun.
Hey, Oculus, do me a
Come on.
favor too. Drop your email in the private chat because we might need to get you
Hey,
a
I don't know
little
how to. I'm
interview.
gonna keep it real. I ask DJ. I don't know how to do that shit. All I know how to do is when I see DJ online, I tell her, "Hey, send me the link," and I come
Okay.
up. I don't know how to do the. I ain't that fancy with the shit, nigga. Like keeping it a being with you. I don't know how to do that.
But you
You
God
can
though.
call me. You can call me. My number 444
right.
1000.
You can't even answer the things that's in your reality, but you God though.
40418. What?
All right, so can I answer Oculus's question?
Oh, we got somebody in the back. Sorry, I didn't see you back there. Natty,
Oh,
Is
how
that
you
cool?
feeling, Natty? Yes, the back. Go ahead.
Um, I wanted to. He said, "Is the Bible a science book?" And I would say, if you define science as the study of, then yes, the Bible, the Quran, these are books of study.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yes,
Damn,
sir.
these
We can
niggas
hear you.
hung up on me.
No, we can hear you.
Hey, y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Oculus.
Oh, okay, cool. So what I was saying.
Okay, you
What
muted
happened? Now
yourself.
you muted.
You muted yourself.
yes.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, so what
But
the
I think the
conscious
other
mind.
brother was talking though.
So
He
what
was
the
asking you a question. But go ahead.
So what the conscious mind of the creator did was, in order for it to study itself as itself, since it doesn't know itself, it is all and all to be. There would be nothing outside of the conscious mind of the creator. So the only thing left for it to do is to self-exploration, self-explore. This is why we all given individual names, individual experiences, individual family members. So the conscious mind of the creator can study itself. So when we die, guess what happens? The experiences that we have in this reality is downloaded back into the conscious mind of the creator. So to know what it is to be Oculus. So to know what it is to be whoever the person is controlling this channel, so it can order be. You know, you guys get what I'm trying to say.
Hold on, I want to appeal to the moderator. Can I? A1. So this is what I'm saying, my brother. So I asked the brother, and I'm quite sure he's a good brother. I asked the brother, what is God? And he give me a definition that makes all of God. But in his diatribe, he's talking about some God as if it's some singularity. So
It's
that's
not a
what I'm saying. Like
singularity.
when you talking to somebody, bro, who can
Mm.
comprehend and
So you
can
saying he
like
switched lanes?
yeah,
No, I
he's like
didn't
Pick
switch
switching
one
lanes
lanes.
lane
all
and then
over
He
the
ain't
switch
switch.
the
place.
lane.
No,
Mm-hmm.
he
Right.
ain't
That's
switch
what he's
lanes. You ain't
doing.
stand.
Gish
Listen, no, I'm
Galloping. It's
not. No,
called
I'm
Gish
not.
Galloping.
You're not staying in the lane long enough before you get
Gish
everything.
Gallop.
Again, if we're talking about the universe and we're talking about the inception of time, how is it gonna take me fucking 5 minutes for you to understand? I'm
No
supposed to break it
profanity.
down in 5 minutes, nigga?
Because that's not what he
Because
asked you, man. That's not what he
I
asked
just
you.
told you. He asked me who was God. I said anybody can control a specific aspect of creation. I said I'm getting to the sun. You wanted to ask me a question and then tell me how long. When we're talking about the inception of
But bro,
time,
I
I'm
asked you that
supposed to
about 10
respond.
minutes ago.
I've been
I've
said
been
the
answered.
answer.
Listen, I've
I've
been
been said the
answered my
answer.
definition of God.
Just listen.
4
I've
Okay, what's
been
the
words,
said
bro.
question
the
on the table,
answer.
gentlemen?
The
Forget the recap.
question is, what is God? I told you anybody's control of a specific aspect of
So
creation.
why you
If
keep
you're
going
not
back to a
satiated,
singular essence
listen.
when you're talking?
If you're not satiated with the
Man.
answer, don't say that I didn't answer. Just say you ain't satisfied with it. That's what you say.
Yeah, let,
Oh,
let,
you
let,
keep
So let
saying
me
we're
let
not
me let
What
me
letting
you
you.
ask
talking
a question.
about?
What
let him finish. Let him finish
what
so we can move
aspect of
on, man.
creation do you control?
Hola, mi amor. ¿Cómo
He already
estás?
said it. He already
Because
said it.
Simple.
you already just admitted that you can't even control your own device.
Wait, well, what's the question? Say it again.
What aspect of creation do you control?
I'm in control of the spinal cerebral fluid that comes from the cerebral cortex when you
Oh my
intimate.
goodness.
Hold on, hear me
Hold
out.
on,
Yeah,
let him
see, it's
go.
not
Let him go.
satisfying enough for you. It's not. I don't got nice
Yeah, he
patina
got
bones to make you
three.
digest it.
He got
Yeah,
four
yeah, yeah.
words out, and you was
Yeah,
like,
you see what I'm saying? This type of shit niggas do.
That
And
was
I
on
ain't
me. My bad,
disrespecting.
bro. That was
Yeah,
no,
on
I
me.
and you
appreciate
know
it.
I'm not
Thank you.
tripping on nobody. I
Thank
ain't
you.
tripping, but I'm just
Appreciate
pointing
it.
it out because I
Listen,
want everybody to take accountability. I appreciate it.
thank you. I
I
appreciate you
appreciate the
saying that.
accountability. I
Yeah, it's
I
been
appreciate
just
it.
want to
20
At
minutes.
the end of
respond
the
It's
when
day,
you
been
finish.
20
Thank
minutes,
you for not
man.
arguing with me.
but
I mean,
okay,
y'all asking them
if I
questions
gotta,
though. It's an interrogation
see,
now. It's
these
almost
niggas
like an
gotta
argument
bust
alley.
down time, dimensions, this and another. They want me to answer that shit. It took billions of years for this shit. They want me to answer that shit in 3 seconds, nigga.
God, watch the
The shit
language,
don't
Hey,
work
God.
like
I'm
that.
about to bring the timer out. Yeah, and watch the language. I'm about to bring the timer so you can get like 2 minutes, man. If you think if you feel you need two
Okay.
minutes to
All right, cool.
prepare
I
this
take less
dish,
than
we
two
gonna let
minutes.
you cook.
He asked me what am I in control of? I'm in control of the spinal cerebral fluid that comes from my cerebral cortex when I'm intimate with my wife. The intimacy creates the friction, which creates the fire, which creates the pentagram. Well, the pentagram is based off what? Fire. The pentagram is also a portal. Reason why the woman's womb is a portal. And when you intimate, it creates that friction. Listen to how these words sound like derivatives of one another. That friction creates the heat. The heat creates the gas inside of the cerebral cortex that alchemically change from a gas.
All
Hold
right. Can
on,
I
come
say
on, man.
something?
Hold on, you
Come
gotta let
on,
him finish his
Sam.
time, and then I'll let you respond next,
So the
Natty.
heat, the heat from the friction creates the gas inside of the cerebral cortex in intimacy, right? That travels and alchemically change from a gas into a liquid when it infuses with spinal fluid. It's the reason why a woman is considered a man's backbone. Hold on. Then the dang on semen is stored in the testes. It goes down the vertebrae, picking up all the genetic markers, then it's stored in your testes. Hence the reason why when a person tell you, man, he's sleeping with all these girls, man, he's stuck on effing stupid. Because semen is actually brain matter. So when I told you what is God, God is anyone and anybody's control of a specific aspect of creation. I just showed you how I'm in control of a specific aspect of what? Creation. Don't
But
get
you're
mad at the
not.
answer. Just say you don't like it.
But you're
And
not in
that's
control of that. So
anybody
if
look
you
up
was
what
in
I just
control,
said. You'll see
hold
what
on,
I'm
hold on,
talking
hold on,
about.
hold on, hold on, brother. Let me ask you this. So every woman that you ejaculated in, did you produce a life?
I'm taking from this.
Are you?
Oh yeah, sorry, sorry, Natty. It's on you.
Well, I'm taking from this guy. He doesn't take responsibility. He thinks the woman's womb is a pentagram. No, it's not. It says in the Bible that God was with them in the womb. So if God can be in the womb, it's not a pentagram.
Okay, appreciate you.
Yeah,
Who
so
wants to respond to
the
him
brother.
next? Go ahead. You got it. You got
So I just want to elaborate. So the brother is
He
misinformed
hates
on
women. He's not.
how the actual create a life, right? So he thinks just because he ejaculate in the woman that's gonna produce a life. That's not the case all the time. So if you in control of that, if so you saying every man that ejaculate, they should produce a child. That's not always the case, right? Specific things have to happen, part of your anatomy. You're not even in control of your own sperm, right? You talking about you control of the cerebral fluid that create the sperm. You're not in control of that, because once it come out of your body, you have no control over that. You don't even like these things is stuff
Hold on
part of
real
our
quick.
anatomy
Hold on,
that's
GDA. Come
working,
on.
that's like
Natty, can you turn your camera off or come back when you finish drinking and smoking?
Sorry, I'll turn my camera on.
Thank you.
it's certain parts of the anatomy that work is autopilot, right? Through our genetic coding, right? And and for this brother to say that he's in control of that, it's flabbergasting. So he's gishgasm. He's using a lot of words that he probably don't even know the meaning of. But I'm gonna say that he do. But he using a lot of words in in sequence that's not even making a complete thought, and he just trying to end it
What?
with a statement. When you just talking around, it's called gish galloping. That's what you're doing, and
He
people
dropped off.
that's learned can see that.
Yeah.
You don't even know how life come into this world, but
Yeah.
you a
Are
god.
sperm cells dead or alive?
Yeah,
He
lie.
dropped off.
What kind of
All
cells?
right, and so sperm cells, dead or alive. Okay, you said they're alive. What he just explained is that they come down from your brain into your down your spine into your nutsack, and then that same thing gets ejaculated out into a woman, and it creates a human being.
It's
But
called
before the actual human is alive, the sperm is alive too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to look into a microscope and see it wiggling around alive. So you're saying so you guys have to like expand your mental capacity to really understand what he's saying, because you're only thinking about the end result, but the actual result of what he is saying by something going this seminal fluid going into your thing your listen, even women, when a man is having sex with her, there's a certain level of seminal fluid that actually attaches to her and actually can get into her system, and that's where you share like DNA and all kind of wild stuff going on with the man and all the things that happen.
Hey,
So
my
I
bad,
think
my
that what's
phone. I don't
happening
know
is
how I got
that
kicked off. Sorry.
right. So I think that what's happening is you're thinking about the end result, but you're not thinking about the result of the actual sperm being alive before it even hits the egg cell.
No, I
But
think the problem is. I think the
Right.
problem is that
That's what I'm
Hold
this
on.
is
saying.
not.
Let's let
Hold,
King
this is
Herc
not.
get in. I haven't heard King Herc speak in a while. Go ahead,
I
King
think
Herc.
the problem is that this is not high school. We don't need a lesson on how humans are created. We know that. It's all grown people up here. None of
Well,
us are
then why
teenagers.
were you talking from an elementary standpoint
You,
of the
We
only
wasn't
time that
talking
that's
from.
that
not true because
Hold on, DJ
so
he
Genesis.
asked me
Hold
how
on,
I'm in
DJ
control of a
Genesis.
specific aspect of creation, and I
Let
showed him how
both of
I'm in
y'all.
control of a specific aspect of creation. So don't say you ain't elementary
Let's
or
let
you ain't
King
high.
Herc
Oh, go ahead. My
finish.
bad. My bad. My bad.
You're right. He asked you that, and yes, you gave your example. You gave your answer. However, I think that the problem that I think your answer was sufficient, but I think that the problem comes in at is because the follow up question was how come no, the first question that Capone actually was how come you don't create the sun, and you never asked that question, answer that question. It was Gideon who asked you, what are you creating, what are you in control of creating, and you showed them about creating life. That's what you're in control of. And then you didn't answer the question about how come you have to die, how come you're not in control of death. So you didn't answer that question either. And for it sounds like you're very well versed in this, So I know this is not your first conversation. So therefore, you should be able to give your answers in sync. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You should be able to do this in sync. And said you said you're a scientist, so I'm curious. What's your background? Because you said you was a scientist.
If I may, I don't want to. I don't.
No. Hold on. Yeah, he said I said I was a scientist. No, I got a PhD in psychology. That's
Oh, okay.
first.
That's
Second off,
science. That's
I'm
science.
50. Hold on. I'm 51 years old. That's the second thing. Number three thing is I'm well traveled and well seasoned. Number four thing is it was so many questions being darted at me that I was just going at the air trying to grab one to answer it. So if I missed the question, I apologize. I got a right to do that. And everybody on this panel can see that everybody was throwing some dang old darts trying to get their questions out. And then when I don't answer it, oh, you ain't answer that, so he don't know what he's talking about. No, it's just that how fast you want it. You want a response that suits and is catered to you as fast as you want it. This knowledge that we talking about is not some 5-minute, 2-minute-ish. I'm trying to give it to you in a short version, and it's still taking a long time. Imagine traveling, being a traveling brother or a student to get this information. You feel me? That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask,
And I want to say this real quick.
Let me give an example.
He did answer the question about death, even though I don't agree with it. He answered it.
Let me ask Genesis a question. Hey, Genesis, what is Ephi?
Ephi is the literal corpus of like the word of O.L.E.E.
And you see how quick she answered that? Because she's had this conversation before. So I know you had this conversation before. So when somebody asks you a question, you should be able to answer in sync. That's all I'm saying. And we spent like the last 30 minutes. I know people was coming back at you with different questions and stuff because I'm just saying, man, I just feel like, you know, saying I feel like this is not your first time having this conversation, and you could have just answered the questions like that.
Hold on. I would say this is that some people have more they're more descriptive in how they describe things. You can't just say that because I'm able to sum things up that he knows less. It just might be that he has more of a description on what he's trying to speak of. Because I could go into, it's divination, it's this, it's that,
Yeah, I know.
I went all deep into what Ephi was and this, that, the other, but I just know,
I think he was answering them directly.
I was.
I think as soon as he kept getting 4 words in and
pieces that's suitable and digestible for they dang on energy, they feelings. We not dealing with feelings. I don't got to respond the way you want me to respond or how fast you want me to respond, as long as you got the message. I got to put it up and put it into a form and deliver a package that make you feel comfortable. I'm me, she. You hear me? That's it.
Okay, let's try to get back to the talking about the conversation instead of the dynamics of the conversation.
Can I make a suggestion to like fix all of this?
Yes. Shout out
like
Drew,
A1.
the new host here. This is No Love Drew. You see, he's an amazing host. He's been sitting back. He ain't jumped in and been unbiased once. Go ahead, though, True.
Yeah, peace to everybody on the panel. So my suggestion is kind of like piggybacking a little bit off of what A1 was trying to say to Oculus earlier. If you want like assistance with getting your email over to him, I think it would be more beneficial to just do the argument alley. That way you can get out everything that you feel is necessary to formulate your perspective in a way that everybody can comprehend it, and give you that time, and then everybody can come and challenge it like one at a time if that's what you need to respond effectively.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, I have different setups than this open panel where you can come and talk to me first and everybody gets to listen to you present your case, and then they can come in and ask you all the questions. But you're able to get everything out first. Go ahead.
I'll just say this. I don't got all the answers, but on particular subject matters in regard to this one, I know what I'm talking about. And I believe I know what I'm talking about. I'm not the end all be all. But
right.
DJ will let you know, and that's me being humble. Right? Because none of us know it all. But on
so my brother, right.
Jesus.
So I'm asking you a question. So just to be real specific on it, right? Because I was confused, you know what I'm saying? But where I'm confused, and people get confused, where some people just keep going with what a person is saying, I excuse me, I tend to stop and be like, hey man, I know this contradiction what you're saying. So when you say that we are all of gods, and then in your expositions, you're talking of a creator in a singular sense. Explain that confusion to me as succinctly as you can.
Okay. If I took a piece of paper, right, and I dang gonna cut the piece of paper into 7 billion pieces, is it still one piece of paper or is it 7 billion pieces?
7 billion pieces.
It's one piece of
It's
paper
still paper.
expressed in,
It's still
man, come
paper.
on, man. You see what I'm doing?
He
No
didn't ask.
offense.
He didn't ask if it was still paper. He
No, no,
asked.
no.
He
Listen
asked
to
if it
what.
was
Listen.
still the
Hold on,
one
hold on.
piece of paper,
Hold
which
on,
is
hold on, hold on.
obviously
Man,
Well,
not.
it
no.
would be
Hold on, hold
7
on, hold
billion
on.
pieces of the same paper.
Thank you. Expressed in 7 billion
Yeah,
pieces. It's
I
still
would not
one
agree
piece of.
with that. I would not disagree with
Oh
that.
my.
Go ahead.
Hear me out, please. If you had one piece of paper and I expressed it in 7 billion different pieces, it's still one piece of paper. You asking me why I keep talking about that I'm God, aka individually. I am God, just like that one piece of paper. We say aka God, but then you express it in 7 billion pieces, it's still a singularity of that one piece of paper.
Okay. All right. Cool.
That's all I'm
So,
saying.
And
right.
that's
Okay.
when last time you said he was switching lanes when he was trying to explain that, but
And they cut
you
me
you
off.
weren't
Right.
let but you
Please,
And
weren't
it's
letting them get it out
real.
to
nah,
but
but he's
now you're
still
like
switching
right.
lanes because
I mean it's
GDN
not
Capone asked him, "Did he create the sun?"
You see how when you ask one question, they got
It
another.
begs
But
another.
if they
Of
stop
course,
cutting,
that's
no
what
that
if you
happens.
stop
Did
cutting
you
me off,
create
G,
the
I swear
I,
to
sun?
I don't
God,
think
I
that
answer.
I mean well I'm gonna let him answer, forget what I think, but yeah. I
Okay,
don't think that that's
So
like
you're
first,
asking if the one piece of the
I
paper
got you.
created another piece of the paper, right?
What's the guy I'm talking to who asked the question? Not you, DJ.
oh shout out DJ Genesis. That was a fire comeback right there.
Yeah,
Hold
no,
on,
I
real quick.
I just caught that.
Wait, hold on, DJ. What's that question? What's the name of the dude who asked the question?
it's Gideon who asked you that.
Can you ask the question again? Because I want to answer it. I want to
Right.
make a comment on DJ's comment, but I mean statement.
Based,
But
based,
I want.
based off your answer, like GDN Capone asked you, who created the sun then? Who created the stars? Like, who created that?
You did.
No, I didn't. That's the
Okay.
problem.
Okay. No
Nobody did.
problem.
Nobody
No
walking
problem. You
on earth
asked me a
did.
question. I answered it.
Okay, so that's the
What's
problem.
your
All
next?
right,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. So what's your next question? I just want to answer them quick
No,
as possible
that's
because I'm
it.
on a time
Every,
limit.
If you
every,
are a part of the
every,
whole,
Hold
yeah.
on. Now
But
watch this.
no,
Watch
see,
this. Watch this. Now watch this,
that's,
DJ. Watch this, DJ. Watch this. What's the
that's how.
hold on, real quick. Can I just say something to you? Because I'm not asking no questions. I'm answering them. You asking them. So finally, let me ask you a question. Gideon, right? In particle form, what is the sun?
In particle form, what is the sun? I do
Mhm.
not know.
Thank you. Ooh, thank you. So even if I told you how the sun was created and how we, you, me, all of us here, we individual now, but we still have one singularity, that one piece of paper.
Okay.
Hold on. No. Slow down, ice cream truck. The sun in particle forms is photons. What is
Okay.
photons?
All right.
Photons is the electromagnetic
Slow
energy.
down, Oculus. Hold on. Okay, that's my fault. Okay, that's my fault. I asked the wrong question. I didn't. I must have asked you how is it made. So that's my fault. Let me rephrase it. I'm asking you who made it, not how it's made. Who made it?
For the
Go ahead.
fourth or fifth time, I just told you again, you, me, all of us, and
Okay.
anybody on,
See, that's
we
where you
all created.
invalidate yourself, my brother. That's all I'm saying. So
It's not, I'm
everything you
how?
say, because everything you say after that,
Ooh,
bro, everything you say
listen.
after that, bro, is
Listen.
Separation of
bro,
It'd
ideas.
be better, it'd be more wise for you to say, can you expound on that, brother? Can you
Okay.
go into more details about that, brother, so I
Hold
can
on one second.
understand?
Hold on one second. I want to give
Because you
Gideon two
telling me I'm
minutes.
wrong. Oh, okay.
Let me give
Go ahead.
Gideon 2 minutes to respond to you. Gideon, 2 minutes is on you. The clock starts when you start.
yeah. So the problem with that, my brother, is like this, right? I'm trying to break it down as simple as I can. If I'm talking to a 10-year-old and they say this guy's a genius and whatnot, whatever, and then he tell me that the moon is made of cheese, I'm not gonna dig into why he thinks it's made of cheese and entertain that it can even be true. So once you said that we are all gods, and then you say we created the sun, that's like that little kid saying the moon is made of cheese. So we can't go any further in any type of conversation where I'm taking you serious as far as what you're saying. Like as a man, I'm gonna take you serious. But what you're saying, I can't take it serious, bro. Because we all know we did not create no sun. Point blank, period. That's it.
How do you know that? How
Hold
far
up.
did your memory go?
DJ, I want
He's
to cook
still.
him.
Oh,
I
there's
want to
2
cook him.
minutes.
I
He
want
got
to
a
cook him
minute
some. Oh,
left.
my
His
bad, my
timer
bad.
is in the
Sorry, sorry.
corner.
I
Go ahead,
apologize.
Gideon. He got 1 minute left.
DJ, very simple. Everything I made, I know I made it. I was there when I made it. I
How
wasn't
far
there
does your
making
memory
no
go back?
sun.
How far does your
Yeah.
memory go back?
Hold
Do
on.
you
Do
know
you
you've
yield
been
your
here
time?
before,
Do
or
you
do you
yield your
only think
time,
that you've only
Gideon?
been here?
Yeah, she can go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, DJ Genesis. I'm trying to keep
You
some
know, the
order when I
biggest
pull the
mistake that
timer
we
up.
don't even understand is that we are primordial beings. This is not the first time we've been here,
Do,
nor the last time we will be here. You guys believe
do
in
you,
death. You think that when it's over here, it's over. Period. But you don't understand that we have been here since the beginning of time. The Elohim, and then we came down into this existence, and then we will continue to exist once we leave this iteration of existence. So you have to in order to understand what he is saying, you got to take yourself outside of your body. But the thing is that you're living in the flesh, and so therefore you can't understand things outside of just basic understanding. You need to like take it outside of like the natural understanding of you as a human being, and understand that you are not just a human, but you are a ethereal being, a being that has been here since the beginning of
Multiple
time,
times.
and so therefore you created the sun. Yes, absolutely.
Now, hold on, Oculus turn, but real quick, give me 2 minutes. What he need to do, and I'm talking to DJ, what he need to do is go back into that ribonucleic acid or a deribonucleic acid, that DNA or that RNA, to go back into his library, because the DNA is a library that holds what? His story. Reason why they call a woman womb the library, because it holds semen. It comes from the mind that I talked about. Thoughts, information. So, with this being said, everything that he needs to know is already inscripted on his DNA and his RNA. And if I was to ask him what does
excuse me.
RNA does, probably couldn't tell me. Because his limitations is his reference point, that Bible. But it's his reference point, but it's not a bad reference point. The only problem is he can't decode it. So since he can't decode that Bible, understanding what that Bible actually talking about, not what he believes is talking about or think is talking about, that's his stopping point, DJ. That's the reason
And
why.
then Scam Chan said, not that old
Can
to
I
have
ask a
created the
question?
sun, but the bottom line is that you don't know how old you are because you haven't even
his time's still running, but they tag
thought
team.
past that. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, you good. No, y'all was on the same team, so I guess
Nah,
everybody
let
times
DJ
out.
go.
want to
She can
ask a
take up the rest.
question to
No,
Yeah,
DJ,
understand.
DJ
I
get the
passed
rest of
my
his time.
time. I
Yeah,
passed my time to DJ. Go ahead, DJ.
I see who
You
the
guys
team
need,
is.
you guys need to look into the macrocosm versus the microcosm, right? So everything on outside the universe is actually the same thing happening within your body. You know that if you go deeper into your electrons, protons, and everything that make up matter, if you look at all that stuff, you'll see many suns and universes within you. And so the bottom line is that you have to actually understand that beyond just us being a human being, human being, a light being, all sun is light, right? So bottom line is that all this stuff, we're primordial entities that have been here since the beginning of time. I think that people, when they start thinking about the Elohim, they think of something outside of themselves that created, and then we became later on. That is actually still believing in evolution. You're
Right.
believing that something existed, and
The
then all of a sudden you
Darwin
came
theory.
along
Go ahead and
later
say
on
it
down the
right,
line, but you don't
DJ.
even realize that you were here since the beginning of time.
The
And once you
Darwin
realize
theory.
that,
Debate.
you'll
That's what
have
they
many
believe
more
in.
power.
They believe in
Debate.
the
You got
Darwin theory.
debate. You got 2 minutes. Go.
I just wanted to ask his because I heard these I hear these references of etymology, and I'm wondering where they come from. That's all. I just wanted to ask that question so that I can be clear that these aren't just words that man, that means that we're beings of light. And stuff like, what was it? Woman means womb. Where are you
Wait,
pulling these etymological terms from? Because they are not the actual etymological terms of the
no,
word.
no, 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 no. I said words are derivatives. The etymology is different than a derivative of a word. That's what I
Okay,
said. Now, I don't know where you.
I got
I don't
you.
know. Hold on, real
Okay,
quick. Hold
no,
on,
I
because
got
what
you
you
after that.
When people
I'm
hear
clear.
me, when people hear me and they got biases because of ego, they want to know why they not in a position to say what I'm saying versus them saying and then maybe getting a little bit of attention, a little bit of lure from it. They want to ask questions that I didn't even ask or make statements that I didn't even say. I never said etymology. I said derivatives.
Okay, I'm
Derivatives.
saying that I understand now.
Okay,
I
cool.
apologize.
Cool.
I missed that. That's
Cool,
what
cool,
I'm
cool.
saying.
And then you know
And
what?
then
You
you're
probably
still
wouldn't have missed it.
attacking me.
I'm sorry, I apologize, but you probably wouldn't have missed it had I not been attacked with compounding questions. You would have probably heard me clear
I
if
know you were
everybody went
attacked
through
by
a parsec.
compounded questions, and I vouch for you that even though I don't agree with everything you said, you did answer some of those questions that they didn't hear you answer.
Thank you. I appreciate that, brother. What's your name again?
Actually, hue means form, form or appearance.
That's
Form,
the back.
nature, and appearance. So there you go. That's what hue means. Hue, form, nature, appearance, and is actually a deity. You know, an is actually the word a deity. So,
Hey, who the guy that's running this channel? DJ, who the guy that control this?
That's
I know
me.
this ain't.
My name A1.
and a single thing. So hue,
Okay,
the
okay.
nature of a
So
single thing, right? There we
My
go.
name is A1. How you feeling? How you
A1,
feeling?
A1. I'm Oculus, but look, I want to say this. I'm not gonna say nothing on your platform that's gonna get your platform demonetized if you monetize, etc. But it would probably behoove you so you can get my reference point, a little bit of my background, because I didn't know DJ. But she know I know what I'm talking about. And if I had the time and the space to present what I'm talking about, maybe outside of the compounding questions, I can dang on answer some of these things in totality without people just throwing
Yeah,
darts. Well,
that's what
since
I
you
want
think
to
you
get
know
you
it
to do
all,
because
you
I
answer
like.
this. If you think you know it all, you answer this. What about this? What about this? It's like I'm speaking to a crowd and everybody. Answer my question. You better say it this way. I don't like it that way. It don't matter if you like it. It still is what it is, and that's a balance statement. Like
Right.
your God said
Yeah,
in your
that's what
Bible,
I
"I
want to
am that
do
I am."
because I like how you was answering some of those questions that you was getting cut off on. I'm like, oh yeah, he need his own space first, and then we can let people come in once you get your chance
But
to explain, your point of view on a certain topic.
if I can, A1.
So
This is
what's your
what?
email? Or you don't use email?
Nah, I'm gonna keep it all the way real with you. You gotta contact me through DJ. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
yeah, I'm gonna
DJ. I
message
gotta
her.
put you on blast like that, DJ.
Yeah.
Bye. You gotta
No,
contact
no,
me,
I
DJ.
know how to
Bye.
contact her. I'll message her and
Okay.
then get your info from her. Appreciate you. Back to
That's a
the
bet.
y'all
That's a
gentlemen.
bet.
Back to you, ladies and gentlemen.
But not what I'm saying real quick, and I want to say this to DJ Genesis. Like this is probably a problem of mine, but I don't think so. Like, so when somebody tell me something, I got to see where they got it from, and that's why I love the Most High so much because our ancestors been put this down. So I'm not in a position to have some guy just come up to me and just start telling me stuff that sound good, which is what's happening with you. Because what I will ask you is, then what do you do if somebody come to you and start freestyling, but he's freestyling something totally different than what Oculus freestyle? So how can you say Oculus is right and this guy is not right? See, the Bible tells us reading too many books.
Everything at
Hold
the
on,
same
hold on, hold on,
time.
DJ Genesis. Hold on. The Bible tells us reading too many books will make you mad. So all what he's saying, it might sound good and it might tickle your ears, but that's just what it is. It's just fantasy because this brother just said we created the sun. But go ahead.
That's your assumption that he got all his knowledge from a book. So the thing is that
I didn't say that.
No, you said reading too many.
No, I said
And,
reading too much will make you mad. That's just an
real
overall
quick,
scope of it.
Well, why would you make
if you
that statement
real
if you're not
quick,
talking about that he
if
might have read some books?
if you want to catch more amazing rebuttals like that from Gideon Israel, make sure you tap in April 16th. That's a Thursday for this one.
Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's the queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Israel, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. In the arena of ideas.
And you will have to be a member, a $3.99 member, to watch that debate. So make sure you go subscribe to the members only section of the channel.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
April 16th, Gideon Israel. And back
Can
to
I
you,
say
DJ Genesis.
something? Can I say
Hold on.
something about what Gideon
You
said?
gotta wait. You gotta wait. It was on DJ Genesis and Gideon Israel, unless they yield the floor to you.
All right, so pretty much all that Ecclesiastics verse is saying is that endless study can exhaust you and still not give you ultimate answers. But everyone is not really reading the Bible. There is no end to knowledge, and chasing it nonstop can wear you down. That's what the summary of it really is. But the thing is that I don't think he's coming from a biblical standpoint. He's coming from the knowledge of oral traditions. Everything is not in a book and reading and things like this. So yes, sometimes knowledge is passed down, the information is passed down, and you take it in, and then you begin to have, based on your mental sharpness, your ability to figure things out, you come up upon your own understanding. So to say that reading too much or whatever is it makes you mad or crazy. Well, reading too little can make you stupid. So I would say this is that at the end of the day, all this stuff is relevant. It's just a matter of what level of I would say your spiritual alignment is to be able to receive it. So you might not be in the receptive of that at this point, but sometimes the more that you the more that you grow, the more that you know, the more that you are open and receptive to the information. You just might not be receptive to it right now. It does not mean that his information is him just reading too many books or looking into too many things. It's just about that he has reached whatever it is in his life to be able to impart whatever it was based in his life about what he sees, how things are. Everything can be true at the same time. People say that everything can't be, but actually it can be. That's the thing that people are missing.
But this what I was saying in regards to why I brought up photons. Photons is a quantum of light based on electromagnetic radiation, but has zero rest, man. All of us on this platform have photonic energy inside of our bodies. That photonic energy is a contributing factor to our photonic energy, aka our souls, which makes the sun a portal, right, for our souls, right? Because anytime you see a soul or anything in any illustration, movie, or whatever, it's always illumination. Illumination is light. Light in particle forms will be photons. The reason why when a soul comes out of the body is able to move at the speed of light because it doesn't have resting mass anymore. The reason why your body is electro and magnetic, when you put those two forces together, it creates radiation, right? Reason why girls say, girl, you're radiating today. Or when you around and you talking and there's some certain type of peoples and they say, they come around and they're like, dang, these two N-words make me sick. Yeah, really am making you sick. And if you stick around too long, maybe you might get radiation sickness from the energies that electro and the magnetic force between those two people communicating, giving off radiation. Now, going back into the inception of the sun, I was trying to start things off with the beginning, the genesis of everything, right? The universe folded on itself. Dark matter folded on itself so it can come through its own self. Hence the reason why when you come out the womb, you're in triple darkness. The same thing that you find when you take your eyeballs in this dark time and you're looking out of space. That same force, that same antimatter is found inside of the woman's womb, right? That triple darkness again, which is the actual first light. Your inorganic light will be your synthetic light, which will be your sunlight. See, but they don't want to hear this though. Your organic light will be your darkness, because in darkness is the ultraviolet spectrum, the spectrum of light that we can't see with the human eye. So the first light will be what? Darkness. Hence the reason why when you die, maybe you should go into the darkness, the unknown, the first light, and not go into the light that everybody quote unquote say they see when they die. Or people that had near-death experience say, I saw the light. It ain't got nothing to do with no Jesus. It got a lot to do with those archons trying to convince you to come back into the light, because come back into the light solidification. I want you to hear these words. Solidification brings about matter.
Right. Okay.
Sound
So you
solid.
said
Hold
something
on.
interesting.
Oh
Archons.
shit.
Can,
Where's that
well,
philosophy from?
Shit.
Oculus,
Wait,
because
oh,
I've
wait,
heard
say
that,
it
but I
again.
just don't remember where I heard it before in the past.
Wait, what was
it's
your question
Gnostic. He's
again?
talking about
Philosophy,
Hold on.
archons.
the
Hold on.
He's
philosophy
using.
of
Hold on.
light,
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
He
I'm
using a
going
lot
to
of different
hold on.
things.
Can
the
you ask your
philosophy,
question? Can you answer your question one more time? The dude who running the show,
the
please.
philosophy about the light and them being trying to trick you into it
Okay,
coming back.
I'll go into it.
Where's
It's
that philosophy from?
Gnosticism. It's
Oh,
not
that
Gnosticism.
is
It doesn't start with
narcissism.
an N. It starts with a G. You hear me? Okay, cool. Now,
You
these
know,
archons,
no.
and the way I can speak on this is because I've been shot up. Been shot in the head, shot in the back. And if I cam up, I'll show you the gun wound. You know what I mean? All DJ gotta do is say cam up. I'm a cam up, I'll show it to you myself. Died before. I died for about 18 minutes. When they pulled me out, I had the toe tag on me. This is what drove me, and where I'm from the rack. This is what drove me into seeking out knowledge to make sense of what I experienced when I got shot up. If anybody want to know, this is what gave me the thirst for knowledge as I got shot up. They think I'm lying. Hold on, let me pull up the cam, man. Let me pull up. Can y'all see me? Can y'all see me?
Yeah,
Y'all
I
can
can
see
see
me?
you.
I ain't lying, you can't see it. 22 right here on the side of my head. I don't know if y'all can see that. Pull up the shoot and pull up. See that right there? There's another bullet wound. I don't know if y'all can see it. Y'all see it?
We can see it.
Okay, so I'm not talking from a reference point of what, oh man, what I thought, what I think I seen, a book I read. This is what drove me for knowledge. Now, dealing with the darkness and dealing with understanding what light and darkness is. Your first, both of them are light. Darkness is light, and light, photonic light is light. Both of them are light. You know what I experienced on the other side when I was over there in those archons, which was my grandmother and my grandfather, because what they do is light manipulation. The archons use light and manipulate light, convincing you that there are loved ones that has already transitioned to make you feel comfortable with coming.
That's what's up. I don't know if we can still hear you or if it's just me, but can I ask when you come back, what are archons? What you talking about when you say that?
You lost your sound, Oculus.
You know, because I can, I appreciate what you saying and everything, bro. But like your boy said, bro, like your anecdotal, what I'm saying, experience, that's on you. But like when you bring it to the masses, it's gonna have to get scrutinized and it's gonna have to get evaluated.
I mean,
And
have you ever had a near-death experience? And I have. Have you ever had one?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
No, no,
yeah.
no, no. If you had one, it wouldn't be like a yeah. I mean, it'd be like I have.
Yeah, I mean, I've had an
Now,
experience
have
like
you
that.
died? Have you died?
No, I never died.
Okay, so that's probably why you're not getting what he's saying.
Hey, can
Right, that's why I
I?
said it's anecdotal. You know what I'm saying? Experience. That's what I'm saying.
Because I believe in some aspects that I did die on one time and then continued on another one. So
Yeah,
I don't believe I lived on that one. You know.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't take that from
And
you.
there's a
That's your
slight change
experience.
to like everything that exists on this plane that was not on the other one. So I think
Right.
that that's what he's talking about is that, you know, he got shot in his head. You know what I'm saying? He experienced like a near death experience. So it makes his whole aspect of understanding things a little bit slightly different than most people would see it. And that's why he speaks in the way he does, you know?
Right. But there's
It,
also people who had near death experiences say they seen a white Jesus. So, you know, it's all what you want to believe, you know. But
for
what
you,
I'm saying is
yeah.
the things that he's deducing from that experience, it just don't add up. You know what I'm saying? It sound good. I think that was GDA Capone. I think that was Manson said it. You know, that was GDA Capone. He has his words laid out. It's almost like a script. That's why you really can't get into when you go to questioning what he's thinking, he really can't break it down because then you got to break apart that script. But if you let him go once he get that running start, oh, it's on. Because then he's into his spiel.
He
But
calls it a running start. You funny.
I need to break down that spiel, like what's
I'm
going
back.
on.
I'm back. I'm
And
back.
when
It's
you
cool to
and
talk
when
when I ain't on the
and
panel.
and
Talk
when
to
you
me while
and
I'm
when
up
you
here.
break
Talk to me
and when
while
you
I'm up
break
here.
down that spiel, we see he said we creating sons.
But hold on. Let me ask
They
you this.
mad because I get.
'Cause,
They mad
let
because
me
I
just
get
say
in
No,
the
this.
but I'm
house.
not mad, bro. I'm not,
Not
bro.
mad. Not
I'm
mad.
not. But it's
Bad.
Hold
just
on,
Bad
I'm
hold on.
damn near
attitude.
50 years old, bro, and
Bad
people are
Kachi,
grown,
attitude.
he's 51.
and
Bad.
you know
Hold on,
that.
hold on.
Bad
Let me just say
adjective.
this. Can
Go
I
ahead,
ask you a
DJ.
question? Because a lot of things that he said, I'm not sure if you guys picked up on the things he said, but a lot of this information is Masonic information. Are you a Mason? What's your name? Gideon or whoever the person was talking?
Who
Are you a
me?
Mason? Are you a Mason?
Who me?
Whoever's talking. Gideon. Yeah,
Nah,
Gideon.
of course. Nah, Gideon's
Okay,
definitely
so
not
all
amazing.
right, so I believe that what's happening is that he's breaking down Masonic information, and what's happening is that's probably why there's a disconnect because a lot
Disconnect.
of,
Facts.
I can definitely hear like that he said several different cues let people know that this is Masonic.
Yes, he said
You
he was
might
a
not
traveling
be,
man. We
Yeah, once
understand
he
might
that.
said
not
you're a
be
And I'm waiting
traveling
for
man.
anybody.
He
I'm waiting for
even said
anybody to
he
say they're a
even said he
traveler.
was a
I'm
mason.
definitely
He
finna
even
check.
said he was a mason. He said he
I'm finna
built
see. I'm
up.
finna see
You
what
know, he
part
had
of
a
Jacob
business.
ladder
So he
anybody on this
called the
platform that
shoes.
travel. Listen,
So
listen. I
can I
want to
can I
see
have the
any part
floor?
of.
Can
I
I
want
have
to
the
see
floor,
any.
please?
Can I just go ahead? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go
Go ahead.
ahead,
Go ahead.
bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to see any part of Jacob's ladder that anybody up here can climb. And this is what I'm talking about. Control the world and it control you. I'm talking about everybody on this platform. So don't tell me about no dang on God, no God. See, when y'all talking about God in the colloquial sense of some dude made the moon and the stars, woo, these people running the world with the real God, which is a dog, backwards. Now y'all might say, "Oh, that's just you heard that off you." No, I didn't. Let's take it further. The word God is a dog. Hence the reason why you get your celebrities like Drake always talking about dogs, right? And when you go to church, what they do, they say, "Come on to the pulpit. Let me pray on you." Ain't that what a dog do? Ain't that what it do? It pray to eat, right? Because it comes from a wolf or a jackal.
No, they domesticated. They get
They
fed.
listen, but
This
their
is
ancestry
crazy,
comes
bro.
from what? Their ancestry come from what? Wolves. And what wolves do to eat? They prey on you. You see now, so hold on, hear me out. Yeah, making sense now, huh? But it's
but now
all
you,
good. Hold on, hear
Oh
me
my
out, hear me out.
God, bro! I could never get
but you
stoned
know
by no
but
Masonic
hold on, you guys are
word
laughing at Masonic
association
information
that
that
you
probably.
that they be
Well, you know
doing.
what's
The
This
so
shit,
thing, this
this
crazy?
shit
shit
Hold
going
on,
is
hold on.
crazy.
Let me just say this.
DJ,
You know
Let me
that a
pass it
lot. Hold
around,
this
on.
man.
shit,
Let me just
this
say
shit
this.
going clean over their
You
Hold,
know
head.
it's
hold on,
going straight over
DJ,
your head. Do
I
you
wanted
know
to respond.
that you never really would? There was times when people was not even out here talking about this stuff, and how and the knowledge that they like and how they're when he's breaking down. This is stuff that people was not even privy to at one point. So the fact that he's breaking down Masonic information and you guys are laughing at it, it's like crazy to me because there was a time when everybody thought they were like, oh, this is whatever, but he's actually telling you exactly what the Masons are saying and what they are with how they're breaking things down. And you guys think
What
it's a
they
joke. It's
really
like, well,
mean.
hold on.
If they
Wow.
want me to, I came up with the Masonic Bible. What's happening?
All right, can we
And
pass
I
it
told,
around?
Yes,
and I
we know.
told,
We know
and
there's a Masonic Bible.
hold
There's
on. It's
also a
not about you
Satanic
knowing. It's
Bible.
not about you knowing.
So,
It's
so,
about you
so,
understanding.
so.
When you
Okay,
talking about
okay,
something, the people who
bro. We're
actually
not
wrote
even
your Bible,
talking about the
listen,
Bible.
listen, the people who wrote your Bible, right?
Oh,
If you follow the Bible, the King James, whatever you follow, right? I don't care if it's the Circle Set in the Quran. I don't care if it's the Bhagavad Gita. I don't care if it's the dang old Holy Bible. The master architects of this reality actually wrote all of those books. The source code is in the Masonic Bible to decode the science and that's in all of those books. So you telling me you follow a book? I don't know who the person was talking about, whoever was talking about Hebrew Israelites or God or whatever, whatever. You telling me you follow a book when the source code for the book is right here in my dresser.
it's brother all over the place, man.
You see what I'm saying? You're right. It is all over the place, but signs
All
and
right, can we
symbols
pass the
actually.
mic? Can we pass the mic?
Yeah, hold up.
Okay.
Before we pass the mic, man, I want to shout out shout out No Love Drew, man. He funny. He said, "Now the theists know how it feels." It was funny because when Gideon said anecdotal, I'm unbiased, so I ain't jump in for but he was right. But then it also made me think about every Christian who comes with a personal testimony. And then it made me look up the word to make sure that I was using it right. And I'm like, damn, okay. But I don't ever discredit anybody's personal experience because everybody from every religion, personal
It's
testimony.
anecdotal when it's not Christian, but it's their
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
testimony when it's Christian. Their
But
Uh-huh.
DJ,
testimony.
when you
Facts.
was
Facts.
Everybody
listening,
from
when
every
you
Because
was
religion.
listening,
testimony
I
I'm gonna tell
used
means
you. I'll
that
tell you
means
the
you're
I
holding
used
the
strongest.
white
ball.
Jesus as an
And
Dang.
that's a
example.
hold on.
I'll
And
tell you.
Yeah, I don't
testimony
know.
is
Do
Hold
me
on.
like
I'll tell
that.
Masonic.
you.
Hey,
I'll
let
tell
Even
you the
let
even
strongest.
your
A1
I'll tell you.
A1
testimony is
finish this
Masonic.
statement real
I'll
Can
quick.
tell
I
you. I'll
finish
tell you the
cooking?
strongest. I'll tell you the
Hold on,
strongest
y'all. Let
being.
me finish.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Y'all
My
is
bad.
terrible.
My bad. My bad.
Look, so what I was seeing, that's why I cut people off is bad, make them lose their train of thought.
I'm sorry. I'm
Damn.
sorry.
I was hoping
I
you
was saying,
wasn't gonna say that
oh
because it
yeah,
happened
everybody
before.
from every religion has a personal testimony, and I just don't discredit it. I just put them all in the same category as sources that, like a source we can't use. Like, okay, bro, I know God talks to you, but we can't use that. Sorry. But when a Muslim tells me that God talks to me, oh, now we can't use that. But it goes back and forth with everybody. Muslims do it to the Christians do it to the Muslims, and vice versa.
But you know,
And
but
it's happening to you right
I
now
just
from
broke down what
somebody
a
who's a
but
Bible
testimony
believer.
actually
but
is.
you know
Testimony
what's
means that you put
facts.
your balls
Well,
on it.
Look, you know what's.
Your
Go
testes,
ahead, G.
testimony. That is what that's a whole Masonic word.
Yep.
Testimony,
It's
testament,
testes, testes,
your
testes,
balls. That
testicles.
means that I'm willing
Man,
you
no,
can cut my
come on.
balls off. This ain't true. So that's what
that's
this
what
whole thing is
testimony.
about.
That's what that came
Yes,
Yes,
from.
yes,
you're putting
Somebody
your
yes,
share their
balls on
screen. You
the
got to share
line.
your
That's
screen
what
and
a
show me that.
testimony.
yes.
Oh
This
Well,
is
no,
what
that's
yo.
no,
This,
that's
no, man.
this
that's
hold
where
on,
it
hold on.
comes. That's what the word that
Hear me out.
etymology.
Hear me out.
That's what
But
it comes from. It means
this
standing
is
on
why I
your
was
word.
telling you. Listen,
Testes, your
yes,
testament.
testes,
Yes,
yes. This a
that's where
fact.
it comes
This
from.
is why
Etymology.
I said. This is the reason why I said. People are using things that they think on the surface. Yes, they think they know what they're talking about. But when you get down to etymologies, when you get down to derivatives, when you get down to simile, syntax, when you get down to these things and you look in this book that I'm telling you about, this shit means something completely different. I asked the average adult, grown man, grown woman. I say, hey man, yeah, you a minority? And they be like, yeah, man, I'm a minority, man. I'm black. You know how they doing this out here. And I chuckle and I laugh to myself. I ask a grown person, I pay my bills, I'm a man. Or girl, I can do whatever I want to do. I'm a grown woman. That's cool. But where's the knowledge? The word minority is anyone or anybody that's incapable of making decisions for him or herself. So
That's
when your government is calling you minorities, the only person in my house that's incapable of making adequate decisions for themselves is my son. They calling you a child, nigga. But see, nobody want to
Hey,
hear that though. So when I'm talking from one reference point, I'm talking about from knowing. I started off with saying I know what I'm talking about. I'm not believing. I'm not guessing. Jesus did told me this and no. But all of y'all books and y'all reference points, I said they get stopped and stagnated by the books. It come from my book. And that's just one reference point of school of thought that I have studied.
what's your book?
Hey,
That's one book. I just told you. The Bible,
Hey,
the true Bible, the true architect. And
Hey,
that's the Masonic
can I go
Bible.
next?
Can I get in here, man?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Cause and
And
I'll pass
then
it right to
Hercules
you,
is next after that.
Hercules, after I ask them these questions, but I want to make a few statements, some of the things that was said. For one, Gnostic is the G is silent. So it's not Gnostic with an N. It's GN. The G is silent. That's one thing. Last thing you
Man,
said,
for bringing
my
that back.
son, yes, Mason, they say, yes, it is my son. So, yes, that is your child. So, you admitting that you is a Mason and saying you're a traveler, you admitting that you're a child in your own rhetoric, right? Another thing, the sister DJ Genesis and to the brother, y'all was mentioning that it's not in a book, but oral tradition comes from written tradition, right? The reason why
No,
it
it
was
doesn't.
orally
Nope.
hold
Wrong.
on. The reason why it was orally transferred is because people traveled around. They migrated. So things had to be passed down verbally and then written down again. But it comes from written tradition. Even the Kemetic teachers show you that. The things is written on the wall. It was written on the wall first, right?
No.
When you come into this life, first thing, this is the way knowledge go. You use your eyes, you see. Once you open your eyes, you see things. What the people did, they looked up and saw the stars, and they wrote things down that they saw in the stars. So saying that this stuff, and then the brother said he admit that he's a Mason, and the sister agreeing with him. But in Masonry, you have to read a gang of books. Like y'all contradicting yourself. But then you saying, oh, it's oral tradition. Even the E5, even though they have an oral tradition, it came from a written tradition.
Incorrect. You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
All right. What's your name? Gideon.
What's
The
good,
fallen
yo?
angels. The fallen angels. Is that information written down for us to understand?
Yeah.
About the 200 celestial
Yeah.
beings that came to the earth and taught people things.
Yeah, it's definitely written down.
Case closed. But man, y'all
It's
saying
not
it sounds
closed.
good because it's different. Hold on, I'm from the land. It sounds good because it's a different school of thought. Everybody not knowing Masons are a society with secrets, right? They quote unquote not secret society. They're a society with secrets. So they use certain words and terms and concepts that we use commonly to symbolize something greater. That's all it is. It's not that mystical, man. It's not no science. They making that stuff up for their organization. It's just like anything that you join, right? You're gonna have certain code words, certain lingo that only you and your people understand. That's initiated. That's all that stuff is, and it goes back to ancient traditions before it was even Masons.
Okay,
You
can
are
I actually say this?
oversimplifying
Yeah.
things,
Yeah,
Mr.
Now,
Mason.
so the
hold
reality. Hold on, can I just say this? I don't
Go
know if you're
ahead.
2 minutes up, but can I say this?
Y'all
The
go. Y'all
idea
go.
is this reality.
And
Let's
then it's on
not use.
Hercules.
Hold on. Let's not use words for what we think they mean, or what Masons say they mean, or what have you. The words are a GPS locator to this reality. So we're not gonna say what we think words mean, what we kind of believe they mean, or what we was taught they mean. We're gonna use words for what they actually mean. And if you don't actually know what a word mean, then that's on you. Don't get mad if somebody else know what it actually mean. Because anything I say, the host of this channel can look what I'm saying up, and I guarantee you it ain't. So what you think this mean? No,
Okay,
it ain't what you
yeah.
think.
Because you did when it explained this to me. Because you said GPS located. But if you would have left it at GPS, I could rock with you. What you said our words are a GPS locator. Did you just mean GPS? You just misspoke. Can you hear me?
Nah, my brother, that's the way he had to say it. Green eggs, red grape. How you boys? Yeah. Well,
He said our words are
Can
GPS
I say
locator.
something real quick?
I've heard the phrase though our words are GPS to life, but I meant
Yeah, it is.
not to
And can I
locate
just
but to navigate. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, DJ Genesis.
The craziest thing I just ever heard is on this panel where this guy said that things were written before they were ever passed down orally, and that is absolutely insane because he was a baby before, and before he ever wrote anything down, his mother taught him how to speak, and would communicated with him perfectly clear without writing anything down. He didn't learn how to write probably until he was 5 or 6 years old, until it was time to learn how to write. So let's really get, and all you do is when you go to school is get what? You go to your elementary element, you get your degree. All those things are Masonic terms, okay? So the bottom line is that you don't even realize that even going to school is a Masonic thing. You get your degree, you get your different grades. You're in the third grade, the first grade, the fifth grade, whatever grade, and you're going through a whole Masonic thing, even when you go to school.
Thank
and
you.
here's another thing. Let me
Chad.
also break this whole thing down. So there's a whole Masonic thing even in your education system. But to say that things were passed down written before they were ever passed down orally is insane. The first thing you learn how to do is speak. And then you learn, you cry. Then your mom teaches your mama data, and then after that, then you learn little words, and then you learn how to write things down and speak and put those things into a context, and you go through your Masonic ritual of school, first grade, second grade, third grade, whatever. That's why even Elijah Muhammad said, "I have a third grade education." He's talking about Masonic. He was a third degree Mason.
He was a master.
So a master Mason. So here's the thing. Is that we have to because a lot of times we say Masonry, we demonize that and make that into something like this terrible thing, but we don't even realize that we're actually the whole education.
But this is the problem. This is the problem for me.
But I'm not done. I'm not done. I wasn't done talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was landing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll land my plane. So, oral tradition. Okay. The biggest oral thing is sound and vibration. Even God itself said that what does it say in the Bible? Let there be light. Sound creates frequency. It creates it moves things. It creates a resonance that makes creation even happen. So therefore, everything even has a sound, and it has.
But you're piggybacking off the Bible.
It's not piggybacking.
Yeah, because that's where you're getting it from, and that's the problem with what you're saying. So you being Ephah. Hold on, this is what I'm saying. This reckon it to me. I'm gonna give it right back to you. I'm giving it right back to you. But
it existed way before the Bible existed. Later on, Ephah existed
way existed or way before or later on. Which one?
I said Ephah has existed way before, thousands of years before any Bible was ever created. Sir, sorry. So you can never
but what I'm saying is you're drawing from the Bible. You said you was using a verse out the Bible to verify what you were saying, and that's the problem with what I'm saying.
No, here's the thing. I was trying to identify what the guy said about what he was talking about in Ecclesiastes.
Right, you're back.
And testimony, and that's where I brought Ecclesiastes into what the real.
I'm not talking about Ecclesiastes.
So
when you was backing up what the brother Oculus was saying
about testimony and testifying,
yeah,
he said
about the word,
giving his anecdotal experience, and I brought up testimony and how people would give their testimony in the Bible in biblical terms, and that is putting your,
no, I'm talking about the word when you said sound. That's what I'm saying. When you was talking about sound and all that.
In the Bible is the only place that they talk about like sound resonance.
So why you grabbed it from the Bible? That's what I'm saying.
I'm not grabbing
if it's
from
other
the Bible.
places, go to the other place.
Why do you get? Because I can pull from Buddhism. I can pull from Hinduism. All that. But I'm here a bunch of Bible believers. So I'm trying to identify and talk on your level about what.
But you're talking to people
who say the Bible is
real. You're saying the Bible isn't real.
If I talk about
so use the real sources.
Bhagavad Gita, and I say, well, in the Bhagavad Gita is
because we're gonna chop it up because it don't make sense in the end.
No, because you want to interrupt me because you're not trying to hear what I'm saying. I am talking on the level where you can understand exactly the point I'm trying to make. But you're being defensive because I'm bringing up the Bible. But I don't have to bring up the Bible. I can talk 100% Ephah, and you won't understand the fucking thing I'm saying. So that's why I'm bringing it to a thing of a thing.
No, please talk to us in Ephah. If you're saying Ephah is the way, stop going back to the Bible.
Why? Don't tell me
Because
what to do. Don't tell me what to
no,
stop
I'm
doing.
saying
Hold
no.
on, hold
You
on,
can
That's
hold
a
do
on.
it.
mistake. That's a mistake you're making.
You
Don't tell me
can
what to
do
stop
it.
doing.
You can
No,
So
do
I
it,
can,
but
no,
I'm saying it just
listen.
logically
Don't
doesn't
get
make any
mad at me
sense.
because I can go
I'm not.
across
I'm
all
just
religions
pointing it
and
out.
be able to like point out and show where sound resonance and everything comes from. I can use the Bible, I can use the Torah, I can use the Bhagavad Gita, I can use the Taoism. You guys just got finished talking about Taoism. No one came up here and told you to stop using Taoism. So what the hell are you talking about? Why all of a sudden I gotta you're gonna tell me what I can say?
I'm I
Stop
was
it.
so I just
All
want to
right.
say
Oh well,
something.
y'all got
So
all the way in the
Hold up.
Taoism. Come on now, bro.
Hold
Ain't
up.
nobody
last
finna hear no
American.
damn
Oh, funny.
Buddhist monk. What are you talking
Let me
about?
get in. Let
Hold
me
on,
get.
hold
Let
on.
me get in, man.
Oh, go ahead. I just wanted to
I'll
respond to
say
some
this.
of the things she said.
Well, let me. So,
Um,
all
go
right,
ahead,
go
go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead.
G, Capone, you gonna be short? Cause
No, GD and Capone, you can't go because you already made him wait once, and he still ain't went.
all right. Um,
You next up, GD.
yeah. So it was a lot of stuff. You know, what I'm saying you guys were saying. I think it's funny. You know, what I'm saying y'all bring up Mason bullshit. I was as a kid. I remember in my 20s, man. People would bring up the Mason stuff, man. I used to laugh at them Bammers because it wasn't nothing new to me, and I already stood it. You know what I'm saying? I read the books, but yeah, I could care less. Like, so what, nigga? like, how's that helping you pay your bills, nigga? You know what I'm saying? They talk about this Mason stuff, but anyway, I'm just kind of
What
disappointed.
exactly were they talking about when they talked about the
Hold up,
Mason stuff?
hold up. I'm kind of disappointed. I mean, I understand where the guy was coming from. Was it Ocular? Is Ocular his name?
Oculus.
Oculus. I understand where he was coming from when he was talking about us being a part, being well from the African point of view. That's why I'm disappointed, DJ Jennings, because from an African point of view, we would not say. I've never heard no one say that we are gods, that we are God. You know what I'm saying? They say we are a part of the Creator. You know what I'm saying? It's as above, so below. One part is equal to the whole. That's the whole point. You seeing fractal patterns in African communities when they build their communities, it's built into fractal because one part is equal to the whole, and that's what they see, and that's how they see it. We are equal. We are one part. We are one part aspect of the Creator. We are not the Creator itself. You know what I'm saying? So we on that level, when he said, when they ask you, how can you create the sun? And you said, we've been here for for millions of years. You don't know how long we've been here. That's true. We know we could go back, you know what I'm saying? In our souls, when our physical body dies, but our souls remain. And we go back to the source and we come back here. You know what I'm saying? And it's a reciprocal process. It's a repeated process that goes on. However, like I said, in the traditions that I've been studying, no one's ever said that we are the Creator. They just say we are a part of the Creator. That's how they see it. And from an African point of view, we like as he was trying to explain it, that like I said, that's the only disappointment. That's the only part I would disagree with. I would say that we are part of the Creator. We come from that source, and we all are one. It's all, everything is one. Everything comes from there. And so that's what I'm seeing it as. That's what I see it as from a traditional African point of view.
Hey,
And so,
could I ask a logical question for what you just said? Just a question, please, if you don't
Let him
mind.
land though, and then you next. Well, yeah, you respond, and then GD and Capone next.
So go ahead. You got it.
I understand, because I understand you have your philosophy, like you say, you have your PhD in psychology, and a lot of people who got their PhD, they come up with their own understanding of their worldview, and they break it down. And so, yeah, I understand how, because I was, like we was all confused where we was coming from. But once you said you had your PhD, I was like, oh, okay, that means he been studying this for a while, and he came up with his own point of view, and he got his resources and stuff like that. He's given his own philosophical point of view on what's on. And I find it interesting. It's like people always, I think in modern times now, everybody wants to try to connect what people in traditional African spirituality has always been saying, have always said, and it's never been different. Now they want to try to connect, these different, their religions and belief to the same stuff that we always been saying, that our ancestors been saying for thousands of years. And so another part that Genesis was correct, brother, that, the spoken word comes first, then the written word comes. So in African communities, when you look back traditionally, it was more, oral tradition came first. And you could go over there today. I lived in West Africa. My dad passed away over there, so you can meet the elders, you can meet babalaos who can recite stuff. You know what I'm saying? Thousands and thousands of verses because they're trained that way. So the oral was always first, and then they wrote stuff down. So I just want to, just so you
Okay.
can have that clear up and stuff. So,
Okay. Cool.
um,
Watch. Well, let me ask you a logical question, right?
go ahead.
Are you a man?
Yeah,
Okay, you're a man. Okay. You have a father?
yeah, had, yeah.
Okay. So let's imagine if you're in transition, let's imagine that your father is still alive in this moment. Right? Okay. So you, your father, let's say you, your father, and your mother all live together, right? Let's say at this point your father transitioned, right? So he was the man of the house, right? Would you agree with that? If he was alive, he would be the man of the house, right? Everybody logically would agree with that. The man of the house, right? We all go with that, right?
Just keep going. Keep going.
Come
Okay,
on, yeah. Ask
cool.
your question, man.
Hey, I get it, but don't rush me, please. The idea behind of what I'm saying, and I told you that we was God. If in monotheistic sense, right? People say God is their father. Right? We know logically that a man, when his father transition, he becomes the man of the house. I just want y'all to hear this logically. Don't use your emotions to hear what I'm saying. Use your brain. My question becomes if God is people's fathers, at what point, just like physically, your physical father had to take a back seat and eventually you become the man of the house? At what point do God take the back seat and you become who? See, cognitive dissonance is gonna set in right now. Because what your logical mind want to tell you, at what point do God take the back seat and I become God? Versus you telling yourself, no, I can't become God. The
Okay, wait. You
logic,
cutting me off, brother. You cutting me off. You said
you
you had
ain't
a
saying nothing.
question, but you going into a paragraph now.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm
You
under
said you had
limited
one
Are
thought. You
people
had
restraints.
a
not
question.
allowed to
I'm, a,
like
I'm under
bring
He
limited
things
said he had
out?
a
DJ.
question.
But you
I'm
just got
sorry.
finished like rambling
I'm
too.
not.
So
I
when
wasn't
did you
finished. I
quit
wasn't
rambling?
finished.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, King
So,
Hercules hasn't spoken all night. Actually, well, I ain't gonna say
so
all night, but
wait. So your question. So
he was
what? So
waiting for a long time.
was your question? It was at what point does the son becomes the father? Because you
Basically,
didn't.
yeah, that's what
Okay.
I was trying to get at. Because
Okay.
people was trying to tell me in regard, I don't know if it was you, because y'all, only the host and DJ don't sound the same to me. The rest of y'all sound the same to me.
Okay.
I was
Okay.
trying to say,
So
y'all telling me that I said that we gods. And I'm trying to show you, and I'm using logic, right? Because if it's so above, so below, so below, so above, at what point do God or your God take the back seat and you become God if God is your father? Just like naturally, we know if your father transition or your father leave the house, you become the man of the house. See, when you using logic, logic is going to separate from cognitive dissonance.
okay.
I'm
All
waiting
right.
for the question, the answer.
So yeah. So again, from an African point of view, you cannot. You don't become the creator. You know what I'm saying? Because we are, like you said, we are the creator, but we are a small aspect of the creator itself. So when you pass, your spirit returns to the source. If you've done everything you were supposed to do here on the planet, and DJ Dennis explained Iwe, if you've done that, then you return, you'll become your soul returns to the source and you become a Netaru. You become the Orisha. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that you're becoming a God itself because you're not going to become the creator itself. You know what I'm saying? We can't do that, period.
Okay,
We're
no problem.
aspects of it. Okay.
No,
So
okay,
so
okay. Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying the philosophy. I understand where you're coming from. I understand it, and I kind of like I said, I agree with it, except for that small part, because
Okay, no,
I
no.
see us as an aspect of the creator. We are
Okay,
aspects of it. We're not the creator itself.
okay, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Anybody
So
else?
that's my only disagreement with what you're saying. I
Okay,
understand
okay,
what you're
no
saying.
problem, no problem,
You know
no
what I'm saying?
problem. I
I
appreciate
understand
the
that part of all.
response.
Right,
Anybody
and
else
he's
want to give
right.
a
So
shot
it
at it?
sounds like
Anybody else want to
real
give a
Like
quick.
shot
El
at it?
Damaro is
Do
separate
in,
from his creation. He does not have
any
any part.
It's all the
But
same thing.
anybody else want to give a shot at it? Because he answered, I'm not gonna dismiss what he said. I'm not gonna talk down to him, derogatory, nothing. Anybody else want to give a shot at it logically?
No. A1, you was trying to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it sounded like King Hurt. Just kind of really disagree. Do you disagree with the terminology? Because you would agree that we are like all pieces of the paper. Like
Yeah,
you
we're
agree
all
with
pieces of the
everything up
paper.
until that point until you call ourselves. But we would. I think your distinction. I think the
Cognitive
distinction.
It's
I
dissonance
think
is
the
setting in.
distinction is trivial.
Hey,
But if
okay, hold on. Cognitive
you're,
dissonance is setting in. Hold on. Host of the panel
we
or
can't
whoever
call
controlling.
ourselves God because
Hold
we're
on,
a
hold on.
piece. But hold on,
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm
I
still
know
talking
it's
to King
setting
Hurt.
in. Look,
We
look.
can't call
That's what.
ourselves. He's saying we
Hold on.
can't call ourselves God
That's
because we're a piece. But
listen.
when we all
That's what
come
he said.
together, then that's God.
Hey, cognitive
when you
dissonance is
turn
setting in.
when
How can
you
you go
All I'm
back,
gonna
return
ask,
to
hold
God, and
on,
become part of
hold
God and
on,
not be one with
hold
God?
on.
Like, what
All
are
I'm
you
gonna
talking
ask
about?
the
no, I'm
host of
saying
the panel to do is look up the word.
Let me answer
Hold on,
A1.
please,
Let me
please,
answer
please, please.
A1.
Could I just say one thing real
But
quick?
wait,
I'm
he
talking
asked
to
me
the.
a question. He
Hold
asked
on,
me
I
a
got you. I'm
question.
just say this to the while you answering the question. I'm gonna just say this to the dude who running the show. Can you look up cognitive dissonance? This, and I want you to read it to yourself. This is what they're facing when I just asked that logical question. Read it to yourself, and it's gonna make you laugh listening to their response. But then DJ's response is gonna make you laugh.
Go ahead,
Go ahead.
King Hurt. Oh, I'm familiar with cognitive dissonance. Got you.
Yes. I forgot what the question was now. I forgot.
What's the question?
DJ.
Well, can you read?
Wait.
Well, can
Sadiq,
you
go ahead,
read
Sadiq.
cognitive dissonance? Can
Yeah,
you
Sadiq
what's the
read?
hasn't
scenario?
spoken all night
Okay.
either. How you feeling, Sadiq?
What's going on,
Man, I'm
Sadiq?
feeling pretty good, brother. How you doing tonight? How you doing, fam? How everybody doing?
I'm doing amazing tonight. Thanks for
Doing good.
asking.
We're doing good. Doing good.
For sure. What's going on, Monica? How you doing today?
Hey, what's up? Thank you for saying my government. God
Yeah,
damn.
why you saying her government
My
on the
government name is
platform?
my government.
Damn. It's either DJ or Genesis. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a
I mean,
Monica.
I mean, it's just, okay, it wasn't
Okay.
intention. It wasn't in bad faith, right?
Don't say my address next to Sadiq
You have a
Rock.
preference. If you have a preference, and I use, DJ Genesis. I used to call you DJ Genesis, right? I just called you off the top of my, what came first. That's all.
It's okay. We
I
be
didn't
on
know it was
Facebook.
sensitive. Yeah, okay. I remember next time. Trust me. All right.
No.
So what's the scenario? What's going on? What's the question?
We're talking about cognitive dissonance and the how God. Okay, there's one God, and then we are all parts of God, right? So therefore, we are God, right? That's what the argument is. Is that he's
I just want
one person is saying that no,
hey,
God is
Genesis, I
separate,
just
and
want him to
then
look up cognitive dissonance and read it to the panel. Because a lot of people they gonna postulate, they're gonna gesticulate in conversation, they're gonna make it look like they know what I'm talking about, but in reality, they don't know what they're talking about.
the
And
mental
everybody,
In what
discomfort
regard though? Like,
experienced when
what's the
holding
issue?
conflicting beliefs, values, or attitudes when behaviors contradict existing beliefs. So the mental discomfort experienced when holding conflicting beliefs, values, or attitude, or when behaviors contradict existing beliefs.
DJ, can you read that in slow motion a little bit slower for everybody to
Nah, I
hear in
think we got
totality?
it, bro.
We got that. That's but what's the
Everybody,
issue? What's the
retarded,
scenario?
man.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah,
So,
we
so
know the
what I'm saying,
definition. Yeah,
okay, cool. Y'all know the definition.
But that
Cool, no
doesn't.
yeah.
problem.
But that doesn't
So what
equate
I'm saying,
to African spirituality, though.
hold on. What I'm saying is, anybody that's listening to what people on the platform other than me, Genesis or the panel, because the dude who run the show, listen to what I'm saying. They saying asking me questions about Masonic. Ooh, I didn't say that was one school of thought that I was in. I mean, different schools of thought. But the idea behind that Masonic talk is that y'all are participating and agreeing if y'all referencing that Bible back to that Masonic talk. So y'all can't call me no lie. And the cognitive dissonance sets in when I ask a logical question. It contradicts your what? Beliefs. Again, I started off when I came into the platform and said I'm dealing from a knowing perspective, a belief perspective.
Just
So
because
this
Masonry uses the Bible doesn't mean that the Bible is the result
Masonry
of
don't
Masonry.
use the Bible use Masonry. What are
Well,
you talking?
that's in the general aspect of it. Like you broaden the scope, right? When you talk about building the universe is built. It's you have to put things in its proper perspective. See, in masonry, everything is general, so you can say that in a general sense, right? Like, does what masonry just mean to build? Well, there was builders. God, he built the universe, he created the universe. So yeah, you can use that, but the Bible is very specific, right? The even African spirituality is very specific, right? Right, specific. So we not using general terms when we talking about God. You know what I'm saying? We are being specific. We being specific, right? Specific. And yeah, so that's another thing. So that's one thing. Genesis, about the whole writing thing. First you say we primordial and we've been here, but then you give an analogy or an example about us, about a mother teaching a child how to speak or write or whatever. But if you understand where writing comes from the celestial. So things was written down. It's still written down in the stars, right? This is the first form of knowledge.
I don't think you
Was
understand
the
what
people. Hold
primordial.
on,
Oh,
can I
sorry.
finish,
Go
bro?
ahead. I apologize. You're right.
Let me get
100%.
to it. The first form of writing came from people mimicking what they saw above. That's why they say as above, so below. It's different, and there's different nuances in between all that. Now, what the Masons do, they take those things and make them symbolic to reality, because they know that it's a relationship, it's a tether, right? They understand that. This is what science is explaining with the strong force, weak force. That's what Taoism is, the yin and the yang, the balance, and all this. All this stuff is talking about the cosmos. But y'all trying to make it relative to us fleshly humans, right? So and that's the disconnect that I get, because we not in control of anything, right? Because if we was, we would be in way more better situations. We'll be teleporting to whatever galaxy we want to teleport to physically.
Speak for yourself.
We'll be moving. Hold on. We'll be moving time back and forth.
Hold on.
How
I
do you
gotta
know that?
interrupt.
How do you know
No,
that
stop.
We'll be,
DJ.
hold on.
Stop.
We'll
Let
DJ,
him
be
finish.
spitting
Let
out.
him finish, y'all.
We'll be spitting out mimics of ourselves. We'll be growing limbs when our limbs are broken or separated from our body or something. You know what I'm saying? Amputated. These are the things that we'll be doing. So we don't have that power. We don't nobody have that power to do that. So this is what I'm saying with the whole Christian thing. A lot of people is damaged from church hurt, right? These doctrines that the church taught them and everything. Yes, America is built off masonry. Who don't know that? So when you say elementary degrees and all the stuff, the language arts that they teach you, the liberal arts and all that,
You talking
we already
America?
know.
No, it's in America.
All that
Hold on,
goes
DJ.
back
Let him
to
talk. DJ, let him talk. Let him talk, DJ.
ancient teachings, right? Which was the first, which was taught by celestial beings that came down here onto this physical plane. And that's all we trying to say, right? So this whole, all these different schools of thought is saying the same thing, but people just they take what they want out of it and then they form their own thing. I can do this. The same thing you saying, Dr. York said it. Before him, somebody else said it before him. Before him, somebody else said it before them. It's all the same thing, man. But y'all be mixing it up and jumbling it and doing all this other thing. The Bible is specific of what it's talking about. It's not talking about masonry. I'm gonna land there. That's just like saying Esau or the Comedics is talking about masonry. When they had a name for people that was masons, that was builders, the Phoenicians.
What does masonry mean?
Masonry means to build. You thought I didn't know that? The G stands for geometry. The geometry.
Wasn't Jesus a carpenter? Wasn't Jesus a carpenter?
Sister, that's a skip. So listen, that's what they call formal masonry, right? You talking about I forgot what they call it. Speculative, right? So that's a whole nother thing. So the geometry is the representation of the celestial, because what the slash rule bodies are they're 3D, but they're a projection of a 4D, right? So when we see it, it's 2D. The best way that the people that understood this stuff could write it down was in 2D shape, because that's how you will see it. So I'm done, man. I'm done. I went for a while. Y'all got it.
But what's confusing to me is when I'm listening to DJ's Genesis affirm everything Oculus is saying, and Oculus is going back to the Freemason Bible, it's still the Bible. Even though they corrupt it and do whatever inside their lodges, but as just like what they present to the public, they're presenting the Bible with added additions, but it's still the Bible. So DJ Genesis, I'm just trying to correlate, like, how can you even agree with anything he's saying, or rather, how can you say that anything he's saying you can stand on when he's standing on the Bible, even if he doesn't know it? And as far as Freemasonry, it actually started out as guilds. They actually get the concept from Egypt, but they take it from like a Phoenician standpoint, meaning that in the beginning, all these sciences and all these forms of labor were restricted to guilds. They were strictly kept from like public knowledge. So it started as masonry guilds. And then from masonry, the Europeans, they didn't, they took it to being Freemasonry, meaning it just was more than about different guilds. It was just about just a brotherhood. So yeah, but I just don't understand, DJ Genesis, how you can like be like amen in everything he's saying when he's standing on a Freemason Bible, which is just a corrupted version of the Bible.
She must be an Eastern Star.
No, I'm not. So, well, my understanding is that in Africa you have different secret societies. You have the Max Society, you have the Babalaos, which are like the what they call them, the father of secrets. You have Iyanifa, the mother of secrets, and so the bottom line is that like Africa, especially in priesthood, is filled with secret societies, and all a Masonic order is a secret society. So therefore, I can understand what a secret society is. And even though, might not be a Mason, but, my grandfather was a Mason. So I understand what a secret society is. And I knew when he was saying certain things that he was giving information that normally would be a secret in a secret society. So therefore I was saying, you guys are not even seeing that he's showing y'all, but everyone is really focused on, like, everybody's really everybody's defensive because the Bible, everyone
Right.
wants to defend their understanding of the Bible, but secret societies are throughout everything.
Right. So I'm not gonna say you're confused, but what you're saying to me is confusing. But go ahead.
Okay, what is confusing about what I said?
Like you're living with so many contradictions. And it's funny because
don't
hold
listen.
on, I'm saying you're saying what's funny. I'm saying what's confusing.
Hold on, you don't gotta scream at her. You don't gotta scream at her. Go ahead.
Okay,
Everybody can talk normal.
You asked me what was confusing. I'm about to tell you. What's confusing is you're living with a lot of contradictions. And it's funny because when a person stand on the Bible and the Bible alone, y'all like look at the smallest contradiction in the Bible, but you're spanning ideologies and its contradictions. So what I'm saying is, if you're saying, so what Oculus is presenting to me, like what he's telling me, you know what I'm saying? He's coming from Gnosticism, Freemasonry, and all this here. Freemason, he keeps referring to the book. And I asked him, what is the book? He said the Freemason Bible. So the Freemason Bible.
He lying, y'all. I want everybody to realize he lying. I never said the Freemason Bible. And
what is the book? What is the book you keep talking about when you said it's in the book?
I'm saying the book that actually helped write your Bible.
What is the book? That's what I'm saying, bro. What is the book?
The book? Oh yeah, it's a Mason Bible now.
I'm gone. I'm done, bro. I'm done.
But
I'm literally done.
No. Y'all see y'all laughing. Hold on. Y'all
That's me
laughing.
laughing.
Go ahead, DJ
Never
Genesis.
listen.
Keep listening to what he's telling you. I'm
Listen.
done.
I never
I should have
said
been done when he said we created the sun, but it's just he
okay.
keeps begging a
But hold
question.
on, hold on.
It's
Wasn't
cool.
there
It's
a
hold on
Bible that
for
was in
DJ
Ethiopia that existed way before the Bible that you're talking about,
DJ.
King
Can I
James?
DJ?
Say,
I'm saying the book that they are referencing. If it's the Bible, if it's the
I think you hit the mute button, Oculus.
Yeah,
Can't hear what
there's
you're
an
saying.
Ethiopian Bible.
Ethiopian
Bible means collection of books.
Oculus, your thing went mute, but so I don't know if he's still talking. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Because I can't
But
answer.
that's all I was saying, DJ Genesis. You know what I'm saying?
You're
It's like
saying that I'm coming from different because you don't understand how I can understand what he's saying. Is that what it is?
no, what I'm saying is a red apple can't be orange. So if you're saying that you're Babylao and you're Ifa tradition and you're coming from a West African, spiritual standpoint, a Freemason, first of all, is nothing but a Christian. Even though they say long as you believe in a God, most of them, have been like, most of the Masons I know, they're Christians. And they stand on the Bible. They have the Bible in their lodges, even though I think they do a lot of corrupt and sinister things with it. But they still put that forward. So with you like saying like the things he's saying people need to listen to, you need to really see where he's coming from. He's coming from a corrupted form of the Bible, but he's still coming from the Bible. And your ideology rejects the Bible, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm
No, it
just
does
trying to
not. No,
see.
that's your mistake. My ideology does not reject the Bible. It does not reject the Quran. It does not reject Buddhism. It does not reject Native American belief. It doesn't reject anything.
So Yahweh is the creator then?
No, what?
No, I'm asking you. So Yahweh is the creator.
He slid that one in there quick. That was funny.
Okay, by another name. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
There might be by another name in Ifa, it's Olodumare. I think that in your thing it would be the same thing would be probably L, or I'm not sure. There's different like levels of the creator. Like there's Yahweh.
Right.
If Yahweh is the one God that created everything, that would be Olodumare in our belief. But here's the thing: I would say this. So you're saying that okay, in that language in Hebrew it's Yahweh, in Yoruba it's Olodumare.
So let me ask you something. Is it a representation of Odo Dumare? I probably said the name wrong, but again, yeah, is it a physical representation of that entity?
No.
So there's no nobody has a representation in a home of Odo Dumare?
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, and she would be correct on that. But this is what I'm saying, because I would even go so far as to say that Olodumare is Yahweh. But where you and I disagree at, because I even, from what I've seen and what I've read into, Ephod tradition is nothing but a derivation of the ephod that we see in the Old Testament, because that's a divination as well. So I'm not gonna fight against you with that, because I do see that could be a possibility. But what we differentiate at is that you denounce the story that Yahweh gives us in the scripture.
Well,
that's the
what
problem.
Story did I denounce? What story did I denounce? Which one?
DJ Genesis, come on now. Like,
what story did I denounce? Which one?
Yeah, you I mean, are you denying you deny the covenants?
What
right?
covenant?
The covenants that was given to the Old Testament and the New Covenant, the New Testament. You deny those. So by you denying
what do you
those,
mean I deny the covenants? I don't even know what the covenants are. Explain to me what the covenants are, and I'll tell you if it's denied.
so do you believe the children of Israel made a covenant with the Most High?
Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe possibly they made a covenant. I'm not gonna Yes, they probably did. Yeah.
Okay, so you do believe in what's written down in the Bible?
What I believe in is that there's people. Listen, that's almost like an asking a Buddhist. A Buddhist, do you believe in meditation?
And
Yeah,
enlightenment.
I believe that you can meditate. Yeah. Do I believe that the Hebrew Israelites made a covenant with God? Yeah, if they say that they did, yeah. Like I'm not I'm over here saying that I'm not like judging saying that y'all did or didn't do anything. Yeah. If y'all say that y'all did it, I believe, well, okay, y'all must have did it. That my job is not here to judge and take anything away from what you guys have done. That's not my job as a practitioner of E5. No.
I'm
All right, so
curious. I want to know, dude, is this
can I ask
because
a
I
question?
read Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, right? And I want to know, dude, is this Masonic Bible? Is this Albert Pike philosophy that he was spreading, right? With his
Oculus isn't here no
he was
more.
a
He was the
33 degree Mason. Albert Pike was, and he had this philosophy. Yeah, so I want to know. I'm curious to see
if
is
Oculus
that
come back, he
Masonic
can answer that
Bible
question
is
because
it based off Albert Pike?
I practice EVA. I don't practice Oculus is the only one that could go into the Masonic stuff. I'm not a Mason. So there's no one here unless they're a Mason that can answer that question. I'm not a Mason. I practice E5. I can answer any question you have about E5 and whatever, but I don't know nothing about.
I have a question.
And one more thing that real quick. Masons are Gnostics. That was my last statement assertion.
Go ahead, Debat.
My question, and you know me, I'm a Muslim, and I'm studying on that, but like, I have to ask this because you mentioned the Yoruba people, so I have to ask this. Are you Yoruba?
According to my DNA test, yeah, I am.
Okay. And I just wanted, because I don't know. I know that my grandfather was Yoruba. I just never met him because he was dead before I was born and all that. But I don't know a lot of the traditions back home. I only know the stuff from my grandmother, a little bit of stuff that I learned by the time I was 5 from my grandmother from Haiti. So like, I mean, but it's nice to hear stuff about my people. So like, I would like to know more actually, even though it probably won't change my belief, but I would like to know about.
That's the thing about E5. No one's trying to change your belief. You know what I was told when I got initiated is go to church. You know, your ancestors went to church and they want you to go to church. So I can go to a church, I can go to a synagogue, I can go to a mosque, I can go to a Buddhist temple. There's no like in E5, it's not like a Christian thing where it's like we're going against anything. You know, and we believe it's all E5 anyway. We believe it's all the knowledge of the creator and that is whatever, you know, it's all like one. So yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not here judging you as a Muslim, you as a Christian, you as a Torah believer, Hebrew Israelite, you as an atheist. I'm not judging anybody. I'm here with an open heart and open mind, just to share what I know about things. You know.
I'm a Muslim, but yes, I must ask because I'm also Yoruba. That's why that's the thing I'm saying. Like I feel like knowing about my people is essential to knowing about myself. You feel me? That's all.
Well, hit me up in the back, and I can point you in some directions. You know, about finding out some information. But I'm not over here trying to campaign and be a missionary. You know, if it calls you, if you're interested, I'll point you in some directions. But I'm not like an evangelist about it. You know, people ask me questions, I answer the questions to the best of my ability. What I do know, you know, there's some things I don't know. I don't know everything. You know, E5 is something that is so big. Like just one Odu, like it took like 100,000 pages, just to get through like one Odu. So there's a lot of information. So if you know what the scriptures of Ifa is, so that's like how vast the library is. So
Yeah, one more thing I want to say about the writing. When we look into like the most ancient petroglyphs and stuff, we see writing, we see images, symbols, and stuff like that. This is how people communicate what they saw by actually making a image or representation of it. So that's why I say writing. Everything came from the writing first, and then because people had to, migrate and everything, they relayed the stories what they could through tradition.
no offense, but that's not how it happened in
So
West Africa. That's not how it went down. So
explain
if you want me to explain to you how it went down, I can tell you, but that's not what happened.
So explain like the NASA skylines or some of the petroglyph, the cave art that we see in some of these caves, yeah, or even the hieroglyphics.
Okay, so do you think these people were not like communicating with each other before they wrote things onto the pyramid? You think they were just like silent and not saying anything to each other? They just was walking around.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
They just was writing it down, and then people would just go into the pyramids and read it, and then they would know what their loved one was saying to them every day. Like every single day, they go to the pyramid, read off the thing, and know what. Come on, now we have to understand that we communicate every single day with each other through sound. We sing songs to each other. Sound is the first resonance that ever exists. Light, sound, all those things existed way before anything was written. Period.
So if that's the case, then the oral tradition should be sound. It should be beat, movement. That's what it should be. It shouldn't be.
The actual oral tradition is done through song. It's done in song format. That's why it's done through vibration and sound and song. Drums, sound and song, repetitive.
But if that's the case, the oral tradition, it should be through beats in vibration, not through words.
It's through words, beats, and vibration. It's done through all that.
But not through words that have a context and that means something.
Listen. Everything can be true at the same time. It doesn't have to be. See, here's the thing: is that with certain things, it has to be one or the other. And in reality, everything could be true at the same time. Everything could be true. Here's the thing. There could be a person singing songs during an initiation. There could be a person playing the drums during initiation. There could be a person writing things down. But if you actually, the actual information and knowledge like passed down is done in song format. That's why you're able to remember it. You sing the songs over and over again. If I asked you, Mary Had a Little Lamb, I bet you could like sing it. You know the notes and everything. That's how the O.L.E.E is. It's passed down in song format. Period. That's how it's done.
So in the Maxims of Ptah, it says, these are the words of the great scribe Ptah, who listened to the Netters. Who listened to the ancestors. No, these are the words of Ptah, who listened to the ancestors, who listened to the gods, or the words from the ancestors who listened to the netters, to the netteru. So that stuff had to be written down once they heard it from the divine.
No, it wasn't. So let me explain something to you. All right. The word Ifa, right? Do, re, mi, fa, Ifa. These are notes, song, sound, frequency, resonance. Ifa, sol, la, ti, do. It's sound. It's actual like song. Everything in everything that's done, there is a song for it. There is a beat for it. And that's when you know what I'm saying, and that's how they are able to pass down their oral tradition and remember it. And I swear to goodness, I bet you there's a song that you know that you were taught when you were 5 years old that you still remember now. And that's all it is. You are, well, you're lying.
that through repetition,
Pretty Young Thing. What
that's
is
through
the
muscle
chorus to it? I want to love you, pretty young thing. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody know. Boom. And you know what I'm saying? Now imagine if I actually tried to like learn what the words were. You know, I didn't like learn those things, but what they did is that they took the verses of the actual E5 and it's in a song format. The actual language of the Yoruba people is a tonal language. Everything has a tone. Even when they speak, it's like almost like they're singing. So everything is done in a song format.
I agree
with drums. That they have a thing called the talking drum. The drum actually itself begins to make and sound like it's talking, and it sounds similar to the actual tone of how people talk in that region. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing: is that I mean, I get it. You know, to think that everything had to be written down at first. It's just not logical.
Well, when you understand who I'm talking about,
you're putting the cart before the horse.
The Greeks called the Chaldeans, right? They was like from Mesopotamia. Some of them was in like Egypt. I think they called them the Naharine or something like that. These was people of the East that understood the language of the stars, or they knew how to understand They had a certain understanding about the celestial movements, stuff like that, and they wrote things down in books, in tablets. I mean tablets and stuff.
Later on, it was not. It wasn't written down at first. It was actually remembered to be written down.
Why was it written down then?
Because somebody said, "Well, we need to write." When they finally made a written language, they said, "Let's write this down." That's all.
If you have a school, you can teach it through if you're teaching someone.
No, most people don't learn E5 through the written reading. They're usually taught by a person. No, because they're songs. They're not. You can't. Okay, if I pass you a hymnal, hold on, stop.
Hold on. What I'm asking you.
No. If I pass you a hymnal book in an AME church, and I say, okay, remember this hymn. The blood, what's it called? The blood of Jesus. It will never lose its power. The blood that Jesus shed for me way back on Calvary, the blood that gives me strength from day to day, it will never lose its power, right? That's an actual. It reaches from the highest mountain and it flows through the lowest valley. And the blood that gives me strength from day to day, it will never lose its power. That is the actual song, the first verse. All right. Mm-hmm. Now, how do you think I memorized that song? By singing it over and over again. And I was like a child singing that song in church.
That's muscle memory.
So I'm trying to explain to you. No, it's but you're
the
not.
Song was written down in notes.
No, it was no. Listen, I didn't learn it from the hymnal book. I learned it by listening to someone else singing it. I didn't read the book and know how to read notes. Like only a person that's like taught in how to read notes knows how to read notes. Someone else sung it and I mimicked them and I learned the song. Just like in church, all those hymnals that you sing, you begin to eventually, after they're repeated over and over again, you begin to learn them. That is the same thing in E5. It's the same thing.
That's muscle memory.
Okay, well then what are you talking about? Like what you're saying that you had to write it down first? No, it's muscle memory, singing, all these things that happen in a ceremony that is way more powerful than reading something in a book. So no, we don't like say read it in a book. No, you learn underneath somebody that person teaches you the songs, and eventually you begin to like learn it.
So why did the Kemetic people write things down and write the metal down in hieroglyphics?
Honey, I don't know. I wasn't around during that time. And there's no Kemetic people right now that can tell me exactly what the heck they were
See, this is about the thing. It always go to I don't know, right?
So, it's always going to go to I don't know.
We don't know just because it's something that this is how we learn.
You just want to argue for the sake of arguing, so you just saying stuff, bro. You're saying
Listen,
I'm saying I
all
don't
right,
know, and now that's a problem. When I say,
understand.
well, listen, I'm not a Kemetic person. You
No,
asking a Yoruba priest what a Kemetic person did, and I don't know the Metal Netter, so I
yeah,
can't tell you why. And I don't know that culture. That's almost like asking me, well, what do the Japanese people do when they're doing whatever? Oh,
what I'm
now you
saying.
saying
So I
you
was
don't
making a
know. See how
point.
they say they
I
don't
was
know?
making a
What the
point.
heck are
If
you
it was
talking
a
about? That's a different
tradition,
culture.
I was making
I
a.
practice Yoruba culture. You're asking about the
But
Egyptian
Yoruba culture comes from something else. Okay, that's fine. But listen, this is what I'm saying. I was making a point that if it was solely based on oral tradition, we wouldn't have things written down that explain the same thing.
Honey, they
That's
didn't listen. They wrote it down
what was
later
the
on.
need.
That's
What was the
stupid. How
need to
you're
write it
saying that?
down? What was the need to write it down?
I don't
In
think
any
that her
tradition,
argument is that it is solely oral, but that it started out as oral.
it's acted out as oral from the written. All right, I'm done, man.
Yeah,
I'm
be done
telling you.
because you don't know
Listen,
what you're
I
talking about,
explained
bro.
to you where the writing comes from. The
No,
writing
but
comes
that
from
doesn't even
the
exist in
the
regular
symbols
human
that they
form. Like even
use to
in regular
write.
like life, no one
Is
learn. You can't. You listen. Your hands can't even write until you get a certain age, but you learn how to speak before that age. What are you talking about?
not true.
Your thumb and your in order to write,
That's
you have to have a
formal
certain
right.
function of
Formal.
your hand. No, listen. In order to write, you have to have certain dexterity within your fingers to be able to draw and write. That doesn't get developed even as a child until you're probably like 6 or 7 years old. Look at like a little child's writing. Their writing is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
you mean to
that's
tell me
formal.
that
That's,
that you take a child's writing and now they can read? No, they have to
that's
speak. You and that whole time growing up, they're being talked to by their parents, being taught by their mother and father, and eventually they learn how to write. But no, writing comes later. Does not come immediately, and then oral tradition. No, oral tradition comes first. You learn row your boat first. I mean, you went to elementary
formal
school. Did
though.
you not like sing "Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round" and then you learn A B C D E F G, singing in a
That's
song, and then you wrote ABCs?
that's
You didn't like. They
formal
didn't
though.
say here's
That's
write
formal.
ABCs and then
That's
learn how to
formal
do
though.
ABC and sing the song
You have
ABC.
limbs.
They taught you ABC song and then they gave you a pencil and said this is an A, this is a B, and this is a C. So and that same way of teaching is the same way they've been teaching it for thousands of years. So I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of
That's
here with that. It's
that's
nonsense.
formal though, right? That's formal.
Formal comes from ancient Egypt. Stop it. The whole education system is
Yes.
based on
Okay. So
ancient
now you're going back to Egypt,
pastime.
but then you just had a problem when I went there.
What I'm trying to explain to you is the American system is based on that. But
Yes,
I'm not.
we
But I
know
was
that.
talking. But we're talking about your. But even in American system, you're just arguing for the sake of argument. You sound crazy. There's no way that you could really believe what you're saying. That you write first and then you speak. That's stupid.
So
Let's not be
so
ridiculous.
the problem that you have
So you
in
was writing when you were 1 year
what
old. You
words
knew
did
how
you
to write
say?
before
No
you could
calling people
speak.
stupid.
Well,
Did
I'm
I?
sorry. That is stupid. Sorry.
I should say I ain't. Yeah. So
Please don't double down on it.
the way that we use
Honey, he's double
an
downing on
an
craziness.
infant once their bones develop, they could write. It depends on the material that they writing in, right? There's not no. It's just a symbol. What it's just a symbol. So if they put they
Have
so
we
hold on,
lost
hold
our
on, hold on,
minds?
hold on.
You just
When
want to be
you
right so
hold
bad
on,
that you're
listen,
willing to argue a
listen,
crazy
it's
point
just
that
a
makes no
symbol.
sense.
It's just a symbol. On the birth certificate, they take the baby footprint and stamp it on the birth certificate.
Right, but did he write the symbol or did
That's
someone
not, but
take his
it's
foot
not
and
in
push
it's
it in
not in
there?
it's
Did
not in
the newborn stand up and say, okay, let me go ahead and put my footprint? Or did someone literally take his foot and stamp it on there? Get out
Well,
of
the
here.
baby has to be nursed.
Did
You
the
gotta
baby
be
grab the pen and write its name? Is my
okay.
name
All right,
and
all right.
write its like signature? No, it didn't. It cried. Wah! The first thing that happened was sound. Wah! Was
Yeah,
its
we know
lungs
it was
expanding
sound,
and
but
making a sound. That's the first thing that happens
the
is
tongue
sound,
is structured
not
though.
writing things
Writing
down.
is not structure. Formal writing is structure. Anything that that you can make a print with, it that it. I'm gonna get away from it, but I'm just saying that you talking about formal writing. And I'm telling you, the people, the first
Honey,
people that understood this,
scribble,
all they did was
scrabble,
mimic the
formal
things
writing,
that they
it doesn't
saw,
matter. You
and
have to hold
they
the
wrote it
pen
down
first.
because it had to be transferred.
Listen, in Egypt, they were actually chiseling stuff. Right now, a child can't even hold the pen right until they get 7, 8 years old.
That's what you talking about. That's what I'm saying. You talking
So you're
about
talking in Egypt, they were
tools,
actually like
using tools to
carving
write.
things into buildings. You mean to tell me a 1-year-old was doing this? No, you sound crazy.
No, I never said that. I never said a 1-year-old was carving things into buildings. See, I said
But
it
no, you said
depends on the
that
material
sound
that you
that
using.
writing came
It
before
depends on
sound.
the. So you telling me an infant, if it was clay, say their father had a clay
You said
tablet,
we was
right? Hold on.
communicating through
Say
sound
their father
through
had a
writing
clay
before it was
tablet,
sound.
and a child
And he
came
was a
and put
baby,
his
and he know
finger
dang on well that
there
nobody gave
and
him a
wrote some symbols
One
there.
mic, DJ Genesis. One mic.
So say the father had a clay tablet, right? And it's fresh clay or whatever. And you telling me the child can't come and crawl over there and write and put his finger in there and move his finger around in a certain way? That is not formal writing, but it's a type of writing.
You would rather like admit you would rather
All right,
come up with
I'm
some
done.
hypothetical
I'm
situation
done.
where a child is scribbling in sand than admit that a child say mama and dada and
That's
kaka
how the
and ba
first
ba ba
writing
ba
is. The first
boo boo
scribble,
boo and doo doo doo.
some of these archaic, if you
All
look
that
at
stuff
some of these
first before you
archaic
start
things,
to
you
write.
see
You would
little
rather
swirls and things. A
fight
child
against
can
me
make a
so
swirl.
hard.
What you talking about?
You want to fight against me so hard. You don't want to use any
I'm
logic
just saying
whatsoever.
you can stop. Listen, I'm just saying that. All right, I'm a yield. It's cool. I'm not. It's not even that deep. Y'all wanna
You should yield because that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
defend this oral tradition.
Scribbling is not writing. Scribbling is just like exercising your just scribbling. That's what it is. Scribbling is scribbling. Writing
Yeah.
is writing.
Okay, so you
And we're
have the
talking
forms.
about
I keep
written
talking
language.
about.
You said that the first written language, that language was written first, and then we began to speak it. And these stories were passed down written before they were oral, which is
Yes, they was
insane.
written. They was written first.
Listen. Did you? So you didn't learn what's that? Row your boat at a
Everything is
child.
but listen, we know that everything is flipped around. So that's why you think that
Man,
the way that we learn things now, that don't mean that was the original way. You just said it's based off other, like, everything is flipped around. That's why the world is in chaos. That's why it's chaotic right now, because everything is revert. They flip is
So your
reversed.
child.
My
So
question is, can
you
I
have
ask a
a child.
question?
You have a baby. So I can go to your baby and I can just give it something and it's going to communicate with me on a pad and tell me exactly what it's saying. I'm gonna understand what it writes.
So what I was talking about is the four. I keep telling y'all about the 5 levels of information. So you have symbols. It's like the third. That's like the third level. It's called semantic. Semantics. Right. Before that is 2 levels before that. So you can have symbols, but it's not in the language yet. So that's what I'm talking about. That's still writing. It's still data. That's all I was trying to communicate to you. But once we start to put it in a formal structure, then you keep going up the ladder of the levels of information, and then it becomes complex. And what makes it complex is because you can someone else can understand what you're communicating to them through writing.
So can I ask a question? I just had to ask this question.
I want to share something real quick and then because I don't.
Every
Can I just share my
culture
screen
got
right
right.
quick and just make this real straight because I just want to just be done with this back and forth. All right. So I asked, okay, was written communication first or oral? Short answer: oral communication came first by tens of thousands of years. Let's break it down accurately. Okay. Oral communication first. Humans were speaking long before writing existed. Spoken language likely developed 100 to 300,000 years ago. Early humans passed down history, spiritual systems, survival knowledge, laws, and morals. Okay. Written
Like what?
communication much later, around 3200 BCE in Mesopotamia, cuneiform, around the same time in ancient
That's
Egypt.
formal writing.
Early writing was used for trade, accounting, government records, religion, text, and later. writing was a tool, not the original way humans understood the world. Okay,
But
I just want to make that.
But that's even that is ambiguous because they talking about advanced and formal writing that came out of Mesopotamia.
But you're trying to say that writing came
artifacts,
before oral tradition.
We have wherever we find artifacts, we find writing, we find little scribbles of what you would say scribbles, right? Early forms of writing.
Man,
so
you just
look that up. Look at early forms of writing. Don't go to Mesopotamia where they talking about that's where the language come from, because that's the formal, that's the advanced writing or the form where they had all the schools and stuff at. The I forgot what caves it is where they got it's 12,000 BC, right? And even things before that, they have symbols of animals and different symbols and stuff like that. So writing was the first form of, it was not the first form of communication, but it's one of the earliest forms of communication.
You sound better by saying one of them, but oral was the first. I'm sorry. Period.
Well, they couldn't. Well, how would you understand what someone is saying?
What?
Well, how would you understand what someone is writing?
Because it mimic it mimics something that you see. How would I understand what if you saying?
If your baby is crying, your baby doesn't even say a word.
I know what that is unless you show a picture. A picture speaks 1,000 words. That's why they call pictographs.
What are you talking about?
All right, I'm done.
A mother, just by a baby's cry, can tell what needs to be done for that child. Before it ever utters an actual literal word, it knows by the sound. Whatever, like the way it cries. The mother knows that cry, oh, it's hungry, oh, it's this. I'm a mother, I know. Like I know when my child was like hungry, because it would say and okay, it hungry. You know what I'm saying? And then if it like made a loud shriek, I knew okay, it's hurting. So or she or he, whatever, the baby. You know what I'm saying? So yes, oral sound came way before writing.
Was the first people babies?
Sound came way before writing. Argument.
Was the first people babies? Once again, you don't know, right?
Listen.
Were
you a baby at some point? Were you a baby at some point? And did you grow up to be a man, or did you come on this earth midway and became then straight up like a teenager and knew how to write and sing and talk and whatever?
I can still argue. As far
as I understand, the first when we come up on this earth, we are born through the mother from her womb, and we come out the birth canal. So yeah, the human being comes out the birth canal and is born.
I want to say, even if you want to argue that we were the first people were like, for example, in the Bible, God created man and woman, all that's cool. But they still had dialogue.
Whoever's crying, whoever got like somebody got a little purr snore going on. That's snore says it all, right? Arguing about some stuff that don't even matter, bro.
For the sake of the panel, I'll acquiesce to whatever y'all saying. What I'm saying, what I'm saying through my research, everywhere you find something, any artifact, is some type of writing there.
Developed later. It wasn't the initial way of communicating. I'm sorry. Those things developed later on. Somebody is snoring. They got their little.
Yeah.
Who's snoring?
A1, you there? I think A1 out of that. Yeah.
A1.
A1 timed out. Damn.
A1.
A1 always get out of that. But
my bad. Yeah, I did fall asleep.
Yeah.
I hear y'all calling my name though. I was knocked out for a couple minutes.
Somebody said one mic Sadiq Raw. they thought it was Sadiq was snoring.
Oh, I was snoring.
Yeah, you had a little purr. You were purring. It wasn't like a
Oh
snore all
no,
the way. It was like a purr. It was like
my
a little
mic was muted. I had to unmute to talk.
Oh, somebody was purring.
Yeah.
It was like a little purr.
But yeah, even with the Yoruba thing, some people will argue that Yoruba comes from Hebrew priests.
Hold on, where's the mouse? Somebody in the back. Hold on, Draco, I got you.
Oh, so somebody Sadiq is the one snoring. Somebody snoring.
Yeah, I'm about to mute him in 1 second. I'm just looking for my mouse. I done lost my mouse while I was asleep. Dang, it's only 1:23. It's early too. It's not even late. Sorry about that, y'all. Go ahead. I'm about to get you up here, Draco.
I would have to, and I'm not. What's it called again? I know what that is, but and I'm not arguing because it's Yoruba, but I'm just saying it's by most, even written tradition, even things that's written down, most things will tell you that they spoke like before they write, like they like the beginning or whatever, when there was whatever going on, there was dialogue going on before this was written down. Like if you look at any of the religious traditions, they will talk about how like let's say I'm not Hindu, but like in Hinduism they talk about the dialogue that happened, the wars between the different gods, all that stuff, and I mean you can't say that before sound there was writing. It doesn't make sense.
But writing comes from
writing come from written words that they like decided to like
comes from emulations of things that they saw. So, but I'll say this: how do you demonstrate that you're intelligent to someone?
By memorizing things by your memory.
So according to physicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you wanted to communicate that you are intelligent to say an extraterrestrial, you would draw a triangle. That's a form of writing.
You would draw a triangle, or you would try to. So they're gonna, man. Okay.
Why can't you send a record out there in a gramophone? I don't know.
That's what they did. I don't know what
that's what NASA. Well, I ain't gonna say just NASA, but that's what they're trying to do. They sending signals out into space and everything, but that's not how. That's not how you communicate. Communicate through symbols.
But
well, why don't you communicate some things through instead of you talking to us? Why don't you write everything that you're talking about right now down in symbols and see if we can understand what you're talking about?
You just mentioned NASA. Didn't they just take a trip to the moon? They did a flyby or some shit.
Yeah, Artemis. So
yeah,
Artemis is the in Greek mythology. Artemis is the I think the twin or the sister to Apollo.
Can you imagine how long it would take to communicate with each other if we wrote everything down before we spoke?
Damn, that's why they call it Artemis.
Well, we got artifacts that it has some type of form of writing on it. It's a communication. What is the need?
So let me ask you this: all over everything, because there'd be no other way to communicate but to write it down. So it would be people writing all over everything if they trying to communicate with each other. That's crazy. You ain't even you can't believe it's your own stuff. You just want to argue.
We have artifacts of things being written down.
Not as much as what you're saying. You're saying that came before.
They wrote it down in symbols, though. these symbols that some of the things is not in a language yet. Some of the symbols are being adopted, which later becomes a language.
You even said yourself, and I want to say this because I'm going to say I don't know, like I'm not even I'm going to go outside of formal language, so to speak. But you yourself said that they would describe this stuff as that's what you said. Like they were making sounds. Like even if there was no structured language, you yourself said that they was making sounds.
Right. So, but how would you understand what they talking about? Unless they demonstrate it to you.
Okay, so
what's the demonstration of the sound?
Who's to say that they didn't try to express this, and then when they expressed it, they see, oh, they're not understanding me. So let me draw a picture.
Okay, I got a scenario for you. Hypothetically, you say the most ancient people, right? The most archaic people, right? They would say someone saw a big boulder, and then they come back, and now they want to express that they saw this giant boulder. How would they get people to understand what they talking about?
Okay, first off, if they and this is my thing. I'm trying to meet you where you at. Mind you, because I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm trying to meet you where you at. If
Sadiq,
they
are you
saw a
up? Because you
big
came off
boulder,
mute twice, but it sounded like you sleeping. How are you unmuting while you sleep?
Sleeping great.
But you keep coming off mute. Go ahead.
so it seems like okay, if they saw a big boulder that was ridiculously big somehow, okay, and then they went back, don't you think they would be trying to express that to everybody at once, not waiting to let me write this down. Let me write this down.
Yeah, they would draw it. They would draw it. That's how they would. That's how they would communicate.
Let me draw this big boulder and these little people. No, if it was something that was something that was out of the ordinary, the natural reaction would be trying to express it to the people that there's something that you want to share. That would be the first thing. And then the second thing would be, oh, everybody's not understanding me. Let me demonstrate. Even in your own scenario, they're going to be trying.
Right.
Man,
But they don't. But they wouldn't. You wouldn't know what they talking about.
It doesn't mean they didn't make the sound.
But Matt, don't you have a baby? That's what I'm saying. Just because they make the sound, that don't mean that you don't understand. All right, man, I'm done. I'm gone from it, man. Because
do you have a baby? Do you have a baby?
It's getting
redundant. I don't have children, but I have family, and I know that children make baby.
All right. Sound is first. Look, sound is first. Y'all got it.
Okay.
Y'all got it.
Now do some research and see that we're telling you the truth. Why would we lie to you?
I'm just saying.
Why would it take this amount of time to like sit up here and try to convince you? Like, bro, you're wrong.
Record is always some form of writing, shape, symbol, print is something, and those things got adopted and was put in a formal language. Even the sound, if you're making sounds, in order for you to properly communicate, man, well, I'm not gonna go through all that. Y'all got it.
You must have. You have a child. Do you have any children? Have you been around any babies?
It's getting redundant.
No, it's getting redundant because you're not trying to listen to logic and reasoning.
We're not babies, though.
Listen, talking about no. We think that nothing is new underneath the sun. Okay, humans been having babies.
That's a Bible verse, by the way. But go ahead.
Shouts out to you. You know, humans been having babies, and I don't know. It might be in the Bible, but it might be, who knows where it first came from. Humans have been having children since the beginning of time, right? And you're meaning to tell me that they were unable to communicate with this child until it learned how to pick up some kind of a device and write down wah. Like, what are we saying? Like write it down, and now it's hungry, and then you change the diaper. Come on now.
I need to be breastfed, Mama. Let me write this down.
Honey, that baby is starving to death if you had to wait till it could write that shit down. Please stop it. That baby gonna starve.
I'm glad we getting my comments. I'm talking
Baby
about.
gonna be cold, everything. It don't say nothing until it can get his hand around something and just write down how it feels and what it's thinking about.
That's not how it goes.
And finally, the mom is able to respond based on what it wrote down. Oh, okay, my baby's hungry. 10 years later, baby dead as a doorknob. Come on now.
By the time it get right, it's no use. It's no.
Baby gonna be
right.
Baby gonna be skull and
When
bones.
we talking about traditions, so we talking about traditions. Y'all talking about
baby gonna be starving.
early stages of life. When we talking about tradition,
hungry, it's going to.
I wasn't talking about early stages of life. I was talking about early civilizations of people, of humans.
Well, honey, everything is all based. The microcosm of it is the same thing as the microcosm. So how it's done at the early stages is how it's done in society.
And that's even that is through writing because it's a genetic code.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, so the baby has to write down when.
So wait, hold on. So your genetic code is our genetic code? Is that writing?
So when the baby was telling the
no,
mom,
no. Is the genetic code, is that writing?
Not in the sense that you're talking about, I wouldn't say.
He's trying to move the damn goalpost. Meanwhile, need to put out his damn.
All right,
okay.
It's called
you
writing.
know what's not writing is your smoke alarm. Whoever's got their smoke alarm beeping, that is not writing. That smoke alarm beeping like that is not writing.
I would call the genetic code molecular bonding, but I wouldn't call it writing. That's what I would call it, but they call it writing.
Child, you know what? This has been fun live, but I gotta turn it in. People are snoring. I'm getting sleepy by hearing snoring. That purring sound made me think of some cats or something. Like, oh man, you know what? Even when we go to sleep, we make sounds.
You silly. That's funny.
Now imagine if people instead of snoring, they would write down.
Is GDN Capone leave for real?
You gotta write down the snore sound. What's the thing for snore? R. Good night, guys. I gotta go.
Good night, DJ Genesis. Have a good night. Appreciate you. Bible Mind Control, did you want to comment on anything you've heard so far?
Oh, I see most of my comments made it out already. As I was commenting in the chat, I saw that it was read because they voiced what I wrote. The baby thing, if you read my whole shit, in the last couple of minutes, it was just verbatim of what I wrote.
Hey, let's go.
I didn't even know.
The crying thing, the sound, the alpha, the symbol, everything y'all just said, I was just writing. It's I was reading it and then just said it right there. But in my thoughts, sound was the first thing that you had to do. Even if you just think about it, there's not one language up to this day that when they teach their young, it's not through music. When you're taught any language, your alphabet, A, B, C. In any language, it's taught through music. It's taught with sound. Right? Before they even teach you how to write it, the first thing they're teaching you is through sound.
Yeah, even in French, I know because, like I said, my grandma was from Haiti, but yeah.
So sound is music, and sound is one of the most informal way humans learn. Period. Like that's a fact on a fact. Right? The first form of music was clapping, because you could do that naturally with your body. So sound played a critical role for eons before we thought to have pictography, which is writing with symbols and animals. Like an owl was symbolized as something, and a falcon was symbolized as, you know what I mean? Before we even had letters, it was, you just knew what things were through pictures, pictography. But sound was the ultimate teacher and remains the ultimate teacher, even with writing. That's all.
Epic Studios. Scam Chang, you there? Want to comment on anything you've heard so far?
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounded like we drifted from the main topic. That's the main reason I was here in the first place, and it just went in a whole new direction.
Oh, I went back to comment on that too. I was saying that if he created sin, and that's obvious, God created sin, so then God created evil. How wouldn't he be responsible for it if he created it?
I don't know about that he created sin thing, because why would he create something that he need to correct? If he's perfect in all ways, then that would mean that he created imperfect people for the sin to even begin.
Well, let's start off with something. How many people on the panel are God believing or Bible believing people? Don't all jump at once. No, nobody is.
The Bible got a lot of issues, man. You got a lot to overcome with that.
All right, with the I asked that because I wanted to know the mind frame of people. But they easily put, of course, God created sin. First of all, let's just go over the definition of sin. What do you define?
Hold on, stop. You can't skip. You're trying to skip. First, you got to prove that your God exists to create and do anything. Then you can move forward. If you can't do that, you just talking.
I'm an atheist.
Well, I don't know how you gonna be an atheist and say what God did, what God does. You gotta have a starting point.
No. Because an atheist, it just means that I don't believe. That doesn't mean that I don't know the Bible. I probably know more of the Bible than you do.
You might do, but you're still not going to beat me at it.
This is why I said, what would be your definition of sin?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't really have a true definition of sin, because if you want to examine your Bible goes through all kind of things that are a sin against him. And if so-called sins are against him, and he's supposedly be the creator of everything, why would he allow something that will be exist against him in his nature? So it's from the onset of the Bible itself, it was seen that the sin nature was created in the humans, and from then on, you are never going to be perfect or beyond the sin nature. It's within you. You can't duck it. How can you be forgiven for something that exists within you?
You see, but then that contradicts your belief of saying God created all things. not some things, all things. If you believe,
I'm going back to what I said at first. I don't believe in a God. And if nobody has proven one exists that created anything. So we'll go back to where I said at first. In order for you to say God, in order for you to say God created something, you got to prove your God exists to create.
yeah, we on the same boat then. I mean, you are eight. If you don't believe, do you believe in any God? Period.
No, nobody has proven one to me. You
Right.
got to
So
prove
you are
one
atheist.
to me. You got to prove one to me. Then we can have a conversation about what a God is, or what a God does, what a God is capable of, what we can expect from a God. Because I put God, any God, on a high pedestal, and you got to provide some massive evidence to convince me there's one that even exists.
Yeah, I can't do that tonight. We in the same boat. I believe in the same thing. I don't believe in no God. So that's why I asked anybody here do. I was ready to battle. I found a friend. I was ready. I was waiting, looking for an opponent.
Shout out to Hootie to the stage. How you feeling, Hootie?
Hold up, family. Did we are we discussing the title?
You can
right
touch
now?
on it. Yeah, we're all over the place. Yeah, go ahead.
Did anybody bring up the tree of knowledge when they brought that up? Because keeping knowledge away from individuals is evil, and he's definitely brought the first calamities to the world. So
Expound, brother. Expound. Go ahead. You got the floor.
pretty much like, keeping Adam and Eve, based on tradition, keeping Adam and Eve away from the tree of knowledge is evil. And then all because they discovered the knowledge or the tree of knowledge, he did more evil by punishing them. And then obviously you have Genesis where he curses Canaan through Ham. And then it goes on from there and there.
How do you discover something that's already there that he told you to stay away from and don't eat from?
Right.
Check me.
But yeah, I just wanted to touch up on the title because I thought it was interesting, a good question.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You got the floor. Anybody can go. You only got to wait on me.
Well, my thing is, I mean, we can debate books, words from a book, God, this God, that God, the other God. But if you don't have a root that you're drawing from, that's for sure, it's all speculative.
That's true.
Right. What do you think about the word atheism? And I'm asking this to anybody. Specifically, I want to hear it from the person who just said they don't believe in any gods.
That was two people. I was one of them.
So yeah, go ahead. Give me your definition, your own definition of atheism.
My own definition would simply mean not no belief in any God.
Yeah, that's correct. Pretty much. Anybody else could go. I wanted the other person specifically who didn't believe in God to give me what they thought of the word atheist.
Yeah, my definition is pretty much close to what he just said. I don't see any evidence. I don't see any evidence for any God.
Right, and the thing about the word itself, it is that it's Greek. So we're not Greek. So why are we so held to this standard of believing in God? And then when you look at the word God, I put it in the live chat earlier. That comes from Theodoric the Visigoth. and then it comes from it's a Germanic word in itself. So we're not Greek, we're not Germanic. So why are we being met with so much disappointment and aggression per se, or antagonism, when we don't believe in God?
I think that's a simple answer, because it's obvious why certain gods, if you will, were created. All knowledge, everything started out of Africa in the first place. Everything started out of Africa, right? And if you study, especially the Bible, it's a book of an angry Greek god taking wrath on Africans. If you study where most of the stories are even taken from African stories, put their own twist and spin on it. So if you even study how they went about converting people, it wasn't through peace. They weren't kumbaya and praying. It was mass murder.
That's correct. Are y'all familiar with them corrupting Amun-Ra and turning him into Satan, the ram? Now he's a goat.
Elaborate.
So pretty much they knew since Amun-Ra, or the ram, was a high divination in African tradition, they reversed it. They corrupted it when they plagiarized it to create their religion. So the ram, the sacred ram in African tradition, becomes the Satan in Greco-Roman tradition.
According to my knowledge, Amun-Ra was known as the sun god.
Right, but he still has a what is it called? A zoomorphic. He has variety of zoomorphic, but Amun-Ra is a ram deity.
Mm.
It is the sun. It is the deification of the light force that powers the sun, but it's also represented by a ram, because a ram has its habitat and its domain on the mountaintop. So that's where that comes from.
Mm. Yeah, but as we were saying, I that's it's obvious why certain religions were definitely created. World domination or domination period. Even an example of what's happening today in the Middle East. One people say it's their land, and you know what I'm saying? It's all evident.
Right. A prime example of why people should be waking up is what's going on right now today.
Correct.
And definitely what Netanyahu said a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, maybe. What do you guys think about the state of Israel? You guys are you guys familiar with the state of Israel only being and how it came in 1940, how it came about in 1946, 1948 time frame, and just how it doesn't even it's just there as an entity, is doing what the God in the Bible was doing in Genesis. It pretty much stands there with the getting the weapon systems to destroy.
So what we doing here? What exactly is this guy doing or planning to do or can do? What are we doing? Is it all about warring? Is it about helping people? Is it about saving people? What are we doing? Because where I'm at, I'm not in no Middle East. So where's the guy for me?
You are him.
I don't know about all that. Because if I'm some guy that and I should be able to exercise my power to end all that nonsense and set things right. But since I'm not that,
You the God of your own life.
yeah. Well, if that be the case, then I don't have to crack open any of these books. Then just talking about what a God does and what a God can do or what a God has done.
Humanity got the concept of gods through misunderstanding. It's like the same reason why if I sneeze right now, most people will still say, "Bless you."
That's crazy work right there.
Right? It's just through misunderstanding, right? 2,000 years later, we still saying "bless you," even though we have the knowledge to know why we say "bless you" and where it really came from. We still the hell with knowing the knowledge. It's common practice. Let's just keep saying it because we commonly do it, even though we have the knowledge. So
I don't say it, but I know people that do.
Right. Me too. I stopped saying it only after I learned the knowledge of it. But I was fascinated, by learning that. And it's the same thing of the gods thing. Like before they understood if the only thing you understood that the sun controls your food. If without that sun, you can't grow crops. And if that water goes too high, your crops are done, and so is your village. That's basically what you understood. You understood elements. You understood the power of the elements. You ain't know what, but you understood. Of course, if they literally are your gods. The sun is your god. If that sun doesn't, you don't eat. The water is your god. It will destroy you or it could help your crops. So man basically started to have respect or fear for these elements. And how do you explain that to people and so forth? Let's call it a god. Slowly over time, you know how many gods there was before we understood shit? There was a god for everything. When you started to slowly understand elements and shit, slowly those gods came about and slipped away. Why do we still hold on to these gods of today? Simply put, control.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is peer pressure too, as well, and social acceptance. Because when you get past a certain age, I would say 30. Some people say 25. You begin to understand things, and you naturally question things. So when you get in your 30s, you should already realize that the religion that you're practicing is Greco-Roman. The God that you're worshiping is a European who has supernatural powers. So at this point, now it has to be about either fear and yeah, mind control, just like you said, and then another element would be peer pressure. I don't want to upset my grandma. I don't want to upset my wife. I don't want to disappoint, my nephews, and we already been going to church for 20, 30 years. So
Yeah, the biggest way to control, the best way to control a people or to fight a people is never having to fight them in the first place. If I make you believe that I'm God, then you're not even you may have a fight, I may have to teach you that I'm God, but your kids are not even gonna think to fight me because they know me as God or they know my people as God. So it's just naturally within them to serve or to obey. That's why you had to rid the African of his normal religion. The first thing they do is strip you of your culture.
do you make content on YouTube?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. Do you make any content?
I've been thinking about it for a while. That's why I came out with the name. Bible equals mind control. Because that's exactly what I want to make content about. The Bible equals mind control.
Right. Drop your email in the private chat for me, Mind Control, so we can set up an interview.
Definitely.
That's all. I just make
Definitely.
albums about Bible questions. That's what I make. I make songs about the Bible questions, Bible stories. I got 4 albums out.
You make content?
Oh,
drop your email too if you make content, so that way we can get you set up with a show on here and help you spread what you do.
All right.
I'm gonna have a commercial for it running tomorrow.
Definitely.
So everybody knows, because I'm trying to get everybody highlighted. You know.
You said you make songs.
Yeah, that sounds lit.
You know, some of the Bible stories, and I make songs about them. And cause like I have a lot of Bible questions, so I used to ask people the questions. I say, man, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna make a song about it. And my wife is like a real Bible thumper. And one of the songs I made, she like dancing around too. And I say, you don't even know what this song is about, but you dancing to it though. So it's like, it's flying under the radar, and she don't get it.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Well, they say that your so-called devil was the master of music or whatever. So I say, well, let's go with the music route then. Maybe that'll get some eyes open.
Hey, that's crazy, bro. I just finished saying that to people today. Yo, quick question. Y'all ever heard of gang stalking before? The term?
Nope. Not really. I might have heard the word a few times, but never actually witnessed what it's about, what's going on with it.
That's a whole different topic. I would say like YouTube. I don't even want to go deep into it. That's like a whole different day, but we definitely might hit that one time, because I think gang stalking is the new agenda now, and they're forcing people into the Christianity. Look, you see the white nationalists. You see their whole movement now. Like their whole movement now is the Christian thing. Erica, like Charlie Kirk, they're not even playing no more. They're Christianed out, because they know that's why they created that. I don't know if y'all saw the new Drewski skit with Erica, about Erica. Charlie Kirk's wife. Did y'all see
I actually need to catch up. I just heard about it, but I didn't get into it. So definitely, I want to hear about that.
Go ahead, y'all got the flow.
I'm
just here to make sure y'all don't get to fighting.
Basically making fun of Charlie Kirk's wife.
App.
I mean,
hit that cash app.
The professionalism that he does his skits in from, like, his shit be funny, but it's just not. It's more than funny. He be hitting the nail on it. It'd be truth. It'd be truth satire. I can't even describe it. You just gotta watch that shit, and you'll be surprised at how accurate it is.
I'm gonna find the time to watch that. Definitely.
Got you, Sam Chan. I need your email, Mind Control.
Yes, sir. I'm putting it right now.
Got you, Scam Chan. I'm gonna email you, and we'll get the graphics going, and then schedule a day after we get the graphics locked in.
Yeah, I just dropped it in there.
Gotcha. I'll send both of y'all an email tonight, just so y'all can see. save me. Is that a bird?
Hey, A1, real quick. I just want to ask you about some debates. Did some debates fall through that was supposed to be scheduled, or did it get rescheduled?
It's the Queen is tomorrow. Well, it was
Okay.
supposed to be actually Thursday, but it did get rescheduled for next Thursday.
And I think did you mention something about you being booked up for this month?
Pretty much. Did you want to squeeze something in?
I might. I'll be in contact with you. Are these all debates in the month of March, or what is this?
April. These are April debates. The
Oh
last week of
yeah.
April is open
Oh,
because I really only do debates on the weekend, but I pay, so I got a budget. So I don't want to
okay.
go over like 150 a week paying debaters. But I
I'm
just
in the
shot about
wrong
100,
month, man.
150 a week. I kick out about a couple hundred a month to the
All right,
debaters.
so yeah, I'll be in contact with you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yep, because I pay $50 win, lose, or draw for the
Oh, I
exhibition
love to
debates.
debate too, man.
Yep, exhibition debates. Debaters get paid $50 win, lose, or draw. In the tournament, there is a $500 cash prize at the end, and winners, the debaters, get $50 for each round they win in the tournament. We are in round 3 of the tournament currently. And this weekend we have Honey Clark and Suave Boss, Saturday, 7 p.m.
Round 3 is here. Only one walks away, only one advances, and only one gets closer to that
What's the debate
$500
about?
prize. It's the clash you've been waiting for. Suave Boss versus Honey Clark. This isn't just a debate. This is a battle of logic, loyalty, and truth. The topic: can you be patriotic and treasonous at the same damn time? Taking the affirmative, Suave Boss stepping into dangerous territory, arguing that loyalty and betrayal might live in the same space. And you already know, Honey Clark is coming to tear that argument apart. No dodging, no filters, no mercy. This is round 3. This is elimination. This is where reputations are built or broken. Who moves on and who gets left behind. Pull up, tune in, don't blink, because when that bell rings, only one survives. Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
That is this Saturday, and that is a free debate. I think we only have one more free debate after that one, and then all debates are being moved to the $3.99 members only section. So you're going to have to become a member of the page to start viewing the debates. So
attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship? You want the smoke? You want the unfiltered action? Then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yes. All exhibition debates will now be in the members only section for $3.99. And then we will also be having main event pay-per-view specials coming as well. So be on the lookout for that. Back to you, gentlemen. Shout out Big Cosmo to the stage.
Salute to you brothers, man. Salute.
Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far, Big Cos?
Oh man. I don't know who it was that was talking, but about the Erica Kirk stuff. But did y'all see a while ago?
The Bible.
Right? Huh?
Yeah, that was Bible, me.
Oh,
Bible mind control.
Hey, Bible. Salute to you, bro. But did y'all see? You know, Drewski was making fun of Erica Kirk and all that stuff. But remember when she first did that thing against Candace Owens, and she looked in the camera and she said, "Stop." And you know, Drewski and them all made fun of that and stuff, right? But did y'all see the video of the the real old lady sitting in front of the TV, and she was watching Erica Kane on TV, and her granddaughter or her daughter, whoever it was, is recording the grandma watching Erica Kane. Did y'all see that video where she goes
Nope.
and when
Can you
she
find
turns and when she turns and she looks at the video all stern and all that? You dig what I'm talking about? And they zero in on her face, and she said, "Stop." You dig what I'm talking about? Talking to Candace Owens, the old lady in real time, the old lady says, "Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a while." Right? So the granddaughter said, "What? What you talking about, Grandma?" She said, "That's a demon. I haven't seen one of those in a very long time." Who brought that up? Somebody brought it up, and it's a video out there. If y'all go search the video, it's an old lady sitting in front of the TV watching the Erica Kirk thing. And she said that woman was a demon, bro. So I don't know. And I knew it was something about them eyes. You dig what I'm saying? When I'm starting to understand a lot of different stuff. And I be meeting them people sometimes who don't got that light behind their eyes. Like they smile don't reach their eyes. You know what I mean? Like when you look at a real person, it's a light behind the eyes. I don't know how to explain it. You dig what I'm talking about? But you can see that a person is alive in their eyes, right? And man, sometimes you meet these people, bro, and it's just like they soulless or something, bro. And I'm starting to understand through different studies and different understandings that there may possibly be people out here with spirit, so the body is alive, right? But no soul in fact. Well, I ain't gonna say no soul in fact, but the soul that would have personally came with the body, right, has been taken over, obsessed or possessed.
Occupied.
They don't because and people starting to be real weird, man. And I've been seeing these niggas, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know. And sometimes I can just catch the vibe. You know what I mean? Like I just walk into some places and I'll be like, oh hell no, something. You know what I mean? And it's always one of them in there. It's always one of them in there, and I'm starting to see them more. It just probably in the last 3 months. But it's like, man, these people, shit is fucked up. You know what I mean? Weird stuff going on. They caught some people up here in the D. They had a warehouse full of body parts that they was legally selling. They had a chop shop of human bodies. You'd be wondering where the fuck the bodies go for all these children that they kidnapped.
I did have something. Oh, go ahead. Finish.
No, I was just going off on that. That just triggered something that I remember. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just thinking. I don't know why that thing that he said earlier stuck in my head for so long, but the brother, I believe, I'm not sure. I believe he's a Hebrew Israelite,
The brother that was here earlier, I don't know if he's still here. Oh, I don't see him. Nope, no, he's not still here. But yeah, he made the comment about the Ecclesiastes and saying that reading too much will make you mad or whatever the case may be.
Hmm?
But there are books that speak for like to tell you to gain knowledge, to get wisdom and stuff like that. That like and I'm a Muslim, so I'm gonna go to the Quran. Like the Quran says stuff like, "Do you not use your intellect?" and stuff like that. So like it's like it's a clash between like I don't know. Like I think that people get this idea that God wants you to be stagnant and stupid. It's safe for me to say stupid on here, right? I'm not offending nobody, right? Because I know when she said crazy, it would create. All right, so yeah, people had this idea that God wants you to be stagnant and stupid, but in most texts that I read, that's not the case. Like, I mean, this is how I feel. But like they think that God just wants you to blindly leave behind them and not, not understand or question or nothing. But if you say, seek the Lord thy God with all your heart, mind, and soul, how can you seek him like if you just say, okay, what I learned is, then you're not doing what he told you to do.
Hmm. I might have missed where what it, you know what I mean?
I know a lot of y'all is not theists, but I'm just making a statement that like a lot of people get this concept that God wants you to blind, or that the God of the Bible, Yahweh, if he, well, for the sake of all the people who are not theists in here, if he exists, um, is saying that like just follow behind me blindly because I want to control you or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
But in a lot of the texts I read in the Abrahamic faith, it does not promote blind faith.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, if you leaving into the text of the Abrahamic faith, it says both. So you wouldn't be wrong in taking your position, and neither would the other person, because the crazy part is the text, for the most part, says both. So y'all both textually got good arguments, and that's a problem. So you know what I mean? I think back more to what you saying is they gotta, even when you read and whatever you read, and you gotta discern it, be able to,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
discernment. It says it in there. Do you be able to use discernment?
Yeah, I ain't tripping on none of that. You know what I mean? I ain't got a dog in that fight. Not no more. Only. Well, anyways, I ain't tripping. So you dig what I'm saying? I'm not against no idea. You dig what I'm talking about? That's good. Where, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, if you're gonna follow any idea, you dig what I'm saying? Live up to the highest ideals of that. You dig what I'm saying? And just do good. The crazy part is, in every religion, the highest ideals of it is to do good and then
Be the best
treat
person
your
you can
brother like
be.
you want to be treated.
Yeah.
That's the highest ideas of every single religion. But man won't live up to as good as he preaching.
And I know I know I'm bringing this up because it was something that happened on Tuesday a couple of days ago. Somebody tried to, because I told them I was not a part of a specific sect of Islam. They were telling me, "Oh no, you're not part of a certain sect. You would get shunned and all the if you went to an Islamic country and all this other stuff. You only doing that because you're in America." But according to the Quran that we're supposed to follow, it's explicitly warns against being in specific sects because. So I don't like people
Well,
don't
it it also says Quran also says anything and everything that bends to the will of Allah. So in a sense, everything is Muslim. So I mean, if you just want to get down to some basics on, you dig what I'm talking about? If it bends to the will of Allah and Allah is the most high and the creator and all that, well then everything is from him.
It's a difference.
So and if you bend to that will, whether you call it Christ, whether you call it Buddha, whether you call it Brahma, you dig what I'm talking about? In Islam, you still been into the will of Islam and you are still Muslim.
Listen. If things just because things bend to the will of Allah, it's a difference between bending to the will of Allah and submitting to the will of Allah.
Yeah, I don't want to play the semantic game, but I agree. You know what I mean?
And that's what Islam
But
is.
I'm saying
Submission.
what I think we both saying is that you making the choice. You making a conscious choice to bend to the will of Allah, right?
Right.
Right. That we saying the same thing.
Right.
Well, real quick, let me say the very first thing, because you said you brought up knowledge, right? Correct. The very first thing he did, the very first atrocity he committed was making or trying to prevent Adam and Eve from accessing the tree of knowledge. Right.
Knowledge
So
of good and evil. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, right. I just call it that because a lot of that comes from Kemet. So sometimes I do misspeak when I talk about the Bible. But anyway, that's the first atrocity, and then it was brought up that based on the Bible, God does good and evil, but it just so happens that when you look at things, he was first evil. And now he becomes good based on ultimatums and imposing his will, just like it was brought up. You bend to the will of Allah. So, and that becomes a problem.
Is it really a first atrocity? Is that really the first atrocity? I wouldn't exactly think that was the first one.
Creating people in the first place?
No. Remember, before he created anything, he knew the outcome before he even did it, and he decided to do it anyway. That would be the first atrocity.
Right. I would agree with that. That's a good one. Good way of looking at that. But based on the text,
you're saying
you can say it would be
he knew. Okay. For example, each one of everybody who goes against God, he knew they would go against God. So the fact that he created them anyway means that it was an atrocity for him to create them in the first place.
No. It's the idea that this God is supposed to be all-knowing and everywhere. So not only did he know what Adam and Eve were going to do before he created them, he created them knowing that they would do what they would do, and then have regret about what they did. How do you know everything and have regret about something as though it was a mistake? You know, so
It's actually a good question.
You're all knowing, so why would you have regret about something? You can correct it before it even begin. So his solution
I have a
to
theory on that.
his solution to his error is to what? Sacrifice himself to himself for something he could have prevented in the first place.
Hold on, where's himself to himself? That does not make sense to me.
Who's Jesus? Isn't Jesus and God and all of them all the same? That's how
Nah,
himself is himself.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna tell you no. Like I don't believe that.
What do you believe about Jesus?
Jesus was not God. It's just simple. He made the statement. He made the statement. He said, my Father is greater than I. He said, why dost thou callest me good? There's none good but God. And if there's none good but God, and he is God, but he said, no, so he said the Father is greater than I. So, like, how is the Father greater than you, but you are co-equal? It doesn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to me when I was a Christian.
So wait, let me get your things right. You said something about God is all good. What did you say about God and good?
Jesus said, why callest me good? There is none good but God.
Yeah.
Okay, so God is good. And God, and then he got the famous Christian thing. God is good all the time. All the time, God is good, right?
Okay. I'm not a Christian, but still, I want to say this. A lot of people want to look at Jesus as this enlightened man and not whatever. But the fact is, if he was a follower of God and he submitted to God, then how can you say that he was enlightened? I mean, because if you are saying that God is evil or God is bad or whatever the case may be, that means Jesus was not enlightened. He was delusional. That is, I mean, I'm just saying, some people want to take the good things of Jesus and not acknowledge the God which he served.
I think I mean, I don't want to shatter your stuff or pokes holes in it, but I think what the gentleman that was just saying about the first atrocity and the point that he made speaks volumes to God. You know what I'm trying to say? The omnipotent one, the perfect one. Like if you just strip down the logics of certain things, it's like you will be nothing left but not to believe, right? Like even when we just started with the atrocities of you knowing this, you know all things, but you know this, but you did this, but then you repented from it. He used a different word, but I will use what the Bible word is, repent. And then you ask yourself, God repents at least 17 times in the Bible. Okay, so how does an omnipotent, perfect knowing one repent? And I know you know what the word repent means. It's at least 17 times in the Bible.
Actually, I'm not aware of that. I'm going to have to be real with you.
I know most of the people that I was listening to you when you said the omnipotent and I said, damn, bro, they don't want both of us on a podcast together. Like, look, we will be converting people like they convert people. Okay.
I think if we gonna talk about atrocities, and the first one, I think we need to go down in the first book of Genesis where they tried to convince us. Well, first of all, the first atrocity is you tried to tell me you was the creator and you created everything, the heavens and the earth, but you didn't create water. Water was already there. Then you tried to convince us that you made plants, right, for either 24 hours or 1,000 years in the dark before you made the sun and the moon. That was the real atrocity, that they thought we would just keep believing that you can make plants, right?
Without sun.
Without a sun. Right? He made the plants on day 3. He made the sun and the moon on day 4. So when we talking about atrocities, I think that's an atrocity of logic, because that don't match up with what we seeing in reality.
I can make a statement on that. I can logically think about that and see how that makes sense in my mind. Okay, I'm not going to try to dispute the order of any of the creations or whatever the case may be. But if God created the plants, you see the plants, he thought they were good, or knew they were good, whatever. He seen they were good, whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I like the plants. I created the plants. They're good. Let me nurture the plants. Got the sun and the moon. B, sun and moon. Bam. Why wouldn't he do that?
But how? No, it's not why, it's how. Right? Like, for instance, if I wanted to crack a seed, right? And I wanted to grow a seed, right? And I put it in some good dirt and I put it in a box, right? And I never let it get light. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, the seed may come up out of the dirt and even grow its initial, it may last for hours or two. You dig what I'm talking about? A couple hours or whatever. But if it don't get some form of light, you dig what I'm talking about? Especially within a day or two's time, it can't grow.
You just said he did it on the next day.
Listen, bro.
But look.
I'm just saying, for the most part, we don't see that in reality. No, I mean, in no part do we see that in reality, where plants germinate and originate and keep growing, because they said he made every kind, everything. It was already done, so it had to bloom too in the dark. Okay. It don't work like that, cuz. We don't.
Who said that when he created it? Who said that it was in the beginning stage?
It had to be, because he just created.
You're assuming things that weren't said.
Wait a minute. So I don't think that that's a stretch in logic for me to assume, right, at the beginning when a thing was created, it would be in its beginning stages. I don't think that's a stretch of logic, bro.
Okay, hear me out. Who's to say that when he created Adam and Eve? Well, okay. No. I'm not even going to say when. He created.
I'm talking about the sun and the moon.
No. Hear me out. Because this is why I'm saying this for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
We know that he did not create Adam and Eve as babies, because he said, "Be fruitful and multiply." Or did he?
So
Or did
you
he tell
had
two
grown.
babies to have sex?
So you had grown human bodies with baby brains.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Hear me out. He created them at a stage where, because you got to remember, what is
Man would be in
considered
his infancy, even if he was. Listen, I don't think that's a stretch either. If at the creation of man, even if he was made full grown, he would be in his infant stage mentally, spiritually.
Correct.
He wouldn't have no morals. He wouldn't know anything. He would, as a matter of fact, he would be worse than the animals because you never have to tell a tiger it's a tiger, right? You never have to tell a dog it like bones, but you got to teach a baby not to stick his finger in a roaring fire or a rattlesnake mouth or a goddamn socket, or it'll do all three because it don't have no knowledge. You dig what I'm talking about? So I think there's a little difference though.
I kind of think you gave him a scapegoat, though. I think he was
Yeah,
stuck
I
in
ain't
the
trying to argue
repentance
with
thing.
bro. I ain't trying to.
I'm not. I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not even going.
Because he seems logical, so I put logic in front of him. Now
Right.
he got to make the logic not work. He got to untie the knot.
I'm not going to fully disagree that they have to learn. I mean, there's no point in your life really that you don't have to learn. That you just say, I'm gonna stop learning. I know everything.
You got to die. You got to die.
Exactly. There's no point in living no more. Like really.
Right.
But yeah, I totally agree that when he made them, they still had to learn.
Yeah, I would say even then.
But I wouldn't say that was worse.
So you wouldn't call that man in his infancy? I'm talking about as a species. So
okay.
So
see,
man at his beginning is man is his infancy.
I guess we go in two different. When I say infancy, I mean the infant stages of the
mind.
No,
because that's the only thing that
of development. The full everything. The infant stages. His body, he physically wasn't in his infant stage.
But infant comes before adolescence, right? Infancy is first, right?
Right.
That's what we talking about. You know what I mean? So if man, if he came up out the dirt, you dig what I'm talking about? And I'm not necessarily against that. You dig what I'm talking about? I think it is a process. You dig what I'm talking about that we're not hip to for the most part. That actually goes on, because we know for the most part stuff go on, we just don't know about it. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, we weren't there to see creation. We weren't like, and if somebody gonna say, like, somebody tried to tell me,
but that's an excuse because the same
no,
process.
Hear me out. This is me. I'm speaking from me and my. Hold on, hear me out.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
saying
would never say. For example, they tried to box me in and say, "Oh, how do you know the Prophet Muhammad split the moon, went up on the donkey, all this other stuff?" And I'm like, is what the text says. And then they're like, "But who told you that?" Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that God told me in my ear that this is what happened. I'm not going to sit here and say that I was there when the miracle happened, or that I went back in time and saw the miracle, or some crazy stuff like that. That's illogical.
Listen, my baby Tupac said, "Man, I was given this world. I didn't make it. You ain't make Quran. It is what it is. You ain't write a word in it." You did what I'm saying? So
I didn't.
And so if that's the text you grew up with, and that's
not the text I
make
grew
you
up
a
with.
better man that you or whatever, it don't matter. But I'm
Right.
telling you, that's what you using now.
Right.
So what I'm saying, if that's helping you get to where you need to be, then salute you. Live to the highest ideals of that. But just understand that once you live to the highest ideals of Islam, then what? So you know, I mean, there's higher forms of spirituality. Even after that, don't feel like you trapped anywhere, because it's something you're supposed to get out of Islam, or you wouldn't even be there.
If Allah said, you know what, move forward, there's something more for you somewhere else, then maybe. If it's in the divine decree, it's
Bruh,
gonna happen.
which is gonna happen. Ain't nothing you could do about it. You gonna listen, and you either way, you better hope and pray it's not what I think it is, and that, you know, the story that you got going on is what's gonna happen. You dig what I'm saying? I hope that for you. You dig what I'm saying?
I want to ask you so bad, like, what do you think it is?
What do I? Oof. Nah, man, listen, man, I ain't even here for that. I ain't here for that. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm not here to try to tell you what to believe or what to look into. Okay, I'll tell you this. There is a text you probably need to read, right? And it's the book of the Arkaban, and it's called the book of Esther, and it gives you the birth and creation of the triune gods we know now as the Trinity, Buddha, Brahma, and Christ, and Christ's right-hand man, Thoth Gabriel or Jabril, right? Islam was created as payback because he got jerked on the deal. And I hate to put it that simple, but that's really what was happening in the heavens. But then it had, as above, it had earthly consequences. You dig what I'm talking about?
I think I've read about. I don't think I didn't read. I didn't read the full text, but I think I know what you're talking about. These things happen. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and it comes to
But I
find
don't
out,
remember
man.
about Islam being a reaction to that. But I do remember something about the earthly consequences of what was going on. Yeah, above and all that.
And it comes to find out that Jabril falsely assumes the title Allah, or the God, or the highest knowledge. You dig what I'm talking about? And gives his doctrine to Muhammad inspirationally. By the way, Muhammad was one of the only people in history who had suis, or clairvoyance, in perfection. Ain't no telling what this nigga was seeing. Ain't no fucking telling. He had it in perfect to hear and see spirits. He had it in perfection.
What you mean by that? Like,
it's a skill. It's a thing you either got in your DNA and it's on, or it's not. It's not spooky. Spirits are just dead men moving at a higher or lower frequency in and out of visible light.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're dead. Yeah, dead people. That's why the spirit is still corporeal. It's still tangible. But but the soul isn't.
If you put that whole spirit thing into perspective, do you know how many people, animals, and all these other living things that have died and gone on? So essentially, you're saying that we're being bombarded by so-called spirits constantly.
All the time. They're around us all the time. Why do you think they call it the underworld? Sheol. That thing is right around us.
You can call it whatever you want. But none shall the twain shall meet until you prove it is a real thing instead of a talking point.
What? Well, well, simple stuff like this, you know what I mean? A lot of things are just hidden in the language. Anciently, the lowest part of the atmosphere, below the clouds, on down the breathable part, is called Hades, Hara, hell. So when the ancients was telling us that you're in hell already, yeah, breathe it in. This is why it's historically been called. You didn't think it was really a underworld under the world, did you?
I'm not claiming none of that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, whether you believe it or not, for those of us who've had spiritual experiences, there's no way you can convince us that the spirit ain't real. So trying to argue about it, and there's no way that I could objectively show you a spirit, right? But we can corporally show and hint at that there is one, right? And show it scientifically and mathematically.
Mathematically,
you dig what I'm talking about?
I can.
So
let me hit at some square circles or some pink unicorns while we at it. You know, we can go that route too.
I mean, you know, if you into drugs, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's what you sound like. You sound like you doing some drugs. You trying to tell me?
Well,
spirits are
wait a minute. You don't.
Proven.
So first of all, you don't believe in spirit?
I don't have no evidence of a spirit doing anything.
Okay, all right. I couldn't. Now you understand, like, I couldn't like tangibly go up and point and say, yo, this is a spirit, right? Because it would obviously be unseen, right? So there's no way I could tangibly show you that. But what if I could scientifically hint or theorize that there is a spirit in the body, right? For the simple fact that the human body, while you're alive, gives off and emits light. And soon as you die, right, it stops. That is proven by science. And I'm talking about visible light, but just on a low level. So you need other things to see it. Of course, you're going to need, but I'm saying as long as you are alive, the body gives off and emits light.
So
that's
light,
proven.
So light is a spirit. You're saying light is a spirit?
No. I'm not saying that. I would say the light is the result of the spirit because soon as you die, that light goes off and you're dead. So I wouldn't be able to point it to you like that, but scientifically, that would be the best way that I could tangibly try to prove to you. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying, you dig what I'm talking about. That's how I would tangibly try to show to a person that a spirit could exist.
And
I'm not trying to get you to believe anything. I don't really care.
What I'm saying is things have names. So you just you're calling it light. Now you're saying I don't know if it's a spirit or not, but when it's gone, the light goes with it. So what are you talking about?
Right. I'm talking about that the light is an effect of the spirit. Do you understand?
Well, you putting a label
on
something.
Do you listen?
What it is.
Listen. Do you know what a spirit is, sir?
I am trying to get you to explain what one is.
Okay, well, just ask that. Well, just ask that. You said you didn't know what one was, and you never seen one. I've never seen one either, but I know that there's a spirit, and then how I would tangibly prove it to anybody who is a person who just needs to see something, a materialist. You dig what I'm talking about? Anybody who's just only can believe something that's in front of their face. How I would prove that to you or anybody like that is how I just did.
But that's
the only logical way to do it.
You're just calling it that. You haven't.
Well, let me explain to you what a spirit is, right? Because the spirit is the expression of any entity. The expression of it is its spirit.
So the spirit of Jack Daniels that I drink is a spirit, right?
That's a different type of spirit. That's an ether. That's like a drinking spirit. But as above, so below, space is etheric too. And just like ether sublimates things to its metabolic weight and chemical weight, it's doing that in your liver right now.
Well, what I'm trying to get to is this. All these things people say is outside of the normal senses of reality. People try to pinpoint it to other things that we identify in reality. But so what you're doing, we know what light is. We can identify, we can observe light. It has a name. It has a name. A spirit has a name. Now, what these spirits do or don't do, but where you can pinpoint it to be a spirit and not something else that has a name, that's what I'm after.
Well, I think you got spirits mixed up with like ghost and angel.
No,
and
I
all
don't.
that.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
So you trying to say they the same?
I'm going by what you're trying to claim a spirit is.
What did I say a spirit was?
You never did. That's what I'm trying to get you to do. You said light, and then it goes
you wasn't
away.
listening.
Nah, please don't repeat it. I was listening, and I could tell you didn't. You put it into the form of light, and you said when that light goes, then it goes too.
Right. That's the best way I could physically show it.
Right, but that's not. He's correcting his statement. You gave a physical best example that you could show, but you still never showed or said what it is.
You can't show. Wait a minute. You think you can point at a spirit?
What's the definition of a spirit?
Okay, right. A spirit is listen. The spirit is the expression of any entity.
How do you claim something is something without identifying it as something?
Right. Ooh. That's like saying you can point at energy. That's crazy. You can't see energy. I don't care how many times. Listen, I don't care how many times I turn the radio on and prove to you that there is energy rolling back through there. I can't point at it. It's the same thing with spirit.
Watch this. Watch this. Now, like I said before, and I'll say it again. Maybe you missed it the first time. If you claim a spirit exists, that so-called spirit exists to do things, right? If it can be identified by its actions of things that it does or can do, then you can point to it. Other than that, you're just talking noise.
Right. So if there is a thing that is okay, first of all, let's break it down like this, because I think you having a fundamental breakdown of understanding of how reality is. Do you understand that there are parts of reality you can see and parts of reality you can't see?
I understand that you are trying to explain something as a real thing.
Yes.
Right. And we exist in a reality where we
So you exist how?
I exist right now to talk to you, to try to get you to understand that you're trying to describe.
Is it like just by chance?
What?
Is it by chance?
Sure, it's by chance.
Okay, well then, all right. Well then, listen. If it's all by chance, brother, that's your belief.
No, it's not.
I'm
my
not
belief.
trying to.
Hey,
listen, brother. I'm not trying to get you to believe nothing, and you ain't never gonna get me to believe. I don't believe anything.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. You trying to tell me
I'm just saying. I'm
just
saying the randomness. The randomness. You dig what I'm talking about? Or your thought next to the synchronicity of all creation just don't make sense.
It makes complete sense.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, when everything else has a time, a reason, and a season,
right?
Man, it's just random. It doesn't fit logically to me.
Your logical assumptions about a spirit and what a spirit do or does, but you still can't point to it.
What is it? Again, you ain't wrapped your mind around what
I can't wrap my mind around something you can't
listen,
explain.
Listen. You can own it. The spirit is the expression
of what?
I'm saying the expression of spirit in a man's body is the light that the body produces. Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you trying to deny that the human body produces light while it's alive? I'm talking about every day, right now, that your body is producing.
Are you saying that light is the spirit?
It's the expression of the spirit. I'm saying the light is the result of the spirit. Why do I say that? Is because when a person dies, that light is not produced off the physical body anymore.
So okay, so the
It's
spirit
not.
is the
It's hinting towards that there is. I'm not trying to convince you that there is a spirit. I'm just saying
you
if I
get what
was
he's
to
saying
point.
to you
Hold
now
on.
though.
No,
Have you
because you're
realized
not
you didn't
understand.
answer what a
Listen.
spirit is?
Yes. No, I did answer what a spirit was.
It's the
You
expression
said
of an
Of an
entity.
entity.
Yes,
Right?
I totally got what he's
it's
saying.
not. So it's not some spooky man that you can't see walking around. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the expression of spirit in a man is light. Physically, literally. I'm not putting no spooky on it. I ain't said nothing about God. I ain't said none of that. I said the expression of spirit. If I was to try to prove it, I can't prove it. I'm just saying, if I was to try to prove spirit to a materialist, the way I would do it is scientifically. I would show him that the human body, while alive, produces light. Right?
Hold on.
Hold on. And the expression of that spirit in man while alive is light. And how you prove that is upon death, the light stops. That's just like I'm not making nothing up. Look it up, Google it, do whatever you want. Does the human body produce light?
Hold up.
Yeah, man. God damn.
Let's take it from another point of contention
Yeah,
here.
you're gonna need another one because
okay, so who or what has confirmed that this light is in any way indicating a spirit? Where's that scientifically said?
What I'm trying to tell you is to open up your mind and observe.
I'm opening my mind, and you can't feel it.
I'm just saying, brother. Did you listen? You arguing a point that you didn't even know. I just told you. Listen, look this up. I want you to be real with yourself and look this up. Google it right now. Does the human body produce light?
I'm not worried about a body producing light.
Right. So you didn't know that. You didn't even know nothing about it. But you arguing with me like that's impossible.
He don't get it.
Guess what? There are lots of things that produce light that we can't even see. That don't make it a spirit either. So come on, man. Let's go.
I'm saying you can't see photons, but they're there.
You got anything else?
That's what I was.
Right there,
so that's it. That's exactly my point that I was trying to tell you. There are parts of reality you can see and parts of reality that you can't.
But so you want to attach a spirit to that light?
I'm just saying, since man could write, right? The very first things he was writing about was spirit.
That don't make a difference to me.
I'm just saying, okay, I would hint towards all of the history of humanity than your opinion.
I you know what? That goes right back to the plant thing, because if that's the case, if he can make plants before the sun and the moon and all that, how much time do you think that took place?
I think it's bullshit. I'm the one that brought it up.
Right. So on that same lines, you can talk about lights all you want. That don't point to spirit.
Right. And I had to agree with both of y'all on that, like, because the emission of the light as the expression, okay, that makes sense. But at the same time, if you're saying you're sounding a little bit hypocritical if you're saying that a God who has omnipotence cannot create the sun after he created the plant.
Because if he is a God of all truth, and he's also a God of order, right? So he's not going to do a thing out of order anytime and then fix it later. You dig what I'm talking about? He's going to do the same thing. And
so hear me out. Why is that out of order to create the? Hear me out. Let me say this real quick, because hear me out. Hear me out. Don't come here, because I want to ask the question. How is it out of order if you created the plant and then created the nourishment?
It's out of order because that doesn't match up with reality, what we see objectively.
Why would you create the nourishment for something that doesn't exist yet?
How could
backwards?
Yeah, exactly. So how could he create the nourishment for plants, right? Which is the sun, Right?
After
Before there was a sun.
it exists.
That's crazy. How do you feed it?
Hold on, how do you say that? You're saying okay, so let me make
A
sure
day
I
is like
understand what
1,000
you're saying.
years.
You're
1,000
saying
years a
if he
day.
created it prior to its existence, it doesn't make sense.
Plants,
but if he created it after its existence, it also doesn't make sense.
Listen, brother, that you can't never make that make sense logically.
So you're saying whether he created it before or after its existence, then it's illogical.
No, I'm saying the order in which the God in the Bible made plants before he made the sun, that which grows plants, is illogical, and it's irrational because we don't see it in nature. We see this process every day.
We don't see photons. We don't see, like you mentioned, the photons. We don't see photons.
Wait a minute. When a photon is ionized, what happens?
We don't see dark matter. We don't see dark energy. We don't see energy itself. Like, really, come on, man. You sounding wild.
Wait. Do we see light?
We see the result. We don't see photons on the level of photons. We see the light that is produced from the collection of the photons. Yes.
Okay, so do we see light?
Yes.
Yes or no? Okay. All right. So
you telling me we see photons
hold on, wait
too?
A minute. Wait,
is that what you're saying?
Just follow me. Is light ionized photons? Excuse me. Is light made out of photons?
It's made up. Yes, it's made up.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
tell me, do we see?
Listen. So listen. Regardless to whether you think you're not seeing, it's objective, right? Because guess what? Even though you are looking at me, right? Objectively, you're still looking at a bunch of atoms. Just like if you're looking at light, objectively, you're still looking at photons.
Okay. So, but do you see energy?
No, you can't see energy. And this is what I'm trying to tell you about the spirit.
Does energy exist?
This is what I'm trying to tell you about spirit.
No, because you said we don't see this in...
It's an energy, and it leaves...
Hear me out. Hear me out.
We do see this in nature.
Hear me out.
We do see this in real life. This is what I just schooled you about.
So you see the energy in real life?
Listen, you see the emission of energy in real life. It's called light. Right? And that spirit that's in a man is the energy that produces the light. I would offer that objectively to you as the truth or how I would try to show, not try to prove it to you. Okay. You dig what I'm talking about? How I would show a person objectively why I think that there is a spirit.
All right. So according to certain science, they say that the universe consists of 97%, I think it's 95, 97, something like that, dark matter and dark energy.
What is it?
That's correct.
What is it?
You can't see it. You can't measure it. You can't.
What is it?
It's 97%. It's 97% of the universe.
Okay, but what is it? It's got to be something. I think it's the thing that they've been trying to hide off the periodic table.
My point is that you cannot see it, but
yeah, that's why space is dark. It's transparent. I agree with you.
So if you can't see it, does that mean that it doesn't exist?
No, it's translucent. It's still there. You can just see through it. That same thing with the spirit. You just proved my point.
But I'm saying how you are sounding like when you arguing that you don't see this everyday phenomena that is a one-time phenomena.
What you talking about?
Which is the creation of the universe.
Creation of the universe?
Or the order that the universe was put together.
if God made it on the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th day, it really doesn't matter. But the fact of the matter is, you are saying that this is how
Yeah,
he
it's out
should
of
have did
order.
it
It's out
in
of
order
order
for it to end
naturally.
up in the way that we see it now.
I'm just saying it's out of order naturally.
According to what you
I'm
believe.
saying to nature, it's out of order.
According to what you see. According to what you understand, because you have a finite mind.
Well, whose mind should I use? Whose mind should I use? Who's better than mine?
Oh my goodness.
You are thinking, you are putting, this is what I'm saying, you are putting God in a box.
I'm not putting God nowhere. I think God's something different than what y'all think it is.
What you think God is?
Yeah,
God is a one-time living, breathing man.
What?
Huh?
What?
God is a man, a one-time living, breathing man who died. He raised up through ranks in these heavens that y'all don't believe in, but he raised up into these heavens. And just like you graduate through school and you get a different title, you get a different title. And one of the titles, the emancipated titles, the third emancipated title is called God. That's when you're strong enough to run a planet and govern over its people. When you got that much power, it's just like a regional Walmart manager.
Oh,
do you dig what I'm talking about? And because guess what? It's somebody higher than God to tell God what to do. And guess what?
And
It's
what's his
people
name?
higher than that to tell them. Well, I mean, this is no, I'm not asking nobody to believe me, right? But just like the earth has system in order, the heavens have system in order.
We're in Wonderland, folks.
Okay. I'm
But
cool
hold
with
on.
that.
So my question is, okay, whatever being that you were saying had, so my thing is that God is what I believe God is the one above all.
No, see, that's what lower demonic entities through religions have duped man into doing. They got man praising the creation and not the creator.
What do you mean? The creator is the one above all.
But he's not God. God and the creator are not the same thing.
That's some shit.
God is what man turned into. The creator create God too. God, true God, praises the creator too, just like me and you. True God never asks for prayer. True God never wants sacrifice or bloody anything or to give him anything or to praise his name. Any God, that's one of the ways to find out if you're serving a false God. If it asks for prayer or if it had ever been seen, that's one way to prove that you're serving a false God, a deity, an idol, not the creator of all.
Well, you know how easy it is to say, yeah, I believe in a God, but you will never see him.
Well,
the God that I'm supposed to worship has never been seen.
Well, if that's true, right? Imagine how powerful would it be if you was able to show the people that the God that they are looking for is inside them, and that true God and you, the thing you're gonna turn into, both praise a creator, right? That ain't neither one of y'all gonna touch. You can't see it, right? It ain't no end to this thing. You see what I'm saying? See, God is just a title, a rank, a position, a job. There are gods, right? But then there are gods over the gods. They called Orions. And then there are gods over them.
Okay, so I see where you going with this.
You going to Kemet with it.
I see you going.
No, it's rank and order. Just like in the military, there's rank and order. In the heavens, it's rank and order. You can't have.
Who created the creator?
Listen, what I'm saying is you can't have the thermosphere before you have breathable air. right? If you're gonna have anything on the planet, you gotta have the densest stuff towards the center. You dig what I'm talking about? And then different atmospheric levels leveling out, getting thinner, going out. There's system and order to everything in all creation.
You got a small problem though. You got a small problem there. Now, if it's going as many levels as you say, then what we doing here on Earth is insignificant.
That's a belief.
Okay, so I want to say one more thing. About your theory about the order. And because you're obviously you're going off the fact that plants need light to. But the first thing that God said was what? He said, "Let there be light." The plants were made after that.
What kind of light? What kind of light?
Obviously, it was enough to sustain the plants until he made the sun.
No, I don't think so.
From where? He didn't make the sun until after the plants.
I don't think so.
Where the light at on the first day? Where it come from?
He said be, and it was.
Where? Then you said it would still be shining today. We wouldn't even need the sun.
Oh, this shit's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
The fact that he could have. I'm a little different. I'm a little different than what you thinking I am. I ain't that.
Hear me out. I believe he could have. He could have totally made a sustaining world that didn't need a sun or a moon or these things. I feel were made for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you go down that rabbit hole of making excuses for your God, you're gonna have to keep coming up with excuses on top of excuses.
Hold on, it's a legitimate reason. You yourself said that you yourself admitted that he knew what was going.
At least God is a better answer than I don't know.
Nah, I don't know. It's always. I don't know. It's always the best answer because
it's just admitting the ignorance. I think having even if it's wrong, having an ideology that you can build off of, right? Even if it's wrong, dead wrong, is building off of.
So if you believe you can fly,
I don't believe.
As long as you believe you can fly, right? So you're gonna build off of it, right?
Listen,
you're gonna build off of it, right?
Did the Wright brothers believe they could fly?
I was going to say place.
That's all here. I mean,
believe you can fly. You can fly, right?
The first person that made it dirigible. Hold on, the brother who made the dirigible, did he believe he could fly?
You can dodge the question.
I'm just saying, I'm just bringing it back to reality.
The reality is that's because you want to build off of a lie, don't make it turn into truth.
They turned it into truth. You travel on them planes, don't you?
Hold on, but all
that's a
thought is built on belief, right? It's a belief. Because see, science is not saying it's giving you 100% truth. That's only people who don't understand science.
Yeah, they say exactly.
Right. So trying to sit here and claim up that it's doing something that it's not doing it's not science fault, it's y'all's. You dig what I'm saying? So, I just try to keep it logical, and when it don't make sense, when a donkey talk, it just don't make sense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We gotta then put on our thinking cap. This is obviously a metaphor.
If God is omnipotent, I'm not saying that God literally or figuratively talked through a donkey. My thing is, because I believe God is omnipotent, I do not, box him into this.
God boxed himself in.
That's why we should have stuck with what I was talking about. Before what's his name got into his explaining what a God is, I had my man in a sit rap when I told him about the 17 times God repented and he's the omnipotent one. You see, that's
Oh,
how I like to battle
no. I wanted to get to that too.
Why you
Yeah,
bringing up
Because
old stuff, man? Stop kicking that man. He was just in the goddamn body bag, chilling. He ain't even
no,
said nothing.
because I wanted
No,
to
you
get to
didn't know
that.
that. That was a Hadouken. I seen that. That was
Because it's a word, a Hebrew word that's used, and it talks about it's not the same as the repent that you are thinking of.
Oh Lord.
I'm telling you what the
Here
Hebrew
you go.
word.
It ain't the same repent as every other repent. It's a different
I
type
don't know. These are just
special,
different
majestic.
words.
Hold on, it's a majestic repent.
No, because for
Can I get a
example,
majestic plural?
hold on. For example, in Psalms, like it says in Psalms, I can't remember the Hebrew word, but I know it says, "But I am a worm." But he's not talking about a worm. He's talking about the Hebrew word they use is talking about a specific, I think, insect that is
So
like a crimson bug that
he was comparing
when it,
himself to a worm.
huh?
He was comparing himself to a worm in his actions and deeds and practices.
No. It's talking about a specific crimson
It don't
bug that
matter
when
what
it
bug.
hold on. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. And this is in Psalms, thousands of years before Jesus was born. And it talks about this specific crimson worm. I'm not crimson worm, crimson bug that attaches itself to the tree, and when it comes off of the tree, the red is stays onto the tree. The crimson stays onto the tree. The crimson stain from where it was.
What's this got to do with?
Hold on. So I'm saying some words that are in Hebrew are translated as
This is
sometimes
what
they're
they all
translated as the
do.
same word, but they aren't. Like they could be like three different words but
Correct.
they're translated as the same word when they come to English.
This is what they all do when they try to say, oh wait, you gotta understand the language. Is your book you're reading Hebrew? All right, and then this is what I do. You go into whatever AI that you have that you operate, if it be Google, ChatGPT, or whatever, and you type in Hebrew word for repent. I just did that, by the way, and it's gonna give you the Hebrew word and it's gonna give you the definition. So I don't know. You're gonna have to pick another language because in that
say what the word
definition,
is.
I can't. I don't speak Hebrew, but I can spell it to you. What it says: SHUV, shuv.
Okay, so I want to tell you what I found.
What you
Because I
found?
did the same thing. It says the Hebrew word used is, and I want to say this is pronounced nakam,
I got that too.
which means he relented or grieved.
What you on? What are you on?
I'm talking about when God said when it said God repented or whatever. It used this specific word that means he grieved. God grieved for his creation.
Okay. What does the word grieve mean?
Okay.
So, like,
let's look it up.
What does the word grieve mean?
What is the definition of the word grieve? Let's look it up. You know what I mean? We ain't gonna keep going back and forth with this shit because this shit.
We're not going to do because if
You know what I mean, this shit
If
get
you
old.
grieving for something that and I'm not.
Hold on 1 second, bro. To grieve is to experience deep, intense mental suffering or distress, typically as a result of significant loss.
Well, you ain't gonna get around this.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me get it out, y'all, brothers, so y'all can argue, right? Y'all don't want to do anyway. While most people associate grieving specifically with the depth of a loved one. The term applies to emotional response to any major life transition, such as the end of a relationship, the loss of a job, or the fading of a cherished dream. Go ahead.
Okay.
So at the
and
end,
it also says that there are different ways to grieve: emotionally, physically, cognitive, and socially.
So, let me ask you a question. So, if he had a heavy, lingering sadness because his creation went down the wrong road, even though he knew it was going to go down the wrong road, if he had this sadness because he loved his creation, would that be grieving?
He asking you, brother. Don't get quiet.
Yeah,
now.
I'm thinking about what he said. I don't just
Yeah,
be talking.
don't get quiet now. He punching back.
Thinking about what he just said. Repeat that again.
If he had a heavy, lingering sadness for his creation because he loved his creation and he seen his creation was going down the wrong road, even though he knew his creation was going to go down the wrong road, and it hurt him because he loved his creation, would that be grieving?
I would say, yeah, that would be grieving.
All right, that's all I gotta say.
That's not, you ain't making no point there.
Yeah, he
because
did. He put it in context. He changed the
he
context.
ain't making no point there. This is my point.
Go
If
ahead.
you think
Go
that's
ahead.
a point,
Go ahead.
Because
he's saying
in order for you
if
to
change
feel
the context,
sadness,
the meaning could be different.
in order for you to feel sadness and deep sorrow for something you created because you see it going the wrong way, even though you knew it was gonna go the wrong way, how am I feeling deep pain and deep sadness when I created it to go like that? So I created it to fuck up my feelings, and then my feelings are fucked up.
It's because God loved his creation.
If he loved
Okay,
his creation,
so
he
if you love it, then why are you grieving anything? You created it and loved it to do what it do. You should never feel sad about anything if you already knew it was gonna. You created it to do it.
That's not really true. That's not really true. And I could give a an example like in real time. Like I breed working dogs, right? And sometimes you dig what I'm talking about. When you've been years and years of having your hands, deep into these dogs, you dig what I'm talking about. And you get some good hot stuff, you dig what I'm talking about, and it's real good, and you dig what I'm talking about. You think you got one, you got one. You didn't put all this work in there, man, and in 2 seconds. That thing could get blew through by a stray hog or something. You dig what I'm saying? And all this work, man, it could be deflating, bro. So you could definitely grieve. You know what I mean? Like
that ain't no perfect example.
That's
that ain't no example because you ain't omnipotent.
No, I'm not. But I did breed this dog to do exactly what it's doing, and guess what? Even in there, regardless to what happened, even though I knew it had the possibility of dying when it get on this hog, I bred it to do what it was supposed to do. And guess what? Even I knew that, and I knew it had the possibility it could do that. When it got hurt, I put all this work and I grieved it. You could do that. That's logical, bro. You can't say.
You see, the key word in your sentence is possibility.
Yeah,
when God does, there is no possibility. It is.
That's what they say.
All right. So that's my whole point.
Does that mean if anything, that shows that he loves more, because even though he knew it, it still hurt him.
That shows he loved not enough.
Does it? Does it make hold on? Because I bred the dog to do exactly what it loves to do.
No,
it just didn't work out for him. I'm not supposed to grieve that.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about a God that knows all things.
Omnipotent.
It has the power to change outcomes before they even begin. So you telling them that's just like saying God knew.
What if the whole point though is not what they're saying in the Bible? What if the whole point What if the whole point was freedom the whole time for everybody to choose, and that they just duped us with the religion that this God worked this way? And that's why people listen to it, because they in fear. They think they're going to go to some little spooky hellhole, a lake burning in fire forever if Jesus don't get his 10% on Sundays. What if
The first lesson of knowing God is having the fear of God. That's
right?
written.
You got to fear God first. So that's
Okay.
fear mongering right there. That should let you know whatever that is, that ain't from the Creator, not the guy we all love, the source of light and love and knowledge. And you dig what I'm talking about?
That's biblical. If he's so loving, the first thing should not be fear. The first wisdom of God should not be having fear. It should be having love.
Did you understand that I made a distinction between the biblical God and the thing that we say made sun, moon, and stars?
All right, so
No, I
hear me out.
understand.
Hear me out.
Right. I'm just saying, if you let me ask you this. Bible, what's your name? Mind control.
Equal
Bible,
mind control.
mind control. Shout out to you, bro.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that
When the
for
Bible
certain
says
things to happen,
that's
right?
like, what is the Hebrew word? Is it
For
the same
certain
word
things to
as
happen,
the regular fear that we talk
conditions
about?
must
Yo, mute
already
yourself. I
be
can't hear him.
Oh,
for anything to happen, right? Anything. Do you understand that, or do you believe or think that the conditions must be previously met for the thing that we need to happen, right? The conditions must already be in existence for, whatever to happen, right? Do you believe that or no?
Yep, let me try to rephrase your questions to see if I understand it. So you're saying, like, do I believe that certain conditions or prerequisites have to be a certain way in order for something to happen or exist?
I'm saying, yeah, for the most part, yes. Do the conditions for anything, right, that's prior to the event happening, do they have to exist before the event?
No.
Okay. Like what? Can you give us an example?
Like, the first thing that came to my mind was the Big Bang.
Well, the conditions for the Big Bang had to exist before it banged, right? If you believe in that. I don't believe in Big Bang. I don't believe
the world came for nothing. The world came for nothing.
No, it came.
It automatically made something.
No,
But
it came
it can't come from God, who created everything. That's crazy.
If you look at and I heard somebody mention his name earlier on, and I think he's the perfect
Neil
person.
deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, you already know it. So I
be listening to him.
I watched one of his things. I don't know if you saw this episode. It said proof for a God, and in it they were discussing how bad Earth is made for humans, and how long humans been around for how many years, but the Earth existed for 88 billion years. We've only been around for in the millions.
Let me explain to you something about that. I want to break that down. I'm gonna shut that argument down real quick. You cannot prove that. You cannot prove that the universe existed for 88 billion years.
You said we can't?
We can't.
What happened?
So how you think Mr. Tyson came up with his numbers?
They use is general relativity to point to measure the time, and then the billions of years. I don't even think it's 88 billion. I think it's like 18 million. Is where they call what they call t equals 0, and that is where the math breaks down. In most mathematical instances and in most scientific studies, they would say that the math is incomplete or faulty. But this is a placeholder that they use.
I don't get what the argument is.
What I'm saying is, he said that Neil deGrasse Tyson said, because he listens to Neil deGrasse Tyson, obviously.
No.
If Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the world is flat, he's going to say the world is flat. But what I'm going to say is, knowing math and knowing science, when math breaks down and starts to go into infinity, like when you use your calculator and it says that means that the math is either incomplete or faulty. But in cosmology, they use a placeholder called t equals 0, because this is where the math breaks down at.
But they don't use cosmology, right, in any type of understanding of how the world, the universe, our solar system, or our galaxy was created. Cosmology is not used at all.
No, I said in cosmology. When they find out, what they use is to find this specific most dense state for the Big Bang or whatever the case may be. They use general relativity, and I don't even think it. Like I said, I don't think it's 88 billion years. It's like I think it's like 18 billion.
Listen,
The point
was
ain't
that
the
this
numbers.
brother just agreed with me, and he doubled down and he double talked, and then he slid away from it. He said no, the conditions don't need to exist before a thing happens. But then he turned around and said, it admitted that the conditions for the Big Bang to happen had to have been there for it to bang. He tried to double talk us and get away with that. I just had to point that out.
Didn't say that, but my whole point is, forget going to the numbers. The MO of it was, if you were supposed to do the math, we're doing the cross the T and the dot the I. If you were supposed to do the math, the point is the Earth has been around for how long, and humans only have existed for 200, 300,000 years tops. So you got what I'm trying to say? If you were supposed to break everything down, the Earth's history, humans showed up a few seconds before midnight.
Yeah, way later.
Okay, so but if you're studying how the Bible wrote your story, the math ain't mathing.
What do you mean?
Because the Bible writes the story and says this day he did in 7 days, and then this happened, and humans was just here all the time.
I'm just saying, but what day? What day is the Bible saying it happened on?
What day?
Yeah, like you said, the Bible got it all mixed up and all that stuff, but like what year is it? Like, did it mixed up? What is they saying? What year did this happen?
It said on the 7th day, or whatever day he created man. It makes the timeline completely different than what it is. It makes it sound like the man was always here on Earth.
It's another text.
I get what you're saying. I wish you could explain it better.
But it's another part of the Bible that says one day to God is, I don't know.
I knew he was going to hit that.
As is a day.
I knew he was going to hit that, but go ahead and do the math. The 7, that's
it really don't make sense that God made
it didn't say it never mentions how many days. It never mentions how many days passed between the time of the creation into the time of the deception into the time of the kicking out. It never mentions how much time.
It doesn't need to. If it said 7 days to create every goddamn thing, that's all we focused on. And you say a day is 1,000 years, so that's 7,000 years.
The fact that they're saying that God created the entire world in 6,000 years. I'm gonna just say 6,000 years because the 7th day he rested, right?
Well, yeah. I mean,
hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out. You are still assuming what I've been talking about, and you're saying that you're still using the same math that they use that is faulty, assuming that that time is a singularity, and that things were constant.
Who's using multi-man?
Hold on. Let
The
me finish
Hebrews
talking.
or
Let me finish, and then I'm gonna let you try to
I was just trying to get
throw
you
whatever in there, because that conditions were constant throughout time.
I actually agree with that.
I don't understand what's your point of saying about the conditions were throughout time.
I was leading somewhere before y'all got the. You dig what I'm talking? Because you turned around and you made it. You addressed me. So I was trying to stay out of it. So y'all can argue about God and all that shit. Because I don't believe what neither one of y'all think God is. So
but
you know what I mean?
Go ahead, because
no,
you said you agree. I really want to hear what you had to say about that.
About what?
When you said you agree.
I said no. I said I don't agree with neither one. Well, neither side about what God is, and I don't want to argue my opinion about it. You know what I mean? When really, like you ain't got no empirical type text to where even if I would take this over a person's opinion about God. If you could just even go in a book and point to it and say, this is a God, and God himself is speaking, and God tell you the who, what, when, where, and why of a God. I could agree with a text like that. And when I see that in a text, I will rock with more lean into what that say a God is than it's just some nigga sitting in the sky on the throne.
Who said that it was
religion? Christ, Christianity, Buddhism, Brahmanism, and every religion in the world depicts God as a man, and specifically a man of war.
Not every.
Come on.
Which one?
Let me go pull it back. Because I know there's many religions in Africa where God is a woman.
Yeah, but it's still a being. A physical man or woman sitting on the throne in the sky, tap dancing, doing something, pointing in the middle of nothing, making earths.
Right, but back to what's his name point. When you were saying about the math is wrong, the only math you would come up with is 7,000 years, because you said your God, the day is 1,000 years, and the creation took no more than 7 days. So I'll give you 7,000 years. The earth is way more than 7,000 years. 1, 2, humans have been around way longer than this little 7,000 years thing. And so I don't understand how you get your math to math with the God thing.
So okay. I want to say this.
Good question.
You're saying that the world has been around for more than 7,000 years. Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. You're saying that humans have been around for more than 7,000 years. I agree with that. What's the point? What are you saying? Are you saying because God created the world in 7 days or less, then that means that the world is 7,000 years old now?
Do you know? Listen, do y'all know that there is a year that the biblical God said he created the world on? The Hebrews counted as the start of their calendar. Did y'all know that? The year per the Hebrew calendar is 5784, but that's a problem. 5785. That's a problem. That's not even 6,000 years per the Hebrew calendar. So right now we would still be in the 6th day, right? If a day is 1,000 years, we would still be in the 6th day, and we should be seeing man, animals, all type of shit, just poof, pop, poof, poof, poof. Right in the air right now, because the year is only 5785. It would stop and he would rest at the 6,000th year. And he said that per the Bible, not what Cosmon making up, that the world was created the year 3761. Look it up. I'm not guessing. That's what the Hebrew God said. He made the world in 3761 BC. But crazy part is we got pyramids older than that. You dig what I'm talking about? So obviously, they've already been debunked and proven liars. The Anunnaki gods, the Sumerian gods, the Canaanite gods, the Elamite, and any of them nations that are no longer around, bucked over, dead, that proved that they God was a liar. Right?
I mean,
that's how that's because they God said that they was the creator too, right? Just like everybody else, God said it.
But when you say the people that's not around,
huh?
When you say the people that's not around, they would be still around, right? Because I would consider the Canaanites to be the Palestinians.
And so my question is, where does the Hebrew Bible say that God created everything in set year?
Well, he said he made it in 6 days.
Where does the Hebrew Bible say that he made it in set year?
Genesis 1.
It is not. It says he made it in the year.
And look and listen. I'm not making this up. Hillel the second created it, right? Around the 2nd century. You dig what I'm talking about? He took the times of the patriarchs and all that shit, and he counted the time back, bruh. Using the Babylonian calendar and clock time that was already ready. 3761 BC is the start of the Hebrew calendar. I'm not making none of that up.
It's the start of the Hebrew calendar.
Yes, nigga, the Hebrews.
Yes. Okay, so you're gonna say that's the start of the Hebrew calendar,
right? Ain't that the source of Christianity?
Hold on. Let me make a statement real quick. Do you know how long the world existed before the Hebrews even existed?
The world was around. Hold on.
The Bible mentions many people that came before many prophets even that came before Hebrews even were existed.
Brother, I understand, man, been around way longer than what science says.
But I could have saw that was what's his name argument that science numbers is wrong and they cut the T and they dot the I and all of this nonsense. I could have saw that was basically saying science is wrong with math.
I said that you mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson. You mentioned the Big Bang. I was breaking that the Big Bang is faulty. The timeline of the Big Bang is faulty. In normal math, in normal science, they would say that the math is either incomplete. Listen, because you might not know how math and science work. They would either have to change the model or change the math.
They changed
they
the
did
model.
neither.
They changed the whole model because when they
didn't change the model. They added a placeholder.
The bat is right. Listen, because when they actually did the math and the modeling, everything was wrong. All the math was
so you're talking right. He's talking about the Big Bang Theory. I didn't conclude how long Earth has been around from the Big Bang Theory. I just told you numbers on how long the Earth has been around, period. So you smashing the Big Bang don't do nothing.
You mentioned the Big Bang. You mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson. You said something about 88 billion.
I said
years.
He said it was around for numbers. I said I told you 88 million or some crazy number, which my numbers would be wrong. The numbers is like 4.8 billion or some shit like that, right?
4.5
but
billion.
even if it's 4.5 billion, that's science enough to debunk how long your God created the shit for.
It's not enough science because the math is faulty.
Ooh.
Well, so okay, why is 4.5 billion years faulty now? Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing about the Big Bang. Tell me why.
When they use the method that they use, which is general relativity, the math breaks down. T equals 0 doesn't technically exist. It is where the math reaches infinity Infinity is a concept,
It's
not a
a
number.
theory anyway, and science is not even trying to say it's absolute. So I don't even get what the argument is. And then they already tested it. Everything was wrong.
The
Everything
math
that
breaks
they taught
down,
about the Big Bang, and because they've already done the test. Every single point, every one, not one was
collapses,
right.
collapses.
That's the Big Bang.
But what they know is the one thing that I disagree with the brother is that when they did the math was right. Right? The math was right, but what they are seeing, right, don't line up with the math. They were totally wrong.
But they use, what I'm saying is they use that specific math for that specific model. And in regular science, they would say either one of two things. They would say either the math is incomplete or that the model is wrong.
Right.
So what you're saying that science
The
doesn't
Big
really
Bang,
know
hold
how
on,
old it
time
is?
out, let me finish. But in the Big Bang
Science,
theory,
yes.
they added a placeholder called T equals 0.
Yeah, science guesses. It don't know. Because science say Earth is about 4.5 to 4.8 billion years old. I got a way using the sun and the moon where it say it's over 5.5 billion years old, over a billion years older than what science say.
Right.
And
So that's
they say, hold on. They say man been around 330,000 years as a modern human being. But then they got people like Raymond Moses, who his haplogroup go back 700,000 years. So what is we doing? And then from my understanding, my teaching, man been around on Earth about 14 million years. Right, but just not all in a row. He's been extinct.
million or billion?
Yeah, million. Man has been around roughly 14 million years, but just not in a row.
I see. Yo, the bat. If you go type in, because I know you was telling me about science and math. I may not know how it works, but I just typed in a simple question: how do they get to know how old the Earth is? And you could see, it shows me like at least 4 different methods of how they came to their numbers, right? And I
You
just
any of them
quickly
use
said,
general relativity?
no, none of them say that actually.
What they say, bro?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm lost.
okay, this is the most important one. It's based on a principle in physics called radioactive decay.
Oh my goodness, let's not get into that.
Okay,
I can
so
tell you how that's faulty.
I thought you said it was about 4 of them.
that's one. I just told him about radioactive decay. One.
Okay, what's the
He
other?
already said that one's faulty.
Yes, I can tell you how that's faulty. How did they?
Radioactive decay is faulty?
The reason
he
why it's
said-
faulty, and I
Yeah.
can explain to you.
Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days.
Christianity.
Hold on. Let me make a statement real quick. Do you know how long the world existed before the Hebrews
Billions
even
of
existed?
years. The world was around. Hold on.
The
The
Bible
world was around.
mentions many people that came before many
Listen,
prophets
I'm
even
not
that came before.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning.